The Astonishing Tale of a Pen and Ink Puppet by Oliver Herford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Astonishing Tale of a Pen and Ink Puppet. Bertie van Ordinaire is a man of parts. These are some of the parts. Ethelberta and Angelina are rival beauties. Consequently, they are devoted friends, though Ethelberta is the heiress of Barabbas Rocky-Dollar, the multi-billionaire, and Angelina the portionless child of poor Bishop van Brut, whose salary is barely 50,000 a year. Bertie falls in love at first sight with Angelina and Ethelberta. "You are charmingly arch," said Bertie to Ethelberta as he took her into dinner. "It is the family," she replied archly. "My grandfather was an archdeacon." Her wit so captivated Bertie that he proposed to her on the spot. "I hate these swell dinners, where they have nothing but roses to eat," sighed Angelina hungrily. Bertie smiled. "You would be a cannibal if you ate them," he said easily, having just made the same remark to Ethelberta on his right. Angelina's feet strayed listlessly over the pedals of the pianjolas. "I hate music," said Bertie in low, vibrant tones. "So do I," she replied softly. Their eyes met, and they understood. Bishop van Brut was a tremendous favourite among the ladies of his set. He will be remembered as the author of the famous $5,000 prayer that won the prize in the Jolliers' weekly competition. "My ancestors came over in the Edna Mayflower," said Bertie proudly in answer to old Rocky-Dollar's first question. "So did mine," rejoined the old gentleman blandly. "But they were crushed to death on the voyage." "What is your fortune?" said Bishop van Brut dryly. "My face is my fortune," replied Bertie. "You must owe a lot of money then," said the bishop, eyeing with suspicion the cigar Bertie had given him. Which is to be, Angelina or Ethelberta? In despair, Bertie plunges into a whirl of reckless gaiety at his club. The mental strain of deciding between Angelina and Ethelberta affects Bertie's health. He sends for the great specialist, Dr. Worsner Plummer, who, after examining his heart, tells him he has a hopeless case of Angelina pectoris complicated with ethelitis. At this terrible news, Bertie went to pieces completely. Fortunately, the trained nurse arrived just in time to pull him together. For some time, all was a blank to Bertie. "The sound of your train soothes me," said Bertie feebly. "Is that why you wear it?" "No," she replied naively. "I wear a train because I'm a trained nurse." "I can never be more than a brother to you," said Bertie gently but firmly, releasing himself from her embrace. "I am in love with Angelina and Ethelberta, and no gentleman can be genuinely in love with more than two ladies at the same time. The doctor has ordered a complete change, so Bertie takes passage for Europe on the Lucania. It happens that Angelina, to avoid marrying the dissolute Duke of Tripe, runs away from home disguised as a footman. She was leaning over the rail, reading a comic weekly. His heightened pulse told him it must be either Angelina or Ethelberta. As he approached, she tossed the fluttering paper into the sea. "I am so tired of hearing they never lost a life on this line," she cried wearily. Without a word, our hero mounted the rail and dived overboard. He would save her life at any cost. "At last I am in the swim," he cried. The lights of the steamer were soon lost in the darkness. The next morning, our hero found himself approaching a fashionable beach. To be seen in his evening clothes in the morning was out of the question. He struck out for the open sea. Aided by a strong northerly current, Bertie lands at length on an iceberg in the Arctic Circle. Here he can wear evening dress for 6 months without disgrace. The seals gaze at him in wonder. Their soft, expressionless eyes remind him of Ethelberta and Angelina. "What a shame to hunt the pretty creatures," he said. "I, for one, will never use sealing wax again." A ship at last! It proves to be a sealing wax trader. Our hero sells the seals for a fabulous sum and a passage to New York. Sitting at his club window one evening after his return, Bertie's attention is attracted by the peculiar antics of a sacred edifice nearby. The little church round the corner is actually winking at him. He hastens across the street to inquire the cause. She came toward him with a low cry. Once more he gazes into the beautiful expressionless eyes of— which is it, anyway, Angelina or Ethelberta? A strange impulse seizes him. "She shall not escape me," he cried. "I will marry her without knowing which she is. Fate shall decide." The wedding is over. They are at last alone. "Well, my dearest," cried Bertie as he clasped her in his arms, "which are you, Angelina or Ethelberta?" "I am neither Angelina nor Ethelberta," she replied, throwing back her automobile coat. "I am the trained nurse." End of the astonishing tale of a pen and ink puppet.
At Their Best by L.G. Moberly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At Their Best. The hotel bore a strong family likeness to other hotels. There was a big lounge full of big comfy chairs, pots of palm trees and India rubber plants, writing tables, and a great sofa or two. There was a nicely upholstered drawing room into which nobody ever went, and quite the usual kind of dining room through whose windows you looked out into the trimly kept garden. And the people staying in the hotel were curiously like other people in other hotels. So I thought, when on my first evening at the Duke Hotel, I looked round at my fellow guests. Some women were quietly well dressed, some were gowned ultra-fashionably, some were quite nondescript, the sort of people who are so like hundreds of others that you would never recognize them again. And from the conversation that reached me in snatches as I sat with my book, too new a comer to be spoken to as yet, I gathered that this hotel was not behind the others in love of gossip and personalities. These bits of talk I heard made me inwardly register a vow that I would steer clear of the dark-eyed woman in the red gown, the woman whose hair was so wonderfully dressed, whose laugh held such a mocking ring. Neither did I altogether fancy a small fair lady dressed in diaphanous garments. She spoke in undertones, but her words sometimes reached my ears. They were always remarks about this person or that, and always tinged with spite. There was a good deal of, "Well, I was perfectly sure he—" and then the voice would drop to a whisper. Or, "I would have been ready to bet anything you like she—" and another drop of the voice. Nasty, malicious creatures, I thought, rather bitterly. I suppose one has to expect this sort of thing in every hotel, even when one comes to a hilltop like this. And my mind went back to my saunter after my arrival, the walk through dim pine woods and over sunlit spaces of leather where the views of wide landscapes and open horizons seemed to set one above all the pettinesses of human beings. Yet here in the hotel these women were picking holes in their neighbors with the same gusto and eagerness as is shown by the barn door fowl picking at grains in the yard. "Cats!" was my mental exclamation, and at the very moment I thought the word, a woman came in from the hall, and for an instant stood on the top step looking down into the lounge. She was slight and small, but she was not young, nor was she in any way strikingly dressed, but there was something about her which arrested my attention. The light of the lamps touched her hair, very white hair, piled softly and loosely upon her head. The light fell too upon her face, showing that she was smiling a little. I told myself it was the smile that drew my attention. It had some quality all its own, a serenity, a restfulness, a curious arresting charm. She paused only for a second on the top step, then came quietly down into the lounge, and as she came I saw that her eyes were blue and that they held the same qualities as her smile. They gave you a feeling that in the woman herself was an inward peace which no outward fret or trouble could destroy. All this flashed through my mind whilst she walked across the lounge, and suddenly I became aware that the dark woman in red on my right was no longer talking of her neighbors, but of the sunset over the Weald. And I realized in a funny, subconscious sort of way that the little fair woman had stopped murmuring in undertones about countless he's and she's, and was describing her last winter on the Riviera. And all the while the white-haired woman with the blue eyes was coming quietly across the lounge until she seated herself in an empty chair by my side. I think I was the only person in the big room not engaged in conversation, and I had felt vaguely a tiny bit lonely and out of it when the newcomer said gently, "I believe I saw you walking towards my pet wood before dinner. Did you ever see anything much more beautiful than that sea of bracken under the pines?" She did not talk to me as if we were strangers. We might have known each other for years, and there was a friendliness in her eyes and smile which seemed to indicate that we really were quite old friends. And not only did she give me the sensation of having met a real friend, she gave me the same sort of feeling that is given me by a fresh breeze blowing in from the sea or over heather uplands. Despite her white hair, there was in her very personality a vitality, an eager youthfulness, which made me all at once feel more alive. And there emanated from her the same serenity, the same restfulness, the same spirit of inward peace, which looked out of her eyes and shone in her smile. Presently she turned a little, and included in our conversation the red-gowned woman, whose hard eyes, in some unaccountable way, seemed to soften as they looked into the blue eyes of my companion. "Where is Sylvia Grant tonight?" my new friend asked of the lady of the red gown. "Oh, my dear Miss Larpent," came the answer, accompanied by a rather contemptuous laugh. "She took herself off this afternoon. She made this place too hot to hold her. Even you, charitable as you are, must—" "She is so young and so very pretty," my blue-eyed lady interrupted gently. "If she were a little bit foolish, too, perhaps it was only natural. After all, one has not completely graduated in wisdom at 18. "I believe she enjoyed breaking hearts," chimed in the small, fair lady on my left, and I noticed almost a vicious ring in her voice. I was convinced that she and the unknown Sylvia had been rivals. But Miss Larpent turned those blue, serene eyes of hers towards the fair, rather fretful face. "I should never despair even of the Sylvias of this world," she said, and though she spoke quietly, I was struck by a firmness in her voice. "There are fine characteristics in this particular Sylvia, and when the surface froth has blown away, the real good that is underneath will come to the top." "Is there any real good?" sneered the red-gowned dame. "You are so determined always to see the best in everybody, dear Miss Larpent, and—to ignore everything else. What is the use of pretending people are bits of perfection when they are nothing of the kind?" "On the other hand, what is the use of picking out only the weak points in a character and focusing our gaze upon those? I have a notion that the more you dwell upon the thought that your neighbor is a thief, a liar, a generally disreputable person, the more you help him to be all those things. But the more you single out his good qualities and dwell upon them, so much the more do you enable him to reach his ideal self." Her tones had become grave, but she smiled as she looked from one of the ladies to the other. That disarming smile of hers brought answering smiles. "Don't you think," she leaned forward a little, and I was impressed by the eager youthfulness of her face, "don't you think the only thing to do with our fellow beings is to take them at their best, to look out always for the best in them? I have an idea, and I don't believe it is altogether a fanciful idea, that the more persistently one digs out the good in everybody, the more the good rises to the surface." "If there is any good to rise," the lady of the red gown murmured. But there was no longer malice in her tones. She only spoke doubtfully. "Oh, surely there is always good to rise in everybody, if only one digs deep enough." Miss Larpent's blue eyes shone with a wonderful light. "It is only a matter of going to the right depth." And she laughed a deliciously youthful laugh, which somehow had the effect of making one think of spring and growing things and the songs of birds and gladness. It was an extraordinary thing how the whole atmosphere of that hotel lounge seemed to have changed since the blue-eyed lady came into it. She brought with her an atmosphere of her own, and it spread through the whole place as a current of fresh air spreads through a stuffy room. And again I was struck, as I had been struck at her first entrance, by the way in which spiteful gossip died away at her coming. Something about her very presence had the effect of checking spitefulness and sharp tongues. Presently those immediately around us drifted away to their cards or other amusements, and the white-haired lady and I were left practically alone in our corner. "I wonder you can be patient with such shameless gossips," I said. "Before you came in, they were tearing people's reputations to pieces in a most shocking way. They belong to the class of persons who cheerfully does others to death with slanderous tongues." For an instant a shadow fell over her serene face, then she smiled again. "They have so little to do or to think about excepting their neighbors," she said. "But do you know that in both of them there is a best, quite a big best? The lady in the red gown is more than kind to the overworked girl in the bureau here. She has given her lots of little treats. She always chats to her pleasantly. And the little fair lady has a small child to whom she is devoted. Her one child makes her feel kindly to all children." "You must have done a great deal of spade work, and hard work at that, to dig a satisfactory best out of those two ladies," I exclaimed, a little maliciously, I am afraid. "And what is the good of troubling so much to look for a best in people? Why not just take 'em as we find them?" "Take them at their best, though," she answered gaily. "Don't you know the verse I am so fond of? When your brother man you measure, take him at his best. Something in him you can treasure, overlook the rest. See the best in people, make the best of them. Sometimes it is uphill work, but one just goes on trying. Come out into the garden," she went on after a pause. "It is so still out there, and the air is so clear. I always feel as if the garden helped to blow away any noxious vapors that hang about the lounge." "You yourself help to blow them away," I thought, as I walked with her through the open window at the far end of the room, into the garden upon which the moonlight had laid its magic touch. "You have the same effect as this clean, pure air that has blown across the heather and the pines." She did not speak herself until we had passed along the garden path between beds where the white lilies stood tall and ghostly in the moonlight, and had reached the low wall which bounded that end of the garden. Then she put out her hands with a comprehensive gesture. "For the love of God is broader than the measure of man's mind," she quoted softly. Those words often come back to me when I look over that great expanse." That great expanse! The words fitted. Beyond the wall the ground broke away gradually in a foreground of sloping woodland and meadow, silvered and mysterious in the flooding moonbeams. And beyond meadow and woodland there spread out a vast plain, soft and misty, stretching out like a sea of silver to the rim of the far horizon. Doesn't it seem impossible, out here in this world of light and of great spaces, to think mean, unkind thoughts of anybody? My companion said dreamily. Out here under that great arch of sky, looking over that wide reach of land, doesn't one realize that in each of us there is an ideal self, a best that lies beneath all the surface follies and sins, a soul of goodness in things evil, even in things evil, she added emphatically, a soul of goodness which is bound somewhere to show itself. "You have a wonderful faith in human nature," I said, watching her face, which the moonlight seemed to touch into new beauty and serenity. "Isn't it the only way to uplift human nature?" she added almost vehemently. "Unless we have faith in it, unless we are sure that the divine is there behind and within the human, ready to shine through, we keep human nature on a low level. Believe in it all the time. Believe that the divine is in man, behind the human, and that presently the divine will shine out, as this moonlight shines out over the world. Never lose faith in the humanity which was made in the image of God." She said no more. We stood side by side looking out over the shining plain, but her very presence made me glad, made me feel I had found a new friend. And when presently we turned to go back to the hotel, her blue eyes turned from the great landscape to my face. "One can always go on having faith," she said, "when there's a view like this in the world. It makes one realize the poet's words. And I smiled to think God's greatness lay around our incompleteness, round our restlessness, his rest." End of At Their Best by L.G. Moberly.
Aunts and Pianos by E.F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Aunts and Pianos. Bobby Deacon, at the age of 55, was a very busy young man. No one had so many engagements to little lunch parties and tea parties and dinner parties. He had, in fact, made a firm rule never to do a crossword puzzle till the evening paper came in. For if he permitted himself to attack one after lunch, the brisk walk he took every day for the preservation of his youthful figure was sadly curtailed. While if he yielded to temptation after breakfast, there was no telling when he would get to his piano, which was the serious work of the day. He played prettily, with a butterfly touch which flitted over the keys with an agreeable lightness, and in his drawing-room, which he called the music-room, there were 2 grand pianos. He had brought one himself. The other had lately been left him by a charming old lady with whom he used to play simple duets. She had in her will expressed a hope that he would often use it, and think of the melodious hours they had spent together. So Bobby, who was of a very affectionate and sentimental nature, constantly played on it, though it was thin and stiff and of a chirping tone, and did not suit the butterfly touch. In fact, it was very bad for the butterfly touch, for you had to slap the notes instead of just alighting on them and sipping their honey. He alluded to the instrument always as Aunt Martha, by which endearing title he had always addressed the deceased, who, though no relation of his, was thus adopted by affection. Martha had been her Christian name, and Aunt was added out of respect for her superior years. "I've had a good go with Aunt Martha this morning," was Bobby's bright way of telling his friends at lunch that he had been very industrious. Bobby lived a good deal among aunts of this description. Most of the little lunches and teas and dinners, which filled up so large a part of his busy day, were taken at the houses of elderly ladies, widows and spinsters for the most part, who called him Bobby or Naughty Boy. They lived chiefly in the Boltons, or as Bobby said, the Bromptons, and told him all about their troubles with kitchen maids, their difficulties in getting the right shades of silk for their embroidery, the aches they had in their venerable joints in this cold weather, and their plans for their holidays. Bobby listened with sympathetic interest to all these deep problems of life, and cheered them up with amusing little bits of gossip from Mayfair, where he often went to tea, and did crossword puzzles with dowager countesses. Bobby did not dine or lunch much with those modish dames, but he was in considerable request at tea-time, when men were at their clubs or not yet back from their offices. This suited him very well, for, though quite sociable, he did not care for the society of his own sex, and felt that they had not much to say to each other, for he took no interest in masculine topics, such as sport and games, nor did he care for the society of girls, and though he really took great pains in order to interest and amuse them with the little stories the aunts liked so much, though they bridled and called him naughty, sometimes a girl would burst out laughing quite unexpectedly and call him a dear old thing, which he thought singularly irrelevant, as well as quite untrue, or else she would merely yawn, which was rude. Girls all seemed to him to be indistinguishable from each other with their cropped hair and long sunburned stockinged legs. "And it's even worse if they've got hats on," said Bobby to Mrs. Fakenham, who had lately become Aunt Judy, "and then I never recognised them at all. If men wore on their heads scarlet straw waste-paper baskets which came down to the end of their noses and painted their lips the colour of their hats and never took a cigarette out of their mouths, they wouldn't expect to be recognised. The girls do expect me to recognise them, Aunt Judy. I can't bother myself with them." Aunt Judy sneezed several times, for she had a frantic cold in her head, then held up a reproving finger. "You are a very spoilt boy," she said wheezily. "You don't take trouble with girls." "Indeed I do," said Bobby, "but I never know who they are, or what to talk to them about. Even if they are pretty, I can't see their faces. And when they take their hats off, I think they're boys, and boys are odious. I'm glad there are no boys or girls here tonight." Aunt Judy had distinct remains of coquettishness about it. "Nonsense, Bobby," she said. "Fancy you pretending you prefer to come and dine alone with an old woman like me to having some pretty girl to take into dinner. But I thought I would be selfish tonight and have you all to myself. Next Thursday, when you are dining with me again, there will be a little party, and you will have to be host at dinner and play to us afterwards." "I shall enjoy tonight most," said Bobby, who always flattered his aunts. Aunt Judy, as usual, gave him a remarkably good dinner, and Bobby, who was greedy, liked that. A crossword puzzle succeeded, and as he had done a little work at it already, though it was not necessary to mention that, he was very brilliant about it. Then Aunt Judy thought she would like to try Brahms's Hungarian dances arranged for 4 hands, and of course Bobby had to say that he positively preferred playing the bass, which was tactful, though false. Indeed, playing the piano at all in Aunt Judy's house was always a trial, for the instrument was an antique Hobner concert grand of ear-splitting quality, with 2 notes in the bass that stuck when struck and wouldn't leave off sounding, and one that produced no sound at all. And playing with Aunt Judy did not mend matters, for she filled up most of the seating capacity opposite the keyboard, and Bobby was squeezed away at the lower end of it, where he could hardly see the music. When in action, Aunt Judy kept her foot firmly on the loud pedal, counted in a hoarse voice, and corrected her own wrong notes so that her counting got out, and it was impossible to tell where she was. But she enjoyed it immensely, and at the end of a strenuous hour patted his hand and said it was a pleasure to play with him. Bobby edged himself away when it was over, and Aunt Judy, as usual, with all the piano at her disposal, played the short prelude by Chopin, with the slow big chords. "Splendid," said Bobby. "You played that divinely." She played it again, and rose. "I am proud of my piano," she said. "Magnificent tone, is it not? My dear husband chose it for me, and it was always reckoned a very fine instrument. Now, we'll have a little gossip over the fire while you drink your whisky and soda. Dear me, what a dreadful cold I've got, and there are 100 things I must do tomorrow." "If I were you, I should stop at home and nurse it in this bitter weather," said Bobby. "Not at all," said Aunt Judy. "Disregard a cold. That's the way to get rid of it." Bobby also was full of engagements next day. He went to lunch with Mrs. Trask, Aunt Fanny, who in her faint and remote voice sang Ich grolle nicht, and several other courageous songs, which he accompanied for her on her new and rather unripe Boddington Grand. She was the most devoted of all of his aunts, and the richest and the least robust. And sometimes Bobby, when he was not thinking what he was thinking about, allowed himself to think about Aunt Fanny's entire lack of relations. When Aunt Fanny had finished singing, she sank, rather exhausted, onto a small chair encrusted with mother-of-pearl and tortoise-shell. Aunt Fanny was very small, and all her furniture, with the exception of her grand piano, was small and fragile, and Bobby trembled to think how awful would have been the crash if Aunt Judy had sunk exhausted on that chair, or indeed anywhere in Aunt Fanny's house except on the floor. But that was not likely to happen, for he never brought the aunts into contact with each other, feeling vaguely but correctly that each individual aunt would take less tender interest in him if she knew there were others. "No one sings Ich grolle nicht so beautifully as you, Aunt Fanny," he said. "I can't think why it should be considered only a man's song. You make it so deliciously feminine without losing any of its bravery. And your new piano is quite splendid. You were lucky to get such a beauty. It will improve, too." "I'm glad you like it," said Aunt Fanny. "It wants playing on, but I think it will be satisfactory." Bobby applied the butterfly touch to the keys and got a fair effect. "Satisfactory? I should think so," he said. "And as for its wanting to be played on, there's someone who wants to play on it whenever he's allowed." Bobby slid into a fluid little morsel by Debussy, which was a favourite of Aunt Fanny's, though Aunt Judy declared that it sounded to her like a child whimpering next door. It made Aunt Fanny feel ill and unhappy, which she liked, for one of the greatest joys of her life was feeling ill and thinking she was going to die. She gave a wan little smile when Bobby had finished. "So sweet and miserable," she said. "Thank you, dear. And now, Bobby, I've got something to tell you. Perhaps you wondered why I sang those songs just now. It was to make myself brave. I've got to be brave." "Dear Aunt Fanny, what's the matter?" asked Bobby. "You're not ill? Not particularly ill, I mean?" "Not worse than usual," she said, "but my doctor has told me that it would be most unwise of me. Suicidal indeed, he said when I pressed him, to spend the winter in England. I've got to go south, and I shall let this house for 6 months. A terrible wrench, and you'll miss me, dear, I know." "It'll be horrid without you," said Bobby warmly. Aunt Fanny sighed. "I dare say I shall never see England again," she said, "and I think it's only wise to make all arrangements before I go. I shall let this house, as I said. Indeed, I've got a very good offer for it, but I don't want to leave my new piano to be strummed on. So will you house it for me, Bobby, while I'm away? I remember your saying that your music room was often so cold, and I thought you would like it in your dear little sitting room by the front door." It seemed to Bobby that Aunt Fanny might store it, for he didn't want it at all. But it would never do to reject any kind idea of Aunt Fanny's. It was much wiser to accept it with alacrity and enthusiasm. "Oh, that is good of you, Aunt Fanny," he said. "Fancy my having that delicious piano to play on cosily in my little den. Every time I play it, I shall think of you." "I thought you would like it," she said, "and I shall think of you playing on it when I am far away. And if I never come back, as seems likely, I have left it you in my will." She gave a little gulp. "You will have many happy years to play on it after I am gone, Bobby," she said. She talked about her journey a little more, as if it had been the conveyance of a corpse to its final resting place. Bobby cheered her up, and since Aunt Fanny made no suggestion of sending the piano to him, it was settled that he should notify the makers that it would be taken to his house next week, on the day that Aunt Fanny started for the Riviera. After that, it was time for Bobby to hurry off to Curzon Street for tea, where he did a crossword puzzle with a Marchioness. Bobby dined that night with Miss Patterson, who was not old enough to be his aunt, for she was only a year or two his senior, and therefore was Cousin Ella. It was always lively at Cousin Ella's, though she occasionally frightened Bobby by telling him that he ought to marry, and then casting her eyes modestly down. But she had said so with such frequency that Bobby had begun to think that she didn't really mean that. Besides, if she had meant to marry him, she would probably have proposed to him by now. He preferred, however, that there should be other guests at Cousin Ella's, but tonight, as last night with Aunt Judy, he was alone with her. As usual, there was music, for Cousin Ella had a set of jazz band instruments which she played fortissimo, while Bobby thumped her Boddington boudoir grand and tried in vain to make himself heard. When they were both thoroughly exhausted, they sat over the fire, Cousin Ella in a very low chair, showing an incredible length of brawny leg. Cousin Ella often gave Bobby delightful presents, for like most of the ladies he had chosen as aunts and cousins, she was very well off. Last Christmas she had given him a beautiful fur coat. And on his last birthday, now nearly a year ago, a handsome Chippendale mirror, and books and flowers were constantly showered on him. Indeed, he seldom left the house without something pretty or useful. She lived in Cromwell Road, but, except for a party, never used the big rooms upstairs, preferring the cosiness of the little sitting-room on the ground floor, where they sat now. "I'm going to make a change in this room, Bobby," she said. "I'm going to hoof out the boudoir grand and have a cottage piano. Makes more room." "Oh, don't do that," said Bobby. "It's such a delicious one. Or perhaps you were meaning to have it upstairs." "No, I shan't do that," said Cousin Ella. "I don't want a piano there. I'll tell you what I'm going to do with it. It's somebody's birthday next week, Bobby." Bobby had a feeling, like that in dreams, when the sleeper is aware that a nightmare is coming. "Yes?" he faltered. "Well, it's my birthday present to you, Bobby. You always tell me what a lovely piano it is, and I shall love giving it you. There. Send round for it as soon as you like, for my new one is coming next week. Such a joy it will be to think of your playing on it." "Cousin Ella, it's too good of you," began Bobby. "But there isn't a but," said Cousin Ella. "I'm determined you shall have it. Don't thank me, dear. I love giving it to you, for I know how you'll appreciate it. Order a van from Boddington's and it'll be ready for you. Bobby wrote to Boddington's next morning, asking that a van should be sent on Wednesday next, first to Aunt Fanny's to fetch her piano to his house, and then to Cousin Ella's to fetch hers. He had just written this when he was rung up from Aunt Judy's to be told that her dinner was put off, as she was seriously ill with double pneumonia. Poor Aunt Judy died on Saturday, and the funeral was fixed for the following Wednesday. Bobby was very much distressed and ordered some black clothes in a great hurry. He went to the funeral on Wednesday, leaving word with his parlour-maid that 2 grand pianos would presently arrive, of which the larger was to be put into the little sitting-room by the front door, and the smaller in the music-room. He thanked heaven that the latter was only a boudoir grand, but, even as it was, so much furniture had to be moved out of the 2 rooms into the dining-room that it was difficult to see how food could possibly be dispensed there. But he could sell some of his larger pieces, and though 4 pianos was in excess of bare musical requirements, Bobby's sentimental nature still went out in gratitude to the kind donors of these instruments. He might, of course, also sell his own admirable Billhausen, but he did not want to do that, since it was far the best of the lot. So it and Aunt Martha and Cousin Ella would be fitted into the music-room, and Aunt Fanny into the little sitting-room, and he hurried away to Golders Green. A light drizzle was falling, and when he came back, cold and damp and depressed from the sad last rites, it was clear that troublesome things were happening. On the pavement outside his door, shielded by a tarpaulin from the inclemencies of the weather, stood the smaller Cousin Ella, while the larger Aunt Fanny completely blocked the narrow passage within. By no sleight of hand, so the pessimistic foreman told him, could she possibly be introduced into the little room for which she was intended unless the window were taken out, the area railings pulled up, and a crane erected to swing her in. Even then, this engineering feat seemed highly risky, for the balcony of the room above, where the crane must be placed, would probably give way, and Aunt Fanny be precipitated into the area, with or without loss of life, and completely block up the entrance to the coal cellar. It would be possible, however, though difficult, to entice Aunt Fanny into the music-room and get Cousin Ella into the little sitting-room. About nightfall this was accomplished, and Bobby paid an outrageous cheque to the foreman. Dining-room, music-room, and sitting-room were now tightly packed. It was perhaps possible for a slim man like Bobby to get access to the keyboard of any of the 3 gigantic instruments which filled the music-room, but no fire could possibly be lit there, since Aunt Fanny's thin end projected over the grate. The idea of holding any little musical party there again was simply laughable. Bobby's little sitting-room was also quite ruined, for Cousin Ella had crowded out the sofa and the writing-table, while the dining-room was like a well-stocked furniture shop. Bobby ate a miserable dinner under the disapproving eye of his parlour-maid, who looked as if she was going to give notice, and wandered from room to room disconsolately, unable to think of any plan which would render any of them habitable. The smart rap of the delivery of the 9 o'clock post gave him a slight ray of comfort. There would probably be some pleasant invitations to lunch or dinner. He went to the door, but found in his letter-box only a long envelope with a typewritten address, which looked as if it might be connected with taxes. He opened it, and found it was from Aunt Judy's lawyer. "The late Mrs. Fakenham," he read, "has left you in her will her grand piano by Hobner, with a touching and affectionate message, expressing the hope that you will spend many pleasant hours in playing it with kind thoughts of the donor. As there is to be a sale in the house almost immediately, we should esteem it a favour if you would make arrangements for transporting the instrument to your own residence as soon as possible." End of Aunts and Pianos.
Blue Eyes and Diamonds by Lemuel de Bras. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Blue Eyes and Diamonds by Lemuel Debras. Detective Harry Milholland finished his demi-tasse and thoughtfully lighted a cigarette. Over the match flame, he looked into the serious and troubled blue eyes of the girl who sat opposite him in the private dining room. "Betty, you're the same old madcap, as spoiled as you are pretty, and as selfish as you are sweet. And even though you turned me down and married Chester Danford, it's terribly hard for me to refuse you anything. But I'm going to refuse you this. It's a wild scheme, and I won't—" "Oh, yes, you will, Harry," Betty Danford interrupted, her blue eyes pleading as she wagged a reproving finger at the man. "You haven't the heart to leave me in this awful predicament when you can help me so easily. Understand, I don't want you to steal the necklace. I just want you to hire someone to do it. Surely you know lots of clever thieves who are behind the bars where they belong," Milholland finished, smiling grimly. "Say, Bet, why don't you go right to your husband and tell him the whole thing? Chester is good-hearted and as square as they make 'em." "No." Betty compressed her lips and shook her head emphatically. "Tell Chester that I associated with those people? That I gambled and lost more than I could afford? Confess to him that I pawned the diamond necklace he gave me for a wedding present? And that I had a paste necklace made to deceive him? I can't do it, Harry. Why, it took me a week to muster up the nerve to tell you. And now you must help me. My scheme—" "How much have you lost?" Detective Milholland demanded abruptly. "I won't tell you," Betty pouted prettily. "I'm ashamed of it. Besides, I wouldn't take your money even if you had any. And since everyone admits that you're an honest policeman, I know you must be dreadfully poor." "I'm satisfied, Betty." Milholland smiled at the girl's naive frankness. "Say, why couldn't you steal the necklace yourself?" "Because I'm too much of a bungler. I've discovered that I can't even tell my husband a little fib without half choking. And the day I pawned the necklace and told Chester that I was having it cleaned and repaired was a regular nightmare. I'll never get over it. And I can't ever wear the paste string again. It chokes me. I'm in constant terror of my husband discovering the truth. Please don't keep me in torment any longer, Harry. Get someone you can trust and have him steal the paste string. I won't have to say a word. My darling hubby will think it was the genuine necklace that was stolen, and he'll want to get me another right away. In the meantime, I'll have the pawnbroker break up the necklace, sell the stones, and what's due me will clear up everything. Please, Harry." "Don't coax, Betty. This thing isn't half as easy as you think." "Don't you know a man you can trust?" "Sure, but—" "And that you can get tonight?" "Yes, but—" "Then it's settled." Betty Danford opened her handbag and got out a key. "This is the key to the south door. Your man can get in with this key and then leave it in my room. When he's ready to leave, he can open the window in my room that lets on the porch roof and go out the door the way he came. Chester will think that I forgot to lock the window and that the thief got in that way. There isn't much in the room worth stealing except the necklace. That's in a secret compartment in the bottom of the upper right-hand drawer of my dressing table. Your man had better take out all the drawers and dump the contents on the bed. Make it look like a real robbery. See, Harry? Well, when he does that, he'll discover the catch that operates the secret compartment. You can trust your man not to go into the dining room, can't you? Our silverware—" "You can't trust any thief too far," Milholland said grimly. "Where'll you be, and your husband?" "I'll get him to take me to dinner some place. There'll be no one in the house. Better, what do you say, pull the job early. Say 8 o'clock. Then, if your thief is seen going to the house or leaving, no one will think anything of it. Eh, Harry? 8 o'clock will do, but me no buts. Harry Milholland, how can you be so obstinate?" Impulsively, Betty Danford reached across the table and spanked Milholland's big hand. "Darn you, Betty," muttered the detective, drawing his hand away as if the touch of the girl's fingers brought back an old heartache. "I don't want to do this thing, but I suppose I'll have to. It isn't fair to your husband, and I wash my hands of the whole affair. If anything goes wrong—" "It's all my grief, certainly." "That wasn't what I meant, Betty." "No matter. Cheer up, old gloom, and I must be going." The girl jumped up and stepped around the table to the door. "Remember, I'm depending on you, Harry. Bye." Smiling, she blew him a kiss and was gone, leaving Detective Milholland staring at the curtains, a troubled look on his face. Chester Danford arrived late that evening, and, to Betty's dismay, promptly declared that he was tired, half sick, and was going to retire at once. No, he didn't want any dinner. Go out? Absolutely impossible. Betty, who all her young life had had her own sweet way, spent a desperate half-hour getting her husband to change his mind. And when it was done, she could not shake off the feeling that she had aroused his suspicions. "Bet," he said, as they were at the door ready to leave, "you seem darned anxious to get me out of the house tonight. What's the idea, hon? Surprise party or something? And say, why in thunder don't you wear your necklace any more? If this is a party, go put your sparklers on. You look half naked without 'em." Betty glanced at her wrist watch. It was 5 minutes to 8. "All right, dear," she murmured. "If it pleases you, I'll wear them." She turned toward the stairway, then stopped. "No, Chester, let's do this. Have our dinner at once, then come back here. I'll put on the necklace all for you, and we'll go to—" "You put it on now, or I won't go a step," declared Chester Danford. Betty stared at him, trying hard to hide her panic. "Chester Danford, just for that I won't wear that old necklace tonight, or ever again. How in the world can you be so obstinate?" "The whole world is obstinate, except you, isn't it, honey?" "Certainly," declared Betty, and tossed her head. "But listen, sugar." Betty went to the hall seat and sat down beside her husband. 2 minutes later the front door closed behind them. As Betty stepped into the car, she caught sight of a man strolling slowly down the sidewalk. "Don't like the looks of that fellow," muttered Danford, as he eased the car into the traffic. "You sure the house is all locked? Windows and everything, hon?" "I think so," Betty half choked. "But I'm so hungry I can't think. Wish we'd stayed home. Bet, I got something to tell you. Was saving it for tonight, when we'd be all alone. Now that you've hustled me out of my house and home, I think I'll make you wait a while, eh?" "What's it about?" demanded Betty quickly. "Well, just to tease you a little, I'll tell you this much. Old Abe Arnstein has been a good friend of mine for years. Thinking, of course, that my darling little wife wouldn't have any secrets from me, he let something slip the other day. Well, here we are." "Let something slip?" The words came tonelessly from Betty's lips as she leaned on her husband's arm and stepped to the curb. "What on earth—" "Don't talk here, Bet. Wait until we get a table." Her appetite gone, Betty sat motionless while her husband gave the order. "I don't suppose it amounts to anything," Betty managed to say when the waiter had left. But what possible business could you have with Abe Arnstein that would interest me, Chester?" Instead of replying, Chester Danford reached in his inside coat pocket and took out something wrapped in tissue paper, which he unfolded and held up. "My necklace!" blurted Betty. "How in the world—" "I told you Uncle Abe was a good friend of mine," said Danford. "When he discovered that I didn't know anything about your pawning your necklace, he was in a terrible stew. Finally, I got the whole story from him, and redeemed your necklace, of course." Betty sat speechless. "This afternoon I slipped home to tell you about it, but you were out. So I went to your room and got the phony string Abe had made for you. This is it. Do you—" "This is it? Then where is the other, the genuine one?" "Why, that's the surprise I was keeping for you, hon. I put your necklace in the secret compartment where you had this thing. Then, gosh, Bet, what makes you so white?" Chester's words seemed to come from afar off, yet they beat on Betty's ears like cruel hammers. The glass of water she reached for seemed to swim before her eyes. "Close here, too warm. Back in a minute." Her feet feeling as if they were made of lead, she ran for a taxi, tumbled in, and gave a frantic order. As the taxi started, Betty glanced at her wrist watch. 7 minutes past 8. So far as she could see, the house was dark when she reached home. Telling the driver to wait, Betty hurried up the walk and let herself in the front door. Punching on the lights, she ran up the stairs to her room. One look, and she flew to the phone. "Harry," she gasped when the connection had been made, "there's been a terrible mistake. "You better not talk over the phone," cautioned Detective Milholland. "That man hasn't got here yet. I'm to meet him at the east end of Ellington Street Bridge. You better hurry over there. I'll wait there." Betty slammed up the receiver. As far as her high heels could carry her, she tumbled down the stairs and out to the waiting taxi. 2 shadowy figures were standing on the sidewalk some 15 feet from the end of the bridge when Betty slipped out of her taxi. As she hurried toward the men, she caught a glimpse of the broad, slow-moving river and the lights of the city beyond. "So it's phony, eh?" one of the men shouted angrily. "Had me risk my life for a bunch of bum rocks, did you? Well—" The rest Betty did not hear. Horrified, she saw the speaker spring back and raise his arm. His hand shot out. High over the bridge rail flew something that seemed alive with sparkling flame. Fleeing steps pounding on the walk, a blur of voices, strong arms that caught her quickly. Those were the last things Betty remembered. "Never dreamed you'd faint," exclaimed Chester Danford, when she had regained her senses. "Harry and I were sure that a girl who had the nerve to buck the gaming tables like you did could stand a little rough play. Have another nip of this Scotch." "No," said Betty firmly, pushing the glass away. I want to think. I came to the taxi, recognized your voice, and got suspicious. I could have walked into the house, but it was nicer to be carried." Betty looked up at Detective Milholland. "So you, squealed, huh?" "I did, Betty," Milholland admitted, accepting the glass Danford offered. "I had to play square with your husband. You know, 2 wrongs never make 1 right. So Chester and I framed it up to have one of my own men slip into the house and get the phony necklace. Knowing, of course, that you would phone me, I waited for the call, then hurried to meet you. There on the bridge, we went through the little play suggested by Chester and threw the paste necklace into the river." "Aha!" Betty's blue eyes were thoughtful. Then, Chester, that story you gave me about Uncle Abe spilling the beans was all a fake? All except that I did redeem your necklace, hon. It was the real one that I showed you tonight at the table. Gosh, you looked so sick, I felt sorry for you. If you hadn't got out so quick, I'd have given in and told you the truth. Well, it's over now. Here. Danford took out the diamond necklace, but Betty waved it away. You keep it a while, she said, rising. I'm not going to wear it until I feel that I deserve it. As for you, Harry Milholland, I'm just going to murder you the first day I have time. Moreover, you remember that this afternoon I was so grateful to you that I blew you a kiss? Well, I want it back. Before the astonished detective could move to prevent her, Betty kissed him smack on the lips. Then she slipped into her husband's arms. The end. End of Blue Eyes and Diamonds by Lemuel Debras. Read by Roger Melin.
The Cabuliwallah by Rabindranath Tagore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cabuliwallah. My 5-year-old daughter Minnie cannot live without chattering. I really believe that in all her life she has not wasted a minute in silence. Her mother is often vexed at this and would stop her prattle, but I would not. To see Minnie quiet is unnatural, and I cannot bear it long. And so my own talk with her is always lively. One morning, for instance, when I was in the midst of the 17th chapter of my new novel, my little Minnie stole into the room and, putting her hand into mine, said, "Father, Ram Dayal, the doorkeeper, calls a crow a crow. He doesn't know anything, does he?" Before I could explain to her the differences of language in this world, she was embarked on the full tide of another subject. "What do you think, Father? Bhola says there is an elephant in the clouds, blowing water out of his trunk, and that is why it rains." And then, darting off anew, while I sat still making ready some reply to this last, saying, "Father, what relation is mother to you?" With a grave face I contrived to say, "Go and play with Bhola, Minnie. I am busy." The window of my room overlooks the road. The child had seated herself at my feet near my table and was playing softly, drumming on her knees. I was hard at work on my 17th chapter, where Pratap Singh, the hero, had just caught Kanchanalata, the heroine, in his arms and was about to escape with her by the 3rd-story window of the castle, when all of a sudden Minnie left her play and ran to the window, crying, "A Cabuliwallah, a Cabuliwallah." Sure enough, in the street below was a Cabuliwallah, passing slowly along. He wore the loose, soiled clothing of his people, with a tall turban. There was a bag on his back, and he carried boxes of grapes in his hand. I cannot tell what were my daughter's feelings at the sight of this man, but she began to call him loudly. "Ah," I thought, "he will come in, and my 17th chapter will never be finished." At which exact moment the Cabuliwallah turned and looked up at the child. When she saw this, overcome by terror, she fled to her mother's protection and disappeared. She had a blind belief that inside the bag which the big man carried, there were perhaps 2 or 3 other children like herself. The peddler meanwhile entered my doorway and greeted me with a smiling face. So precarious was the position of my hero and my heroine that my first impulse was to stop and buy something, since the man had been called. I made some small purchases, and a conversation began about Abdur Rahman, the Russians, the English, and the frontier policy. As he was about to leave, he asked, "And where is the little girl, sir?" And I, thinking that Minnie must get rid of her false fear, had her brought out. She stood by my chair and looked at the Cabuliwallah and his bag. He offered her nuts and raisins, but she would not be tempted, and only clung the closer to me, with all her doubts increased. This was their first meeting. One morning, however, not many days later, as I was leaving the house, I was startled to find Minnie seated on a bench near the door, laughing and talking with the great Cabuliwallah at her feet. In all her life, it appeared, my small daughter had never found so patient a listener, save her father. And already the corner of her little sari was stuffed with almonds and raisins, the gift of her visitor. "Why did you give her those?" I said, and taking out an 8-anna bit, I handed it to him. The man accepted the money without demur and slipped it into his pocket. Alas, on my return an hour later, I found the unfortunate coin had made twice its own worth of trouble. For the Cabuliwallah had given it to Minnie, and her mother, catching sight of the bright round object, had pounced on the child with, "Where did you get that 8-anna bit?" "The Cabuliwallah gave it to me," said Minnie cheerfully. "The Cabuliwallah gave it to you," cried her mother, much shocked. "Oh, Minnie, how could you take it from him?" I, entering at the moment, saved her from impending disaster and proceeded to make my own inquiries. It was not the first or second time I found that the two had met. The Cabuliwallah had overcome the child's first terror by a judicious bribery of nuts and almonds, and the two were now great friends. They had many quaint jokes, which afforded them much amusement. Seated in front of him, looking down on his gigantic frame in all her tiny dignity, Minnie would ripple her face with laughter and begin, "Oh, Cabuliwallah, Cabuliwallah, what have you got in your bag?" And he would reply in the nasal accents of the mountaineer, "An elephant." Not much cause for merriment, perhaps, but how they both enjoyed the fun. And for me, this child's talk with a grown-up man had always in it something strangely fascinating. Then the Cabuliwallah, not to be behindhand, would take his turn. "Well, little one, and when are you going to the father-in-law's house?" Now, most small Bengali maidens have heard long ago about the father-in-law's house, but we, being a little newfangled, had kept these things from our child, and Minnie at this question must have been a trifle bewildered. But she would not show it, and with ready tact replied, "Are you going there?" Amongst men of the Cabuliwallah's class, however, it is well known that the words father-in-law's house have a double meaning. It is a euphemism for jail, the place where we are well cared for at no expense to ourselves. In this sense would the sturdy peddler take my daughter's question. "Ah," he would say, shaking his fist at an invisible policeman, "I will thrash my father-in-law." Hearing this, and picturing the poor discomfited relative, Minnie would go off into peals of laughter, in which her formidable friend would join. These were autumn mornings, the very time of year when kings of old went forth to conquest, and I, never stirring from my little corner in Calcutta, would let my mind wander over the whole world. At the very name of another country, my heart would go out to it, and at the sight of a foreigner in the streets, I would fall to weaving a network of dreams, the mountains, the glens, and the forests of his distant home, with his cottage in its setting, and the free and independent life of faraway wilds. Perhaps the scenes of travel conjure themselves up before me and pass and repass in my imagination all the more vividly because I lead such a vegetable existence that a call to travel would fall upon me like a thunderbolt. In the presence of this Cabuliwallah, I was immediately transported to the foot of arid mountain peaks, with narrow little defiles twisting in and out amongst their towering heights. I could see the string of camels bearing the merchandise, and the company of turbaned merchants carrying some of their queer old firearms, and some their spears journeying downward toward the plains. I could see, but at some such point Minnie's mother would intervene, imploring me to beware of that man. Minnie's mother is unfortunately a very timid lady. Whenever she hears a noise in the street or sees people coming towards the house, she always jumps to the conclusion that they are either thieves or drunkards or snakes or tigers or malaria or cockroaches or caterpillars. Even after all these years of experience, she is not able to overcome her terror. So she was full of doubts about the Cabuliwallah and used to beg me to keep a watchful eye on him. I tried to laugh her fear gently away, but then she would turn round on me seriously and ask me solemn questions. Were children never kidnapped? Was it then not true that there was slavery in Kabul? Was it so very absurd that this big man should be able to carry off a tiny child? I urged that, though not impossible, it was highly improbable. But this was not enough, and her dread persisted. As it was indefinite, however, it did not seem right to forbid the man the house, and the intimacy went on unchecked. Once a year in the middle of January, Ramun, the Cabuliwallah, was in the habit of returning to his country, and as the time approached, he would be very busy, going from house to house collecting his debts. This year, however, he could always find time to come and see Minnie. It would have seemed to an outsider that there was some conspiracy between the two, for when he could not come in the morning, he would appear in the evening. Even to me, it was a little startling now and then, in the corner of a dark room, suddenly to surprise this tall, loose-garmented, much bebagged man. But when Minnie would run in smiling with her "Oh, Cabuliwallah, Cabuliwallah," and the two friends, so far apart in age, would subside into their old laughter and their old jokes, I felt reassured. One morning, a few days before he made up his mind to go, I was correcting my proof sheets in my study. It was chilly weather. Through the window, the rays of the sun touched my feet, and the slight warmth was very welcome. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the early pedestrians were returning home with their heads covered. All at once I heard an uproar in the street, and looking out, saw Rahmoon being led away, bound between two policemen, and behind them a crowd of curious boys. There were bloodstains on the clothes of the Cabuliwallah, and one of the policemen carried a knife. Hurrying out, I stopped them and inquired what it all meant. Partly from one, partly from another, I gathered that a certain neighbor had owed the peddler something for a Rampuri shawl, but had falsely denied having bought it, and that in the course of the quarrel, Rahmoon had struck him. Now, in the heat of his excitement, the prisoner began calling his enemy all sorts of names, when suddenly in a veranda of my house appeared my little Minnie. With her usual exclamation, "Oh, Cabuliwallah, Cabuliwallah!" Ramun's face lighted up as he turned to her. He had no bag under his arm today, so she could not discuss the elephant with him. She at once, therefore, proceeded to the next question. "Are you going to the father-in-law's house?" Ramun laughed and said, "Just where I am going, little one." Then, seeing that the reply did not amuse the child, he held up his fettered hands. "Ah," he said, "I would have thrashed that old father-in-law, but my hands are bound." On a charge of murderous assault, Ramun was sentenced to some years' imprisonment. Time passed away and he was not remembered. The accustomed work in the accustomed place was ours, and the thought of the once free mountaineer spending his years in prison seldom or never occurred to us. Even my light-hearted Minnie, I am ashamed to say, forgot her old friend. New companions filled her life, and as she grew older, she spent more of her time with girls. So much time indeed did she spend with them that she came no more, as she used to do, to her father's room. I was scarcely on speaking terms with her. Years had passed away. It was once more autumn, and we had made arrangements for our Minnie's marriage. It was to take place during the puja holidays. With Durga returning to Kailas, the light of our home also was to depart to her husband's house and leave her father's in the shadow. The morning was bright. After the rains, there was a sense of ablution in the air, and the sun rays looked like pure gold. So bright were they that they gave a beautiful radiance even to the sordid brick walls of our Calcutta lanes. Since early dawn that day, the wedding pipes had been sounding, and at each beat my own heart throbbed. The wail of the tune, Bhairavi, seemed to intensify my pain at the approaching separation. My Minnie was to be married that night. From early morning, noise and bustle had pervaded the house. In the courtyard, the canopy had to be slung on its bamboo poles. The chandeliers with their tinkling sound must be hung in each room and veranda. There was no end of hurry and excitement. I was sitting in my study looking through the accounts when someone entered, saluting respectfully, and stood before me. It was Ramun, the Cabuliwallah. At first I did not recognize him. He had no bag, nor the long hair, nor the same vigor that he used to have. But he smiled, and I knew him again. "When did you come, Ramun?" I asked him. "Last evening," he said. "I was released from jail." The words struck harsh upon my ears. I had never before talked with one who had wounded his fellow, and my heart shrank within itself when I realized this, for I felt that the day would have been better omened had he not turned up. "There are ceremonies going on," I said, "and I am busy. Could you perhaps come another day?" At once he turned to go, but as he reached the door, he hesitated and said, "May I not see the little one, sir, for a moment?" It was his belief that Minnie was still the same. He had pictured her running to him as she used, calling, "Oh, Cabuliwallah, Cabuliwallah." He had imagined too that they would laugh and talk together, just as of old. In fact, in memory of former days, he had brought, carefully wrapped up in paper, a few almonds and raisins and grapes, obtained somehow from a countryman, for his own little fund was dispersed. I said again, "There is a ceremony in the house, and you will not be able to see anyone today." The man's face fell. He looked wistfully at me for a moment, then said, "Good morning," and went out. I felt a little sorry and would have called him back, but I found he was returning of his own accord. He came close up to me, holding out his offerings with the words, "I brought these few things, sir, for the little one. Will you give them to her?" I took them and was going to pay him, but he caught my hand and said, "You are very kind, sir. Keep me in your recollection. Do not offer me money. You have a little girl. I too have one like her in my own home. I think of her and bring fruits to your child, not to make a profit for myself." Saying this, he put his hand inside his big loose robe and brought out a small and dirty piece of paper. With great care he unfolded this and smoothed it out with both hands on my table. It bore the impression of a little hand. Not a photograph, not a drawing. The impression of an ink-smeared hand laid flat on the paper. This touch of his own little daughter had been always on his heart, as he had come year after year to Calcutta to sell his wares in the streets. Tears came to my eyes. I forgot that he was a poor Kabuli fruit seller, while I was. But no, what was I more than he? He also was a father. That impression of his little Perbati in her distant mountain home reminded me of my own little Minnie. I sent for Minnie immediately from the inner apartment. Many difficulties were raised, but I would not listen. Clad in the red silk of her wedding day, with the sandal paste on her forehead, and adorned as a young bride, Minnie came and stood bashfully before me. The Cabuliwallah looked a little staggered at the apparition. He could not revive their old friendship. At last he smiled and said, "Little one, are you going to your father-in-law's house?" But Minnie now understood the meaning of the word father-in-law, and she could not reply to him as of old. She flushed up at the question and stood before him with her bride-like face turned down. I remembered the day when the Cabuliwallah and my Minnie had first met, and I felt sad. When she had gone, Rahmoon heaved a deep sigh and sat down on the floor. The idea had suddenly come to him that his daughter too must have grown in this long time, and that he would have to make friends with her anew. Assuredly, he would not find her as he used to know her. And besides, what might not have happened to her in these 8 years? The marriage pipe sounded, and the mild autumn sun streamed around us. But Rahmoon sat in the little Calcutta lane and saw before him the barren mountains of Afghanistan. I took out a banknote and gave it to him, saying, "Go back to your own daughter, Rahmoon, in your own country, and may the happiness of your meeting bring good fortune to my child." Having made this present, I had to curtail some of the festivities. I could not have the electric lights I had intended, nor the military band, and the ladies of the house were despondent at it. But to me, the wedding feast was all the brighter for the thought that in a distant land, a long-lost father met again with his only child. End of the Cabuliwallah.
Cordelia the Crude by Wallace Thurman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. Cordelia the Crude. Physically, if not mentally, Cordelia was a potential prostitute. meaning that although she had not yet realized the moral import of her wanton promiscuity, nor become mercenary, she had, nevertheless, become quite blasé and bountiful in the matter of bestowing sexual favors upon persuasive and likely young men. Yet, despite her seeming lack of discrimination, Cordelia was quite particular about the type of male to whom she submitted. For numbers do not necessarily denote a lack of taste, and Cordelia had discovered, after several months of active observation, that one could find the qualities one admires or reacts positively to in a varied hodgepodge of outwardly different individuals. The scene of Cordelia's activities was the Roosevelt Motion Picture Theater on 7th Avenue, near 145th Street. Thrice weekly the program changed, and thrice weekly Cordelia would plunk down the necessary 25-cent evening admission fee and saunter gaily into the foul-smelling depths of her favorite cinema shrine. The Roosevelt Theater presented all of the latest pictures. Also, twice weekly, treated its audiences to a vaudeville bill. Then, too, one could always have the most delightful physical contacts. Cordelia had not consciously chosen this locale, nor had there been any conscious effort upon her part to take advantage of the extra opportunities afforded for physical pleasure. It had just happened that the Roosevelt Theater was more close to her home than any other neighborhood picture palace, and it had also just happened that Cordelia had become almost immediately initiated into the ways of a Harlem theater chippy, soon after her discovery of the theater itself. It is the custom of certain men and boys who frequent these places to idle up and down the aisle until some female is seen sitting alone, to slouch down into a seat beside her, to touch her foot, or else press her leg in such a way that it can be construed as accidental if necessary. And then, if the female is wise, or else shows signs of willingness to become wise, to make more obvious approaches, until, if successful, the approached female will soon be chatting with her baiter about the picture being shown, lolling in his arms, and helping to formulate plans for an after-theater rendezvous. Cordelia had, you see, shown a willingness to become wise upon her second visit to the Roosevelt. In a short while, she had even learned how to squelch the bloated, lewd-faced Jews and eager, middle-aged Negroes who might approach, as well as how to inveigle the likable little yellow or brown half-men, Embryo Avenue sweetbacks, with their well-modeled heads, stickily plastered hair, flaming cravats, silken or broadcloth shirts, dirty underwear, low-cut vests, form-fitting coats, bell-bottom trousers, and shiny shoes with metal-cornered heels clicking with a brave, brazen rhythm upon the bare concrete floor as their owners angled and searched for prey. Cordelia, 16 years old, matronly mature, was an undisciplined, half-literate product of rustic South Carolina, and had come to Harlem very much against her will with her parents and her 6 brothers and sisters. Against her will because she had not been at all anxious to leave the lackadaisical life of the little corn-pone settlement where she had been born, to go trooping into the unknown vastness of New York. For she had been in love, passionately in love, with one John Stokes, who raised pigs, and who, like his father before him, found the raising of pigs so profitable that he could not even consider leaving Lintonville. Cordelia had blankly informed her parents that she would not go with them when they decided to be lured to New York by an older son who had remained there after the demobilization of the wartime troops. She had even threatened to run away with John until they should be gone. But of course, John could not leave his pigs, and John's mother was not very keen on having Cordelia for a daughter-in-law. Those Joneses have bad mixed blood in 'em. So Cordelia had had to join the Gotham-bound caravan and leave her lover to his succulent porkers. However, the mere moving to Harlem had not doused the rebellious flame. Upon arriving, Cordelia had not only refused to go to school and refused to hold even the most easily held job, but had also victoriously defied her harassed parents so frequently when it came to matters of discipline that she soon found herself with a mesmerizing lack of home restraint, for the stress of trying to maintain themselves and their family in the new environment was far too much of a task for Mr. and Mrs. Jones to attend to facilely, and at the same time try to control a recalcitrant child. So, when Cordelia had refused either to work or to attend school, Mrs. Jones herself had gone out for days' work, leaving Cordelia at home to take care of their 5-room railroad flat, the front room of which was rented out to a couple living together, and to see that the younger children, all of whom were of school age, made their 4 trips daily between home and the nearby public school, as well as see that they had their greasy, if slim, food rations, and an occasional change of clothing. Thus, Cordelia's days were full, and so were her nights. The only difference being that the days belonged to the folks at home, while the nights, since the folks were too tired or too sleepy to know or care when she came in or went out, belonged to her, and to, well, whosoever will, let them come. Cordelia had been playing this hectic, entrancing game for 6 months, and was widely known among a certain group of young men and girls on the avenue as a first-class chippy, when she and I happened to enter the theater simultaneously. She had clumped down the aisle before me, her open galoshes swishing noisily, her 2 arms busy wriggling themselves free from the torn sleeve lining of a shoddy imitation fur coat that one of her mother's wash clients had sent to her. She was of medium height and build, with overly developed legs and bust, and had a clear, keen, light brown complexion. Her too slick, too naturally bobbed hair, mussed by the removing of a tight black turban, was of an undecided nature, i.e., it was undecided whether to be kinky or to be kind. And her body, as she sauntered along in the partial light, had such a conscious sway of invitation that unthinkingly I followed, slid into the same row of seats, and sat down beside her. Naturally, she had noticed my pursuit, and thinking that I was eager to play the game, let me know immediately that she was wise, and not the least bit averse to spooning with me during the evening's performance. Interested, and I might as well confess, intrigued physically, I too became wise, and played up to her with all the fervor, or so I thought, of an old-timer. But Cordelia soon remarked that I was different from most of these sheiks, and when pressed for an explanation, brazenly told me in a slightly scandalized and patronizing tone that I had not even felt her legs. At 1 o'clock in the morning, we strolled through the snowy bleakness of 144th Street between Lenox and Fifth Avenues to the walk-up tenement flat in which she lived, and after stamping the snow from our feet, pushed through the double outside doors and followed the dismal hallway to the rear of the building, where we began the tedious climbing of the crooked, creaking, inconveniently narrow stairway. Cordelia had informed me earlier in the evening that she lived on the top floor, 4 flights up East Side rear, and on our way we rested at each floor and at each halfway landing, rested long enough to mingle the snowy dampness of our respective coats, and to hug clumsily while our lips met in an animal kiss. Finally, Only another half-light remained, and instead of proceeding as was usual after our amorous demonstration, I abruptly drew away from her, opened my overcoat, plunged my hand into my pants pocket, and drew out 2 crumpled $1 bills, which I handed to her, and then, while she stared at me foolishly, I muttered good night, confusedly pecked her on her cold brown cheek, and darted down into the creaking darkness. 6 months later, I was taking 2 friends of mine, lately from the provinces, to a Saturday night house rent party in a well-known whorehouse on 134th Street near Lenox Avenue. The place, as we entered, seemed to be a chaotic riot of raucous noise and clashing color, all rhythmically merging in the red, smoke-filled room. And there I saw Cordelia savagely careening in a drunken abortion of the Charleston, and surrounded by a perspiring circle of hand-clapping enthusiasts. Finally fatigued, she whirled into an abrupt finish, and stopped so that she stared directly into my face. But being dizzy from the calisthenic turns and the cauterizing liquor, she doubted that her eyes recognized someone out of the past, and, visibly trying to sober herself, languidly began to dance a slow drag with a lean-hipped, pimply-faced yellow man who had walked between her and me. At last he released her, and seeing that she was about to leave the room, I rushed forward, calling, "Cordelia," as if I was not yet sure who it was. Stopping in the doorway, she turned to see who had called, and finally recognizing me, said simply, without the least trace of emotion, "Hello, kid," and without another word, turned her back and walked into the hall to where she joined 4 girls standing there. Still eager to speak, I followed and heard one of the girls ask, "Who's the Dicty kid?" And Cordelia answered, "The guy who gave me my first $2." End of Cordelia the Crude.
The Dog Temple by Alice Draycott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dog Temple. About 11 miles from Raipur, near the village of Jagisar, is a temple built to the memory of a faithful dog of the Bunjara species, and this is the story of how it came to be built. Many years ago, a Bunjara Naik, or headman of the clan of Bunjaras, or wandering traders, owed money to a Mawari, or moneylender, at Raipur. When pressed for payment, the Bunjara, who was then standing near the Mawari's shop, said, "Here is my gold necklace, and here is my faithful dog. Keep both till I return to my camping ground near Jagisar and fetch you the money." The necklace and the dog were then left as security, and the man went his way. That night, the Mawari shop was broken into by thieves, and many valuables stolen, among them the gold necklace. But before the thieves could get clear away with their stolen property, the dog got up and barked and leaped about and made so much noise that the Mawari and his men got up, caught the thieves, and recovered the property, which was of considerable worth. The Mawari was very pleased, and out of gratitude for what the dog had done, determined to cancel and forgive the debt of his master, the Bunjara. So he wrote a paper to cancel it, tied it to the dog's neck, and let it go, saying, "Carry the tidings to your owner." Early next morning, the dog trotted off, and was nearing the camping ground, which was his home, when the Bunjara saw him, and very displeased, he took a stick and struck the poor dog across the head, saying, "You brute, you could not remain even 24 hours with the Mawari, though my honor was at stake." The blow killed the dog on the spot, and as he fell, the Bunjara noticed the slip of paper round his neck, and on reading it, found what joyful news his dog had brought him. Not only was the debt forgiven, but the reason for it was also stated on the paper. The grief of the Bunjara was great, for in spite of his hasty temper, he loved his dog, as all Bunjaras do. He repented his hasty act, and wept most bitterly over his favorite, vowing that he would try and expiate the deed by building a temple to the faithful dog's memory with the money he had recovered. The small temple now standing on the spot where this took place testifies to the fulfillment of that vow, and a small dog carved in stone indicates why the dog temple was built. To this day it is deeply revered by all the villagers around, and the story of that faithful dog is often repeated to show how intelligent and true a dog can be. End of the Dog Temple by Alice Draycott. Read by Public Domain Scholar.
Eve's Diary by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eve's Diary. Saturday. I am almost a whole day old now. I arrived yesterday. That is, as it seems to me, and it must be so, for if there was a day before yesterday, I was not there when it happened, or I should remember it. It could be, of course, that it did happen, and that I was not noticing. Very well. I will be very watchful now, and if any day before yesterdays happen, I will make a note of it. It will be best to start right and not let the record get confused, for some instinct tells me that these details are going to be important to the historian some day. For I feel like an experiment. I feel exactly like an experiment. It would be impossible for a person to feel more like an experiment than I do, and so I am coming to feel convinced that that is what I am, an experiment. Just an experiment and nothing more. Then if I am an experiment, am I the whole of it? No, I think not. I think the rest of it is part of it. I am the main part of it, but I think the rest of it has its share in the matter. Is my position assured, or do I have to watch it and take care of it? The latter, perhaps. Some instinct tells me that eternal vigilance is the price of supremacy. That is a good phrase, I think, for one so young. Everything looks better today than it did yesterday. In the rush of finishing up yesterday, the mountains were left in a ragged condition, and some of the plains were so cluttered with rubbish and remnants that the aspects were quite distressing. Noble and beautiful works of art should not be subjected to haste, and this majestic new world is indeed a most noble and beautiful work, and certainly marvelously near to being perfect, notwithstanding the shortness of the time. There are too many stars in some places and not enough in others, but that can be remedied presently, no doubt. The moon got loose last night and slid down and fell out of the scheme. A very great loss. It breaks my heart to think of it. There isn't another thing among the ornaments and decorations that is comparable to it for beauty and finish. It should have been fastened better. If we could only get it back again. But of course there is no telling where it went to. And besides, whoever gets it will hide it. I know it because I would do it myself. I believe I can be honest in all other matters, but I already begin to realize that the core and center of my nature is love of the beautiful, a passion for the beautiful, and that it would not be safe to trust me with a moon that belonged to another person and that person didn't know I had it. I could give up a moon that I found in the daytime because I should be afraid someone was looking. But if I found it in the dark, I am sure I should find some kind of an excuse for not saying anything about it. For I do love moons. They are so pretty and so romantic. I wish we had 5 or 6. I would never go to bed. I should never get tired of lying on the moss bank and looking up at them. Stars are good too. I wish I could get some to put in my hair, but I suppose I never can. You would be surprised to find how far off they are, for they do not look it. When they first showed last night, I tried to knock some down with a pole, but it didn't reach, which astonished me. Then I tried clods till I was all tired out, but I never got one. It was because I am left-handed and cannot throw good. Even when I aimed at the one I wasn't after, I couldn't hit the other one, though I did make some close shots, for I saw the black blot of the clod sail right into the midst of the golden clusters 40 or 50 times, just barely missing them, and if I could have held out a little longer, maybe I could have gotten one. So I cried a little, which was natural, I suppose, for one of my age, and after I was rested, I got a basket and started for a place on the extreme rim of the circle, where the stars were close to the ground and I could get them with my hands, which would be better, anyway, because I could gather them tenderly then and not break them. But it was farther than I thought, and at last I had to give it up. I was so tired I couldn't drag my feet another step, and besides, they were sore and hurt me very much. I couldn't get back home. It was too far and turning cold. But I found some tigers and nestled in among them and was most adorably comfortable, and their breath was sweet and pleasant, because they live on strawberries. I had never seen a tiger before, but I knew them in a minute by the stripes. If I could have one of those skins, it would make a lovely gown. Today I am getting better ideas about distances. I was so eager to get hold of every pretty thing that I giddily grabbed for it, sometimes when it was too far off, and sometimes when it was but 6 inches away, but seemed a foot. Alas, with thorns between. I learned a lesson. Also, I made an axiom, all out of my own head, my very first one. The scratched experiment shuns the thorn. I think it is a very good one, for one so young. I followed the other experiment around yesterday afternoon at a distance to see what it might be for, if I could. But I was not able to make it out. I think it is a man. I had never seen a man, but it looked like one, and I feel sure that that is what it is. I realize that I feel more curiosity about it than about any of the other reptiles. If it is a reptile, and I suppose it is, for it has frowsy hair and blue eyes and looks like a reptile. It has no hips. It tapers like a carrot. When it stands, it spreads itself apart like a derrick. So I think it is a reptile, though it may be architecture. I was afraid of it at first and started to run every time it turned around, for I thought it was going to chase me. But by and by I found it was only trying to get away. So after that I was not timid anymore, but tracked it along several hours about 20 yards behind, which made it nervous and unhappy. At last it was a good deal worried and climbed a tree. I waited a good while, then gave it up and went home. Today, the same thing over. I've got it up the tree again. Sunday. It is up there yet. Resting, apparently. But that is a subterfuge. Sunday isn't the day of rest. Saturday is appointed for that. It looks to me like a creature that is more interested in resting than in anything else. It would tire me to rest so much. It tires me just to sit around and watch the tree. I do wonder what it is for. I never see it do anything. They returned the moon last night, and I was so happy. I think it is very honest of them. It slid down and fell off again, but I was not distressed. There is no need to worry when one has that kind of neighbors. They will fetch it back. I wish I could do something to show my appreciation. I would like to send them some stars, for we have more than we can use. I mean I, not we, for I can see that the reptile cares nothing for such things. It has low tastes and is not kind. When I went there yesterday evening in the gloaming, it had crept down and was trying to catch the little speckled fishes that play in the pool, and I had to clod it to make it go up the tree again and let them alone. I wonder if that is what it is for. Hasn't it any heart? Hasn't it any compassion for those little creatures? Can it be that it was designed and manufactured for such ungentle work? It has the look of it. One of the clods took it back of the ear, and it used language. It gave me a thrill, for it was the first time I had ever heard speech, except my own. I did not understand the words, but they seemed expressive. When I found it could talk, I felt a new interest in it, for I love to talk. I talk all day and in my sleep too, and I am very interesting, but if I had another to talk to, I could be twice as interesting and would never stop if desired. If this reptile is a man, it isn't an it, is it? That wouldn't be grammatical, would it? I think it would be he. I think so. In that case, one would parse it thus: nominative, he; dative, him; possessive, his'n. Well, I will consider it a man, and call it he until it turns out to be something else. This will be handier than having so many uncertainties. Next week, Sunday. All the week I tagged around after him and tried to get acquainted. I had to do the talking because he was shy, but I didn't mind it. He seemed pleased to have me around, and I used the sociable we a good deal because it seemed to flatter him to be included. Wednesday. We are getting along very well indeed now, and getting better and better acquainted. He does not try to avoid me any more, which is a good sign, and shows that he likes to have me with him. That pleases me, and I study to be useful to him in every way I can, so as to increase his regard. During the last day or two, I have taken all the work of naming things off his hands, and this has been a great relief to him, for he has no gift in that line, and it is evidently very grateful. He can't think of a rational name to save him, but I do not let him see that I am aware of his defect. Whenever a new creature comes along, I name it before he has time to expose himself by an awkward silence. In this way I have saved him many embarrassments. I have no defect like this. The minute I set eyes on an animal, I know what it is. I don't have to reflect a moment. The right name comes out instantly, just as if it were an inspiration, as no doubt it is, for I am sure it wasn't in me half a minute before. I seem to know just by the shape of the creature and the way it acts what animal it is. When the dodo came along, he thought it was a wildcat. I saw it in his eye. But I saved him, and I was careful not to do it in a way that could hurt his pride. I just spoke up in a quite natural way of pleasing surprise, and not as if I was dreaming of conveying information, and said, "Well, I do declare, if there isn't the dodo." I explained, without seeming to be explaining, how I know it for a dodo, and although I thought maybe he was a little piqued that I knew the creature when he didn't, it was quite evident that he admired me. That was very agreeable, and I thought of it more than once with gratification before I slept. How little a thing can make us happy when we feel that we have earned it. Thursday, my first sorrow. Yesterday he avoided me and seemed to wish I would not talk to him. I could not believe it, and thought there was some mistake, for I loved to be with him, and loved to hear him talk, and so how could it be that he could feel unkind toward me when I had not done anything? But at last it seemed true, so I went away and sat lonely in the place where I first saw him the morning that we were made, and I did not know what he was, and was indifferent about him. But now it was a mournful place, and every little thing spoke of him, and my heart was very sore. I did not know why very clearly, for it was a new feeling. I had not experienced it before, and it was all a mystery, and I could not make it out. But when night came, I could not bear the lonesomeness, and went to the new shelter which he has built, to ask him what I had done that was wrong, and how I could mend it and get back his kindness again. But he put me out in the rain, and it was my first sorrow. Sunday. It is pleasant again now, and I am happy, but those were heavy days. I do not think of them when I can help it. I tried to get him some of those apples, but I cannot learn to throw straight. I failed, but I think the good intention pleased him. They are forbidden, and he says I shall come to harm. But so I come to harm through pleasing him, why shall I care for that harm? Monday. This morning I told him my name, hoping it would interest him. But he did not care for it. It is strange. If he should tell me his name, I would care. I think it would be pleasanter in my ears than any other sound. He talks very little. Perhaps it is because he is not bright and is sensitive about it and wishes to conceal it. It is such a pity that he should feel so, for brightness is nothing. It is in the heart that the values lie. I wish I could make him understand that a loving good heart is riches and riches enough, and that without it intellect is poverty. Although he talks so little, he has quite a considerable vocabulary. This morning he used a surprisingly good word. He evidently recognized himself that it was a good one, for he worked it in twice afterward, casually. It was good casual art, still it showed that he possesses a certain quality of perception. Without a doubt that seed can be made to grow if cultivated. Where did he get that word? I do not think I have ever used it. No, he took no interest in my name. I tried to hide my disappointment, but I suppose I did not succeed. I went away and sat on the moss bank with my feet in the water. It is where I go when I hunger for companionship, someone to look at, someone to talk to. It is not enough, that lovely white body painted there in the pool, but it is something, and something is better than utter loneliness. It talks when I talk. It is sad when I am sad. It comforts me with its sympathy. It says, "Do not be downhearted, you poor friendless girl. I will be your friend." It is a good friend to me, and my only one. It is my sister. That first time that she forsook me, I shall never forget that. Never, never. My heart was lead in my body. I said, "She was all I had, and now she is gone." In my despair, I said, "Break, my heart, I cannot bear my life any more," and hid my face in my hands, and there was no solace for me. And when I took them away, after a little, there she was again, white and shining and beautiful, and I sprang into her arms. That was perfect happiness. I had known happiness before, but it was not like this, which was ecstasy. I never doubted her afterward. Sometimes she stayed away, maybe an hour, maybe almost the whole day, but I waited and did not doubt. I said, "She is busy, or she is gone on a journey, but she will come." And it was so. She always did. At night she would not come if it was dark, for she was a timid little thing. But if there was a moon she would come. I am not afraid of the dark, but she is younger than I am. She was born after I was. Many and many are the visits I have paid her. She is my comfort and my refuge when my life is hard. And it is mainly that. Tuesday. All the morning I was at work improving the estate, and I purposely kept away from him in the hope that he would get lonely and come. But he did not. At noon I stopped for the day and took my recreation by flitting all about with the bees and the butterflies and reveling in the flowers, those beautiful creatures that catch the smile of God out of the sky and preserve it. I gathered them and made them into wreaths and garlands and clothed myself in them while I ate my luncheon. Apples, of course. Then I sat in the shade and wished and waited, but he did not come. But no matter. Nothing would have come of it, for he does not care for flowers. He called them rubbish, and cannot tell one from another, and thinks it is superior to feel like that. He does not care for me. He does not care for flowers. He does not care for the painted sky at eventide. Is there anything he does care for, except building shacks to coop himself up in from the good, clean rain, and thumping the melons, and sampling the grapes, and fingering the fruit on the trees to see how those properties are coming along? I laid a dry stick on the ground and tried to bore a hole in it with another one, in order to carry out a scheme that I had, and soon I got an awful fright. A thin, transparent, bluish film rose out of the hole, and I dropped everything and ran. I thought it was a spirit, and I was so frightened. But I looked back, and it was not coming. So I leaned against a rock and rested and panted, and let my limbs go on trembling until they got steady again. Then I crept warily back, alert, watching, and ready to fly if there was occasion. And when I was come near, I parted the branches of a rose bush and peeped through, wishing the man was about. I was looking so cunning and pretty, but the sprite was gone. I went there, and there was a pinch of delicate pink dust in the hole. I put my finger in to feel it, and said, "Ouch!" and took it out again. It was a cruel pain. I put my finger in my mouth, and by standing first on one foot and then the other, and grunting, I presently eased my misery. Then I was full of interest and began to examine. I was curious to know what the pink dust was. Suddenly the name of it occurred to me, though I had never heard of it before. It was fire. I was as certain of it as a person could be of anything in the world. So without hesitation, I named it that. Fire. I had created something that didn't exist before. I had added a new thing to the world's uncountable properties. I realized this and was proud of my achievement, and was going to run and find him and tell him about it, thinking to raise myself in his esteem. But I reflected and did not do it. No, he would not care for it. He would ask what it was good for, and what could I answer? For it was not good for something, but only beautiful, merely beautiful. So I sighed and did not go, for it wasn't good for anything. It could not build a shack, it could not improve melons, it could not hurry a fruit crop. It was useless. It was a foolishness and a vanity. He would despise it and say cutting words. But to me it was not despicable. I said, "Oh, you fire, I love you, you dainty pink creature, for you are beautiful, and that is enough," and was going to gather it to my breast, but refrained. Then I made another maxim out of my head, though it was so nearly like the first one that I was afraid it was only a plagiarism. The burnt experiment shuns the fire. I wrought again, and when I had made a good deal of fire dust, I emptied it into a handful of dry brown grass, intending to carry it home and keep it always and play with it. But the wind struck it, and it sprayed up and spat out at me fiercely, and I dropped it and ran. When I looked back, the blue spirit was towering up and stretching and rolling away like a cloud, and instantly I thought of the name of it, smoke, though, upon my word, I had never heard of smoke before. Soon brilliant yellow and red flares shot up through the smoke, and I named them in an instant. Flames, and I was right, too, though these were the very first flames that had ever been in the world. They climbed the trees, then flashed splendidly in and out of the vast and increasing volume of tumbling smoke, and I had to clap my hands and laugh and dance in my rapture. It was so new and strange and so wonderful and so beautiful. He came running and stopped and gazed and said not a word for many minutes. Then he asked what it was. Ah, it was too bad that he should ask such a direct question. I had to answer it, of course, and I did. I said it was fire. If it annoyed him that I should know and he must ask, that was not my fault. I had no desire to annoy him. After a pause, he asked, "How did it come?" Another direct question, and it also had to have a direct answer. I made it. The fire was traveling farther and farther off. He went to the edge of the burned place and stood looking down and said, "What are these?" "Fire coals." He picked up one to examine it, but changed his mind and put it down again. Then he went away. Nothing interests him. But I was interested. There were ashes, gray and soft and delicate and pretty. I knew what they were at once. And the embers. I knew the embers, too. I found my apples and raked them out and was glad, for I am very young and my appetite is active. But I was disappointed. They were all burst open and spoiled. Spoiled, apparently, but it was not so. They were better than raw ones. Fire is beautiful. Some day it will be useful, I think. Friday. I saw him again for a moment last Monday at nightfall, but only for a moment. I was hoping he would praise me for trying to improve the estate, for I had meant well and had worked hard. But he was not pleased and turned away and left me. He was also displeased on another account. I tried once more to persuade him to stop going over the falls. That was because the fire had revealed to me a new passion, quite new and distinctly different from love, grief, and those others which I had already discovered. Fear. And it is horrible. I wish I had never discovered it. It gives me dark moments. It spoils my happiness. It makes me shiver and tremble and shudder. But I could not persuade him, for he has not discovered fear yet, and so he could not understand me. Extract from Adam's diary. Perhaps I ought to remember that she is very young, a mere girl, and make allowances. She is all interest, eagerness, vivacity. The world is to her a charm, a wonder, a mystery, a joy. She can't speak for delight when she finds a new flower. She must pet it and caress it and smell it and talk to it and pour out endearing names upon it. And she is color mad. Brown rocks, yellow sand, gray moss, green foliage, blue sky, the pearl of the dawn, the purple shadows on the mountains, the golden islands floating in crimson seas at sunset, the pallid moon sailing through the shredded cloud rack, the star jewels glittering in the wastes of space. None of them is of any practical value, so far as I can see, but because they have color and majesty, that is enough for her, and she loses her mind over them. If she could quiet down and keep still a couple minutes at a time, it would be a reposeful spectacle. In that case, I think I could enjoy looking at her. Indeed, I am sure I could, for I am coming to realize that she is a quite remarkably comely creature. Lithe, slender, trim, rounded, shapely, nimble, graceful. And once, when she was standing marble white and sun-drenched on a boulder, with her young head tilted back and her hand shading her eyes, watching the flight of a bird in the sky, I recognized that she was beautiful. Monday noon. If there is anything on the planet that she is not interested in, it is not in my list. There are animals that I am indifferent to, but it is not so with her. She has no discrimination. She takes to all of them. She thinks they are all treasures. Every new one is welcome. When the mighty Brontosaurus came striding into camp, she regarded it as an acquisition. I considered it a calamity. That is a good sample of the lack of harmony that prevails in our views of things. She wanted to domesticate it. I wanted to make it a present of the homestead and move out. She believed it could be tamed by kind treatment and would be a good pet. I said a pet 21 feet high and 84 feet long would be no proper thing to have about the place, because, even with the best intentions and without meaning any harm, it could sit down on the house and mash it, for anyone could see by the look of its eye that it was absent-minded. Still, her heart was set upon having that monster, and she couldn't give it up. She thought we could start a dairy with it, and wanted me to help milk it, but I wouldn't. It was too risky. The sex wasn't right, and we hadn't any ladder anyway. Then she wanted to ride it and look at the scenery. 30 or 40 feet of its tail was lying on the ground like a fallen tree, and she thought she could climb it, but she was mistaken. When she got to the steep place, it was too slick, and down she came, and would have hurt herself but for me. Was she satisfied now? No. Nothing ever satisfies her but demonstration. Untested theories are not in her line, and she won't have them. It is the right spirit, I concede it. It attracts me. I feel the influence of it. If I were with her more, I think I should take it up myself. Well, she had one theory remaining about this colossus. She thought that if we could tame it and make him friendly, we could stand in the river and use him for a bridge. It turned out that he was already plenty tame enough, at least as far as she was concerned. So she tried her theory, but it failed. Every time she got him properly placed in the river and went ashore to cross over him, He came out and followed her around like a pet mountain. Like the other animals. They all do that. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today. All without seeing him. It is a long time to be alone. Still, it is better to be alone than unwelcome. Friday. I had to have company. I was made for it, I think, so I made friends with the animals. They are just charming, and they have the kindest disposition and the politest ways. They never look sour, they never let you feel that you are intruding. They smile at you and wag their tail, if they've got one, and they are always ready for a romp or an excursion or anything you want to propose. I think they are perfect gentlemen. All these days we have had such good times, and it hasn't been lonesome for me, ever. Lonesome? No, I should say not. Why, there's always a swarm of them around, sometimes as much as 4 or 5 acres. You can't count them. And when you stand on a rock in the midst and look out over the furry expanse, it is so mottled and splashed and gay with color and frisking sheen and sunflash, and so rippled with stripes, that you might think it was a lake. Only you know it isn't. And there's storms of sociable birds and hurricanes of whirring wings, and when the sun strikes, all that feathery commotion, you have a blazing up of all the colors you can think of, enough to put your eyes out. We have made long excursions, and I have seen a great deal of the world, almost all of it, I think, and so I am the first traveler, and the only one. When we are on the march, it is an imposing sight. There's nothing like it anywhere. For comfort, I ride a tiger or a leopard because it is soft and has a round back that fits me, and because they are such pretty animals. But for long distance, or for scenery, I ride the elephant. He hoists me up with his trunk, but I can get off myself. When we are ready to camp, he sits and I slide down the back way. The birds and animals are all friendly to each other, and there are no disputes about anything. They all talk, and they all talk to me, but it must be a foreign language, for I cannot make out a word they say. Yet they often understand me when I talk back, particularly the dog and the elephant. It makes me ashamed. It shows that they are brighter than I am, for I want to be the principal experiment myself, and I intend to be, too. I have learned a number of things, and am educated now, but I wasn't at first. I was ignorant at first. At first, it used to vex me because, with all my watching, I was never smart enough to be around when the water was running uphill. But now I do not mind it. I have experimented and experimented until now I know it never does run uphill, except in the dark. I know it does in the dark because the pool never goes dry, which it would, of course, if the water didn't come back in the night. It is best to prove things by actual experiment. Then you know. Whereas if you depend on guessing and supposing and conjecturing, you never get educated. Some things you can't find out, but you will never know you can't by guessing and supposing. No, you have to be patient and go on experimenting until you find out that you can't find out. And it is delightful to have it that way. It makes the world so interesting. If there wasn't anything to find out, it would be dull. Even trying to find out and not finding out is just as interesting as trying to find out and finding out. And I don't know, but more so. The secret of the water was a treasure until I got it. Then the experiment all went away, and I recognized a sense of loss. By experiment, I know that wood swims, and dry leaves, and feathers, and plenty of other things. Therefore, by all that cumulative evidence, you know that a rock will swim. But you have to put up with simply knowing it, for there isn't any way to prove it, up to now. But I shall find a way. Then that excitement will go. Such things make me sad, because by and by, when I have found out everything, there won't be any more excitements. And I do love excitement so. The other night I couldn't sleep for thinking about it. At first I couldn't make out what I was made for. But now I think it was to search out the secrets of this wonderful world and be happy and thank the giver of it all for devising it. I think there are many things to learn yet. I hope so. And by economizing and not hurrying too fast, I think they will last weeks and weeks. I hope so. When you cast up a feather, it sails away on the air and goes out of sight. Then you throw up a clod and it doesn't. It comes down every time. I have tried it, and it is always so. I wonder why it is. Of course it doesn't come down, but why should it seem to? I suppose it is an optical illusion. I mean, one of them is. I don't know which one. It may be the feather, it may be the clod. I can't prove which it is. I can only demonstrate that one or the other is a fake, and let a person take his choice. By watching, I know that the stars are not going to last. I have seen some of the best ones melt and run down the sky. Since one can melt, they can all melt. Since they can all melt the same night. That sorrow will come, I know it. I mean to sit up every night and look at them as long as I can keep awake. And I will impress those sparkling fields on my memory, so that by and by, when they are taken away, I can by my fancy restore those lovely myriads to the black sky and make them sparkle again, and double them by the blur of my tears. After the fall. When I look back, the garden is a dream to me. It was beautiful, surpassingly beautiful, enchantingly beautiful, and now it is lost, and I shall not see it any more. The garden is lost, but I have found him and am content. He loves me as well as he can. I love him with all the strength of my passionate nature, and this, I think, is proper to my youth and sex. If I ask myself why I love him, I find I do not know, and do not really much care to know. So I suppose that this kind of love is not a product of reasoning and statistics, like one's love for other reptiles and animals. I think that this must be so. I love certain birds because of their song, but I do not love Adam on account of his singing. No, it is not that. The more he sings, the more I do not get reconciled to it. Yet I ask him to sing, because I wish to learn to like everything he is interested in. I am sure I can learn, because at first I could not stand it, but now I can. It sours the milk, but it doesn't matter. I can get used to that kind of milk. It is not on account of his brightness that I love him. No, it is not that. He is not to blame for his brightness, such as it is, for he did not make it himself. He is as God made him, and that is sufficient. There was a wise purpose in it, that I know. In time it will develop, though I think it will not be sudden. And besides, there is no hurry. He is well enough just as he is. It is not on account of his gracious and considerate ways and his delicacy that I love him. No, he has lacks in this regard, but he is well enough just so, and is improving. It is not on account of his industry that I love him. No, it is not that. I think he has it in him, and I do not know why he conceals it from me. It is my only pain. Otherwise, he is frank and open with me now. I am sure he keeps nothing from me but this. It grieves me that he should have a secret from me, and sometimes it spoils my sleep thinking of it. But I will put it out of my mind. It shall not trouble my happiness, which is otherwise full to overflowing. It is not on account of his education that I love him. No, it is not that. He is self-educated, and does really know a multitude of things, but they are not so. It is not on account of his chivalry that I love him. No, it is not that. He told on me, but I do not blame him. It is a peculiarity of sex, I think, and he did not make his sex. Of course, I would not have told on him. I would have perished first. But that is a peculiarity of sex too, and I do not take credit for it, for I did not make my sex. Then why is it that I love him? merely because he is masculine, I think. At bottom he is good, and I love him for that, but I could love him without it. If he should beat me and abuse me, I should go on loving him. I know it. It is a matter of sex, I think. He is strong and handsome, and I love him for that, and I admire him and am proud of him, but I could love him without those qualities. If he were plain, I should love him. If he were a wreck, I should love him, and I would work for him, and slave over him, and pray for him, and watch by his bedside until I died. Yes, I think I love him merely because he is mine and is masculine. There is no other reason, I suppose. And so I think it is, as I first said, that this kind of love is not a product of reasonings and statistics. It just comes, and none knows whence, and cannot explain itself, and doesn't need to. It is what I think, but I am only a girl, the first that has examined this matter, and it may turn out that in my ignorance and inexperience I have not got it right. 40 years later. It is my prayer, it is my longing, that we may pass from this life together, a longing which shall never perish from the earth, but shall have place in the heart of every wife that loves, until the end of time, and it shall be called by my name. But if one of us must go first, it is my prayer that it shall be I. For he is strong, I am weak. I am not so necessary to him as he is to me. Life without him would not be life. How could I endure it? This prayer is also immortal, and I will not cease from being offered up while my race continues. I am the first wife, and in the last wife I shall be repeated. At Eve's grave. Adam. Whosoever she was, there was Eden. End of Eve's diary.
Gus and His Girl by F.S. Anthony. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gus and His Girl. One day I dropped in on old Gus Tomlins and found him trying on a new tailor-made suit. It was a pretty gorgeous affair, and I could see Gus had spread himself. The colour was kind of a bright blue with a yellowish thread running through it, and the pockets were cut at a queer slant and had spirals of little buttons on them. The slit at the back of the coat seemed to run up the back of his neck, and there were more spiral buttons on the sleeves. "Well, don't stand there gaping like a stuck pig," said Gus. "How'd she fit?" I didn't answer him because I was too busy taking in all the details. Just where he should have had a few buttons, in my opinion, the tailor had run out and made do with one. That was a fair-sized one, and buttoned the waistcoat together. The trousers were a work of joy and beauty forever. They had a seam down each side, 1/2 an inch wide, turned up at the bottom, and the crease was absolutely startling. Gus got impatient and wanted to know my opinion of the turnout. I said it reminded me of a suit I saw once when I was a boy. A Māori named Kahu lived close to us in those days, and after he'd sold all his ancestral lands to the Pākehā and got cash down, he blossomed out in a suit like Gus's. When I told Gus that, he gave a complacent smirk and said he was now satisfied. He said he could always tell when a thing really suited him, because I got envious and showed by my manner that I begrudged him having it. As soon as I learned to curb my jealous nature and take a real disinterested friendly view instead of running off into sarcasm, then he would take me into his confidence. He laid out a pair of purple socks with green and silver parrots on them as he spoke, and reached for a new silk tie, the colour of a fairly lively sunset. I peeked about the room and twigged new pointed boots as yellow as bright varnish, and a new Stetson hat that must have run into the best part of 4 quid on its own. "What's the trouble, Gus?" said I. I was preparing to feel sorry for him. It struck me it must be the death of a dear one at least to cause Gus to go to such expense. "Oh, well," said Gus, You don't understand, of course, Mark, but when a man has the privilege of knowing the nice kind of people I know, the least he can do is turn out looking decent. Then I took a tumble. Gus had lost his head over some girl again, and hence the rig-out. I've seen Gus like this before, but never seen him run himself into 30 or 40 quid over it, so I guessed it was a bad attack. I only hoped he would leave me out of it. I've had enough of getting into trouble trying to help him, but it was not to be. He said if I hadn't dropped in, he intended calling on his way down the road, because he wanted me to do him a small favour. All he expected me to do was turn up unexpectedly at all sorts of odd hours and places and take the girl's sister off his hands. It didn't appeal to me in the least. For one thing, the sort of girl that appeals to Gus always leaves me quite cold, and another thing, I'm finished with girls myself. I remember wasting over 15 quid on clothes over a girl once, and it taught me a lesson. When Gus talks sensible, he can get anything out of me, and I gave in and decided to help him. He said he was going to take them into town to see the pictures, one in the sidecar and one on behind, and what he wanted me to do was to turn up before picture time and hook on to the youngest. It interested me a bit, because I didn't happen to know either of them at the time, so I said, all right, I'd drive my gig into town and pick him up in the streets about 7:30. Then I sat on his frowsy old bed and watched him don his glad rags. He even had 2 handkerchiefs and a tin tie pin, so I knew I was in for something. When I got into town, I spotted Gus and the 2 girls at once. Anyone could have picked him out a mile off, and it beat me how those 2 girls could stand there and appear unconscious with a vision like that hurting their eyes. He was even carrying his overcoat instead of wearing it, so nobody should miss anything. The sister I was to look after was rather a peach, and I felt sorry I hadn't put on my striped tie as soon as I saw her. They greeted me with a kind of subdued curiosity, and I knew Gus had been telling them all about me. After Gus has given people a character sketch of me, it usually takes me a week or 2 to counterbalance it. They listen to Gus and then get the idea that I'm simple and dull, but quite harmless. The worst of it is, it's no use going snaky to Gus over it. He doesn't know that he's leaving that impression. He thinks he's praising me up. I have a few stock phrases I always work off on girls, and then if they don't come to light, there's a loud silence. The sister's name was Rosie. She seemed to think anything was better than that silence, and started to bubble and gurgle in an excited way, telling me about the ride into town on the motorbike. It appears that Violet, that was the other one, had had hysterics over a classy bit of steering Gus had treated them to. Rosie wanted to know, did I think Mr. Tomlins was quite safe with his machine? Personally, I don't think Mr. Tomlins is quite safe. I think he's damn dangerous, but I couldn't tell the girl that. I had to compromise and said if one of them came out with me, it would ease the drag on the steering gear, and Gus would be able to handle his machine better. Gus and Violet were just on in front, and Rosie called them to put the proposition to them. Gus flashed a pleased and gratified look in my direction, and said it was just the very idea he had in mind. Then the girls began to squabble about who should go with me. I settled myself resignedly to listen. It's always the same as far as I'm concerned. I always have to take a back seat. For a time I was under the impression that they were both anxious to go back in the sidecar, and I think Gus had the same idea. Then suddenly dawned on me that both Vi and Rosie were wrangling to dodge the sidecar. Gus must have scared them pretty badly. The girls finished their argument by hanging fondly on me and asking if my gig wouldn't hold both of them. I knew what it was going to be before I started. I never try to help Gus, but something like that crops up and spoils a man's day. I tried to tell them my gig wasn't safe, but they said they didn't mind, and they loved riding 3 in a gig. It was so cosy. Well, what could I do? Gus said I ought to have put my foot down and said no without my nonsense about it, but as I pointed out to him, who was to know they'd come at a thing like that? It caught me unprepared, and I'd agreed to take both of them before I knew where I was. Then we went to the pictures, and whenever I was lucky enough to forget Gus for a while, I enjoyed myself. When the lights went up, I caught Gus eyeing me with a "how could you" sort of expression. I felt uncomfortable, but anyhow, why should he always be the big man when we went anywhere together? It was a new experience for me, being sought after like that, and I decided to make the most of it. After the show was over, I suggested we had some tea and cakes, and that I had to give Vi the tip to invite Gus in because he was slinking off into the darkness. That perked him up a bit when she ran after him, and we had a fairly lively snack in the tea shop. If Gus hadn't got personal and said what a pity I couldn't keep my sleeve out of the butter when I reached for things, it all might have ended quite all right for him. But as soon as he said that, Vi stuck up for me and said it was an accident. Then Gus went on and said it wasn't an accident at all. I had a habit of doing it, and whenever he took me out anywhere it was always the same. So then I had to point out that he was stirring his tea with the sugar spoon, and he slung the spoon on his plate and got up and stamped out. I get out of patience with Gus sometimes. There was no need for him to make such an exhibition of himself. It reflected on me being seen with a man like that. The girls giggled until he had got outside, and then Vi said she felt sorry for him, but he deserved it for giving them such a fright when he fetched them into town. They weren't half so chummy on the road back, and a dark suspicion entered my mind that I was Mr. Juggins, and that they were playing me off against Gus, just to play him out. That sort of thing doesn't appeal to me at all. I decided to give Gus the tip about them when I saw him next day. When I told Gus my ideas about it, he brightened up visibly and said, "By Jove, Mark, you're right. What a mug I was to take any notice. A man might have known no girl would take a liking to you." That's all the thanks I got for trying to open his eyes about him. And about half an hour later I heard his old bus tearing down the road at top speed. Next day he was over again and had more proposals to put to me. He said he was taking them to the Ngaere Gardens on Sunday, and he'd promised Rosie I would be there as well. I told him he'd better go back and tell Rosie I had the flu, because I wasn't going to waste a good Sunday at Ngaere Gardens for her, or all the girls in Taranaki. It ended up by me giving in, as usual. Gus said Rosie would be sure to be hurt if I didn't turn up. She'd been talking about me ever since the night at the pictures. I said, all right, I don't want to disappoint the poor kid if she's set on me coming. I bought a new straw hat for that outing and wore my best tie. I'm glad now I didn't go any further, because twice I walked into a shop after brown boots and sneaked out again before the attendant saw me. It would have been a sheer waste of good money, as things turned out. Gus took the girls to Ngaere with his turnout. I drove through later on in my gig. The first slap in the eye I got was when Rosie spotted me. She said, "Hello, we didn't expect to see you here today." She may have suffered disappointment if I hadn't turned up, but if she was pleased to see me, she hid it pretty well. I registered a silent resolve to let Gus go on his way in future. If that girl talked about me to Gus after I took her to the pictures, all I can say is she made up for it at Ngaere that day, because she wouldn't even talk at me when I got there. Gus was in great fettle. He had discarded the purple socks with the parrots on them, and was showing 3 or 4 inches of a kind of sickly fawn with white and brown clocks. That sort of clobber always makes me shiver, but girls seem to like it. I had to follow the 3 of them round while they giggled and nudged each other, and if I fell back behind, Gus would turn round and shake me up about it. "Come on, Mark, old man, don't lag like that," he'd say. "Let's all enjoy ourselves." Then he'd gush off about the beautiful tints on Mount Egmont, just as if he'd never seen it before, instead of living on its slopes for about 4 years. I do hate a man that can't be natural. Then he had another go at me. Said I seemed silent, hadn't said a word hardly since I arrived. So I pulled myself together and said the cloud on the mountain was drifting this way and it looked like rain. There was a screech at that, and Gus explained that I had a habit of trying to put the damper on, but nobody was to take any notice of me. I couldn't help being like that. About half an hour after, the first drops of rain fell, and then the girls scuttled for shelter. They had on a kind of pinkish frock with a lacy network affair over it, so that the pink showed through. I must say they looked pretty fine. Gus kept staring out and calling it a sun shower in a cheery, optimistic tone, but it got worse and worse, and pretty soon it was raining cats and dogs. The girls were chiefly concerned about their dresses, but they managed to let Gus know in between whiles that they considered the rain was his fault. Girls are mighty queer things to have anything to do with, I can see that. I had to feel sorry for old Gus myself, because he didn't order the shower, I'll bet anything on that. The only thing for everybody to do seemed to be go home, so Gus and I tucked them safely into the sidecar, one sitting on the other's lap, and covered them over with a couple of clean sacks I'd managed to secure. Then Gus began to sweat and mutter at his bike, and couldn't get it to go. I told him straight, if I had a bike like that I'd burn it. Couldn't he see he was getting the girls wet through, keeping them out in the rain the way he was doing? Finally I harnessed up my horse, and they decided to go with me. A pool of water had collected on the sack the girls were crouched under, and Gus poured about a pint of it down Vi's neck before he noticed it. For a nice girl, she had a fair amount to say about it. I was glad I liked Rosie best. I got about 2 miles towards home when Gus came roaring and panting along, and it was decided to transfer the girls again, because they would get home quicker and get into the dry. They made the shift pretty dejectedly, said it didn't matter, their dresses were ruined anyhow. Then Gus buzzed away, and I settled that was my last appearance as a ladies' man. In future, I was going to walk round a corner if I saw a girl coming towards me. How people can rave about Ngayere Gardens beats me properly. They say, take the girl to Ngayere Gardens, but once was going to be enough for me. When I got to within a mile of Stratford, I looked through the mist ahead and noticed a crowd gathered on a bend in the road. It was 3 people, and as I drew nearer I picked them out to be Gus and his passengers. The girls were sitting on a grassy bank, sobbing and pulling barberry prickles out of hands and arms, and Gus was trying to back his turn out of a barberry hedge. He had been so keen to get the girls home out of the wet that he had taken the corner at top speed, and the extra weight in the sidecar had prevented the old bus coming round properly. I knew something like that would happen to him sooner or later. The man absolutely asks for it. I asked him why he hadn't put his brake on when he found she wouldn't answer the helm, instead of barging the poor girls into a prickly hedge in that silly way. That's a thing I've noticed about Gus. As soon as you point out where he's wrong, he gets excited. There was no need for him to swear in front of the girls either. I only asked him a simple question. The girls had to get into the gig again, and I towed Gus and his rotten turnout behind. Everybody stared at us as we went through Stratford, and the girls started to get snappy. They said they'd never been made such an exhibition of in all their lives, and as soon as they got home we were never to attempt to speak to them again. Never! Violet had the skin peeled off her nose, and Rosie had a black eye where a twig had nearly poked it out. I noticed the rain and tears had made tracks down their cheeks, and a suspicion struck me that they weren't as pretty as I thought they were. I never want to speak to them again myself. They gave me quite enough of their company on that drive home. To hear them talk, one would almost fancy Gus and I had gone in league against them, and that we had mapped out the whole program before we started. That's what I tell Gus. Never try to do a girl a favour. Look at the way I waited on those 2 with my horse and gig, and as soon as I drew up to their gate they flounced out and tore up the path with their noses in the air. Never so much as goodbye to either Gus or me. One thing about it, old Gus has got to the simple life again, and a man can be seen in his company now. The last I saw of the fancy socks, he was wearing them with his milking clobber, and the queer suit's been put away somewhere. But I'm afraid it's only temporarily, because the other day I asked him why he didn't wear it for a working suit, and he nearly had a fit. That suit? Good law, man, what on earth next? That's me best suit. End of Gus and his girl. Gus Buys a Horse by F.S. Anthony. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gus Buys a Horse. Gus Tomlins is a mate of mine. Every time he gets into difficulties, he comes over to my place and wants me to help him out. Of course, I don't mind, and, as a matter of fact, it's rather interesting. Only I do hate this rotten style some people have of taking all the credit if they pull off some fancy stunt and trying to shuffle out of all the blame if things go wrong. Now, there was the time Gus wanted to buy a horse to do his autumn ploughing. He asked me to go with him to the horse fair, said my opinion would count a good deal, because everyone knew what a good judge of horses I was. I went with him, and he fixed his eye on a big chestnut gelding with a walleye and puffy legs. Said that was his idea of a horse. It was no use my pointing out that the animal looked bad-tempered and wasn't built for heavy work. No! Gus reckoned he'd be just the animal for a bit of ploughing, and probably his puffy legs were due to the fact that he was a bit of a sprinter. Trotting on hard roads always puffed a horse's legs up. Presently the horse was put up for auction. The owner led him round the ring. Guaranteed sound in wind and limb. Quiet. Go anywhere, do anything, pedigree a yard long. Can he plough? Chipped in Gus. Oh, yes, he could plough. The owner had used him to plough 20 acres, and then lent him to all the neighbours to do their ploughing. So Gus bought him for £18 and got me to lead him home, because he had to take the motorcycle back. When I got him out to Gus's farm, Gus had a feed of chaff ready and an old cover he'd dug up from somewhere. He said he thought he had a bargain, if he looked after it, and probably he'd get about £40 for him next spring. He said he would call him Ginger, because anyone could see the horse was high-spirited. Then he gave the horse the feed and got kicked while he was doing up the back straps of the cover. He had to pay a man to come and run his farm for a fortnight while his leg got right, and he used to fill in the evenings explaining to sympathetic visitors that the horse was all right, only he didn't suppose the poor beast had ever had a cover on in its life before. When his leg got better, he would show us just how to handle that sort of nervous animal. It only wanted kindness and plenty of quiet confidence. Soon after Gus's leg got well enough to enable him to get about again, he called on me. I'll be using Ginger to plough the oat paddock tomorrow, Mark. Better come over and watch him work, then you might be satisfied he's all right. I didn't promise, and Gus left under the impression that I wouldn't come over because I was too stiff-necked to eat my own words. He said he couldn't understand a man who wouldn't give in when everything proved him wrong. After I'd cleaned up everything next morning, I was standing on the milk can stand enjoying a quiet smoke when I fancied I heard shouting and yelling over at the back of Gus's. Hello! Gus got kicked again, I thought, and rushed off across. When I arrived, I found Gus and his team having high old jinks. His other horse, Darky, was standing at ease, looking bored to death, while Ginger was sitting on the mould-board of the plough, with his eyes shut and his ears back. Gus's idea about just how to handle that sort of nervous beast was in full swing, and consisted of kicking him until he got tired, and then punching him until he put his thumb out. He quietened down sufficiently after a time to get his voice back, and then asked me in a trembly tone to go and get his gun. Of course, that's all rot. As I pointed out to him, what's the use of shooting a good moke like that just because he's high-spirited? From what I could gather, Ginger just simply refused to budge, and when Gus got wild and went to his head to demand an explanation, he backed until he hit the plough and then just sat on it. I rather fancy myself about how to handle horses, so I said I'd have a go. I took the collar and chains off Ginger and then asked him to stand up. He did so as meekly as a lamb. So then I said, "Collar proud," in a satisfied voice, as if I'd thought so all along, and told Gus to go and get a set of light chain harrows and we'd try him on his own. We put him in the harrows, and he went round the paddock with them as quiet and well-behaved as you could wish. As I kept explaining to Gus, all a man wants when he's handling these high-spirited beasts is plenty of patience and self-confidence, and if he only treats them with kindness and understanding, he must win out. At dinner time, Gus went away to get Darky, and I was supposed to drive Ginger home with the harrows. We had decided not to try and plough that day, but to give Ginger plenty of chain harrow drill and stick him in the plough in the morning. I will say this for Gus. He gave me all the credit and kept saying, "Mark, I don't know what I should have done without you. I might have ruined a good horse. Look at him, quiet and steady as any horse in the district." Then he dodged off to get Darky, and I went ahead to open the gate, and before I could pick up the reins again, Ginger had bolted through it and was off at a gallop, harrows and all. We watched him until he tried to take the 8 feet harrows through a 3 feet wicket gate near the house, and then we broke into a run. We arrived just as Ginger kicked himself clear, and Gus gave me a piece of his mind. Gus said the horse was an out-and-out gibber, but a horse that can pull out 2 gate posts and then break a trace chain into his harness strap is no gibber. Ginger stood in the yard the remainder of the day and kicked out at everything which crossed an imaginary circle he had mapped out about 30 feet across. No wonder he had puffy legs. We left him alone, and Gus said that as I had got him into this mess, I'd better come with him tomorrow and help him out of it. About 11 o'clock the next morning, Gus and I started off in the motorcycle and sidecar. We paid a visit to the auctioneering firm the horse was sold by and found out the address of the previous owner. Then we called on him. He was a shifty-eyed man of about 50 and was surprised to see us. "Horse wouldn't plough? That's funny. Sure you treated him right?" Gus said he had. Well, if you bring him out here, I'll stick him in and give you a trial. Will that satisfy you?" Gus thought it would. The farmer went on to state that he had ploughed miles with that horse he had, and it seemed a mighty queer thing to him that people should keep him for over a fortnight and then complain that he was no good. As usual, he directed his remarks to me. I can't understand how it is that if Gus and I are together and anyone doesn't like us, they always talk at me. Then when we get away by ourselves, Gus will say, "Mark, I wonder how you stuck that. If anyone had spoken to me like that, I'd have cracked them." Then I get huffy. He says I'm a queer bloke and a man daren't speak to me for fear of offending me. I expect I shall end up by having a row with Gus one of these days. I had to waste another day on that horse. Gus wanted me to ride and lead Ginger out there to the farmer while he rode the motorbike out, but I drew the line there. I said if it was too much trouble for him to lead his own horse, it was too much trouble for me to go at all. We finally decided to drive out in my gig and lead Ginger, and all the way out Gus kept grumbling about what a rickety turnout it was, and promising me to let me down the first time I came over to him to ask a favour. When we got out to the farmer's he wasn't at home, so we tied the horse up and waited an hour. Then we decided to leave Ginger and drive home without the trial he was going to give us. We'd just got nicely settled in the gig and were going out the gate when Gus turned round for a last fond look at Ginger and spotted the farmer peeping over a hedge about 10 yards away. So then we got out again and surrounded him. He said he couldn't give us a trial that day because he didn't happen to have a paddock that wanted ploughing. He suggested we take the horse away and come back, say in a month. Gus wanted him to put the horse in and just plough 1 furrow round a calf paddock near his house. I never heard a man make such a fuss as that farmer did. "What? Plough up a good grass paddock just because we didn't know how to handle a good horse? He'd see us further, he would." He ended his remarks by alluding to me as a cross-eyed spieler, and said he could see by my looks that I just lived by sucking the lifeblood out of honest farmers. I got pretty wild at that. I told him straight that if he didn't mind himself I'd inform the police. Then we drove away and left Ginger tied up at his old home. About half a mile down the road a fellow stopped us and wanted to know why we had bought old Spinner's horse back. He told us that the horse was a rank outlaw and that before Spinner could get him quiet enough to take him to the sale yards he'd paid a horsebreaker £3.10 to educate him enough to lead and accept the bit in his mouth without trying for a few fingers as well. Gus had to send old Spinner a lawyer's letter before he got his £18 back. And a week or so after that, someone saw Spinner in the horse mart selling a big chestnut gelding. Quiet, steady, reliable, go anywhere, do anything. He got £15 for him that time, and all I hope is that the poor beggar that bought him didn't get killed before he had time to repent of his bargain. I never allude to Ginger when Gus is about, because somehow or other Gus has got the idea into his head that I bought the horse for him or persuaded him against his better judgment to take him, and the way he harps on about how smart he was getting clear of a bad bargain, it fairly makes my flesh creep. If I hadn't come messing round, Gus reckons, he believes he could have cured that horse of jibbing and kicking, but of course I had to come poking my nose into it and spoil everything. He borrows my horse to do his ploughing with now, because, as he explains, I probably lost him £20 when I let old Ginger clear out. Everybody knows a horse is goosed after it has cleared out once, and £20 would have bought 2 old crocks like the one I lent him. It was a bit of a jar to hear him talk like that, because every time I tot up my available assets, I always head the list with 1 horse, £50. But that's just like Gus. He's going to get a surprise some of these days when he comes over for a horse and I tell him I am going to use the horse myself. End of Gus Buys a Horse. Helping Out Gus by F. S. Anthony. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helping Out Gus. I'm not what you'd call a ladies' man at all. Far from it. I'm the sort of fellow you often see in the back blocks. I take a girl 4 or 5 miles to a hop and sit in a corner half the night twiddling my watch chain or tearing pieces of paper into small bits while she does the supper, dance, every other and the last with some good-looking stranger from the city. Then I drive her home and she goes into rapture all the way back, talking about the nice boy she met. Didn't I notice him? Then when I say I didn't and ask who the queer-looking chap was she had supper waltz with, there's a row. That's me. I have a friend, though, who isn't quite such a dismal failure that way as I am. He loses his head over a fresh girl about every 3 or 4 months. He likes to have me about with him, he says, to act as a foil. I don't know if I quite liked that. I wanted to know how, so then he explained, him being broad and fair and me thin and bony and sallow, it sort of set him off. It sort of set me off too, and it took him a minute or so to explain what he really did mean. He said, "You know, Mark, you tough, wiry chaps are all a bit hot-tempered. That's why the girls all go nap on you the way they do." I hadn't noticed it, but I took a swig at the drink he pushed at me and decided that perhaps I wasn't very observant. I decided to keep my eyes open next girl I talked to. I have an idea I could get on much better with girls if I didn't have any hands or feet, hands especially. Doesn't matter what I do with my hands, they don't seem to be in the right place. Now there's the difference between old Gus Tomlins and me. He's the friend I'm telling you about. Gus can stand in the midst of a bevy of topping-looking girls and smile and chat and look as natural and as detached and nonchalant as a dog on the hearthrug. I always knew when Gus was going through the mill. He has a wheezy old motorcycle and sidecar, and when little Cupid is playing a joke on him, you can hear this affair backfiring and roaring over at Gus's place at all hours of the day and night. I live next to Gus, and he can't ship out without me knowing about it, and that cycle makes such a noise climbing the hill next to me that it wakes every neighbour for half a mile round when he's coming home. Now and then, say 1 week in every quarter, Gus decides to cut out all this silly love stuff and comes over to my place and interrupts me at my work. He sits about, looking dreary and solemn, and passes strange remarks about the rotten world and what a miserable, small, shallow lot of people live in it, until I get fidgety and uncomfortable myself. Then he switches off that and starts to give me a lot about sticking to his friends. He always does. He goes on to explain just how much he thinks of me and how he's found out at last that a true blue friend like myself is worth all the girls in the country. I know what's coming after that. Gus hasn't got a lady friend just for the time, and sooner than go by himself he wants me to ride in his cart with him to the next dance. And I'm always mug enough to accept the offer. Last year we went 10 miles to a fancy dress ball. I was done up as a ballet girl, and when Gus arrived with his busser at my gate, I just slipped on an overcoat over the rig out and stepped into the sidecar. I had my dancing pumps on as well. There didn't seem to be any need for boots, going right to the door of the dancing hall as we were. Gus was a bold hussar and looked real good. The hop had started when we got inside, so he took a seat and piped off all the good lookers. I could see Gus's eye following a tall, willowy fairy as she waltzed round on the arm of a gentleman dressed as a devil. He was a big husky fellow too. As soon as the dance was over, Gus bustled round and got the next dance with her. I kept my eye on them because I always like to see old Gus interested in someone. It prevents him coming over about 4 nights a week and sighing into my fire till after midnight. They seemed to be hitting it pretty well together, and after the dance Gus came along to me. He seemed clean off his head. He got me in a corner and said, "Now, Mark, I rely on you. Don't fail me, old man." Then he laid down his plan of campaign. He was to take me along and give me an introduction to her, and we were to try and wangle things so that we should have every other dance with her, and sit one on each side as well. I had to tell her, in a make-conversation sort of way, what a great pal old Gus was, and slip in a few allusions about his big house and his pedigree herd and how well he was doing. I didn't mind. There was no one at the dance I could work up any enthusiasm over, and I thought I might just as well be boosting old Gus along as filling in time any other way. There was no danger of me losing my head over her. The tall, dignified ones don't appeal to me. I like short, plump girls with soft, round faces. After I had my instructions, Gus ambled me over to the fairy and introduced us. "Mr. Turner, Miss O'Flynn." I booked the next dance. Then we sat one each side of her as arranged, and Gus got in for the next, just in time to beat the gentleman done up as old Nick. Nick hovered about in front of us for a while, giving me a particularly baneful glare, as if he expected to bluff me out of my position next to the fairy. I replied by modestly pulling my ballet dress as far over my knees as it would go, and peeping coyly at him from behind my fan. He made a noise like a cat sneezing and headed for the door. "What a rough, uncouth fellow," said Gus, in a pained tone. The fairy didn't say anything. She only giggled, and I must say I draw the line at a giggling girl. Gus doesn't, however. All the girls he gets in tow with are the giggling kind. She went up one with him straight away. Nick didn't show up any more, and Gus and I whacked up the next 4 or 5 dances between us. Anyone else who trotted along to try his luck got left out. Then I thought I'd done enough of this hold the fort stunt, even if Gus was a mate of mine. I slipped out into the porch for a smoke. I was just holding the match to my pipe to light it up, when a hand about as big as a leg of mutton grabbed me by the lace frill round my neck. I dropped the pipe and match to gaze into the sulphurous eyes of Satan himself. "Look out, you'll tear my clothes." "You go back and sit by that girl again, I'll tear the heart out of you," said Satan in a cold, nasty voice. "Little squib like you, what you mean by it?" I saw that this was a case for tact. No good me getting into a mix-up over a girl I didn't even admire. I sympathised with Nick, really. I've been there myself, so I answered mildly, "All right, old chap, I won't." He let go then, after waggling his fist up and down past my off ear, just to show me what a savage person he was, and I managed to sneak into the hall again. There was no need for me to go back and sit by the fairy anyhow. She had forgotten I ever existed, and she and Gus were doing every dance together. That's where Gus and I differ. I never could stick this every dance together stuff. Just to see anyone doing it gives me a kind of sick, creepy feeling. After each dance he would hold her hand and tell fortunes. I knew he was doing that because once he read up on an article on hand reading in some magazine, and he works his knowledge off on every girl who's fool enough to lend him her hand. I didn't go near him again, but I could spot from right across the room just what was happening. The marriage line made her giggle, and the lifeline pulled her up with a jerk. Must have had a break or two in it, I expect. Nick kept on peeping through the door, but they didn't take the slightest notice of him. I felt sorry for that chap. I remember having a somewhat similar experience once myself. Lots of people think it's funny to see a chap dippy over a girl, but my personal experience is that's how murders and such like occur. I felt a mild curiosity to see how Gus would get on after the hop was over. I had an idea he was going to have a thrilling experience once he got outside the hall and the big chap got hold of him. I put a bob in each trouser pocket and bet myself a shilling Nick knocked him out inside 3 hits. Then after supper, I got a bit interested in a flappy little girl who worked in a lolly shop and wished she lived on a farm because she simply loved animals and all that rot, and I forgot to keep an eye on Gus for a time. The next thing I knew, I heard a noise like a 1-inch pom-pom tearing off 1,000 rounds, and I rushed outside just in time to see the motorbike and sidecar turning a corner with 2 people aboard. I guessed straight away they'd watched their chance to dodge Nick and then slipped quietly out and made their getaway. Gus was taking her home. I call that a low-down trick myself, taking another chap's girl home, but Gus always quotes Shakespeare or whoever it is when I tell him that and says, "All's fair in love and war." Nick arrived on the scene while I was still gazing into the black night, listening to that rattle-trap old engine. He seemed to blame me, and I had a lot of trouble explaining just whereabouts in the picture I really did fit. I got him calmed down at last, and went inside to fill in time until Gus got back to take me home. I gave him half an hour because the fairy had told both of us early in the evening that she lived 6 miles away. Nick had driven her to the dance in his gig. The half an hour went by, the last dance came to an end, and still no Gus. I glanced at my watch. 3 in the morning, 10 miles from home, and I had a herd of cows at home with nobody to milk them but me. Worse still, I'd left my overcoat rolled up in the sidecar and Gus had taken it with him, and all I had for footwear was a pair of very light pumps. I knew what has happened. That ramshackle old Noah's Ark of Gus's had exploded or run into a motor lorry, and it was no use looking for Gus to turn up. I decided I should have to walk. I tore the lace frills off and tied my pumps on my feet with them, and then I made a start. I shall never forget that journey. Every dog that lived in that 10-mile strip came out and chased me past the particular farm he lived on. I suppose I did look a bit of a suspicious character. I wasn't halfway when the sun started to rise, and I could hear people all round getting in their cows. I hoped they'd be too busy to spot me, but my luck was out. An old chap named Hagenbach, I have an idea he was of foreign origin, was driving his cows across the road just as I got to his place. Those cows took one startled look at me and went off down the road at a gallop. I suppose the sight of a ballet dress at 4:30 a.m. is a bit unusual, but I fail to see that it should raise the excitement it did. Old Hagenbach took one furious glance at me and then opened out. "Mein Jemini, you fright mein cow, you Treffel! I kill you!" Then he ran to a 7-wire fence and tore a batten off it with a single jerk. It's a good job I met Hagenbach that morning, because I should never have got my cows milked in time to catch the factory if it hadn't been for him. I gained nearly half an hour there, I bet. I got home at last, however, and just as I was letting myself in the front gate, Gus roared past at about 25 miles an hour. I knew he was making that because the old bus was clanging and shrieking like a harbour dredge in action, and that's always a sign that she's fully extended. Gus came over that night to tell me what had happened. I received him coldly, but listened in silence. I have an idea that perhaps Gus could clean me up if ever we mixed things. And it's no use looking for trouble when that's how you feel. Gus says he got within 2 miles of the girl's home, and then he had a puncture. When he went to look for his mended outfit, or stick fast, or whatever they call it, he couldn't find it. He messed about with his pump, trying to pump up a tube with an inch split in it, afraid to tell the girl the worst. And while he was mugging away, along came Nick himself, in his gig. Nick pulled up, And Fairy just clambered out of the sidecar and into the gig without a word. Then Nick pushed the reins into her hands and said, "Hold the reins, Mary, while I get out and wipe the dirt with that snipe." Then Mary clung to him and said, "No, Will, dear, it isn't worth it." That's the part that hurts, Gus. Personally, if it had been my funeral, that would be the only part I wouldn't mind dwelling on, because Will allowed himself to be calmed down and didn't get out. They passed a few cheap remarks to Gus, and then drove off and left him. Gus says it's a good job he didn't get out, because if he had, someone would have got hurt. I think so myself. As soon as the road was clear of them, Gus dived into the sidecar and found his outfit first hit. She must have been sitting on it all the time, and he hadn't brains enough to ask her to stand up while he searched. He had 3 more punctures on the homeward journey. That's why I beat him to my gate, and he reckons some of his bonus will have to go towards new tyres and tubes some of these days. I asked him what he thought when he got back to the hall and found I wasn't there. He gave a start and said, "You don't suppose I had time to think of you, do you, with all the troubles I was having?" I don't like that sort of talk myself. It sounds selfish. He went on to say that a man who was really a friend wouldn't think tuppence of a little walk like that when it couldn't be helped. When he went and blamed me for the whole business, we had words. He said that if it hadn't been for me egging him on and putting the idea into his head, he would never have thought of taking the girl home. We parted real snarky at the finish, and Gus wouldn't look my side of the road for a week. Then one evening he breezed into the batch as large as life and said, "Mark, old man, do us a favour, will you?" So like a mug again I said, "Yes, what is it?" And Gus proceeded to unbosom himself. It was a girl who was waitress in a tea shop in town, and all he wanted me to do was go into town with him in the jigger and drop in there casually by myself and ask her if Mr. Tomlins had been in. When she asked who Mr. Tomlins was, I was to say, "What? Don't know Mr. Tomlins? Why, Mr. Tomlins, the great Jersey cattleman, of course." Now that's the sort of thing old Gus puts across me, and the worst of it is, I'm too good-natured to refuse. See the idea? While I'm explaining who Mr. Tomlins is, Gus walks in himself, and of course that's when I introduce him, and then fade out of the picture. Some fellow Gus is. End of Helping Out Gus.
Introducing A Lady of No Importance and a Gentleman of Even Less, from the collection These Charming People by Michael Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Introducing A Lady of No Importance and a Gentleman of Even Less by Michael Allen. There was, and by the grace of God there still is, a lovely woman whom it once pleased a young man to call Shelmadine, because he said, though it is not her real name, it becomes her better than any real name could. And about Shelmadine books have been written, and for her men have died, which just shows you the sort of woman she was. Now it happened one day that Shelmadine returned to England after a long absence abroad in Persia, but I can tell you nothing about that because I know nothing of Persia, except that it is rather inadequately governed by a Shah, who is a pretty fat young man and wears a diamond in his hat. Among other entertainments that we, her friends, contrived for Shelmadine as a welcome and a token of her enduring affection, a great house party was arranged by Aubrey Carlyle, whereby on a weekend in May a great company of agreeable people was gathered together at Malmanor Park, a vast Elizabethan sort of place in ancient red that lies on a velvet plain between a brooding hill and the peculiar wood of Carmion. For it is said of Carmion wood that only foreigners may hear the singing of the birds therein, whereas for Englishmen there is nothing but the sighing of the boughs and the rustling of the leaves. What truth there is in that legend I do not know, but I don't suppose there is much. Of all the company, only an intimate few stayed on the Malmanor after the Monday morning. Of the women, Mrs. Loyalty, the Lady Fay Paradise, Esther Carlyle, who kept house for her brother, Mrs. Avalon and Shelmadine. Of the men, Ralph Loyalty, George Starlane, John Avalon, myself, our host, and young Raymond Paris, the novelist, who spent his mornings in a secluded room writing. One morning young Raymond Paris had sat long at the large table in his room, an upstairs room it was, which Aubrey Carlyle had put at his disposal, but the paper before him was as white as a woman's throat, nor is a likeness too unfair, as are most likenesses of this sort, for Raymond Paris had an extravagant taste in foolscape, being still young enough to enjoy the actual writing of his tales as much as the fame and fortune they might in due course bring him. Established writers used to ask him, "What, don't you typewrite your stories straight away? Or don't you dictate them? Well, you'll soon get into the habit of it." And that used to depress young Raymond Paris, for he did not want to get into the habit of it. He liked seeing his thoughts making patterns on the white paper. But this morning the white paper before him remained far too white for his liking. The table at which he sat with a worried face was drawn across a bow of the wide windows, and through them the eyes were enticed by a long avenue of tall trees, which swept massively away from the gardens for many furlongs, and was at last joined at the border of Carmion Wood. But nearer, the eyes dropped from the windows to the upper garden, where, for the month was May, lay many beds of rare tulips, the whole drawn to an exquisite, though perhaps intemperate design. Pink and purple, red and yellow, white and magenta, the carnival of gay, tall tulips flamed in the sunlight and swayed to the lilt of the gentle wind, so that the young man's brooding eyes likened them to glittering soldiers who every now and then stooped to the elegant distraction of a waltz. "So this is the way you work, Raymond Paris?" cried a soft, light voice behind him, and never was a young man with his way to make in the world more grateful for being disturbed. "I'm in great trouble, Shelmardine, for here have I been offered an untold sum for a short story, and I'm not the glimmer of an idea. The editor wrote to me saying that he wanted something not only witty but serious, something earnest as well as gay, and with a point. Now, isn't that an unfair thing to ask of a man?" And the young writer looked up at Shelmardine with a self-pitying smile, while she stood beside him, playing thoughtfully with the catch of an ancient pink shagreen cigarette case, which had once been vanity box in chief to Queen Marie Antoinette, so they said. Now who shall describe Shelmardine, of the dark sleek hair, of the lips that smiled unaccountably, of the blue eyes that were gentle and witty and alight with understanding? She was lithe and dark-haired, and her face was white, and her eyes were as blue as night, and as impersonal as the stars. She wore this morning a jumper of vermilion silk, and her skirt was thus and thus, and sweetly rakish. On her head was a brown felt hat with a white stiff brim, and on her feet were brown brogues of Russian leather, such as only men servants can properly polish, women being what they are. Shelmardine smiled down at Raymond Paris, the young writer who could not write a story. "I'll tell you a story," she said. "I'll tell you it quite plainly, but afterwards you may decorate it with fine words and epigrams, and make it a story fit for an editor to read. No, I won't sit down, but you may continue too. This story, my dear, begins with me. All my stories do, though they generally end with someone else. That is called making a mess of one's life, Raymond. I was married very young, and an unhappy marriage it was, so that we parted rather grimly, that queer man and I. He would not divorce me, and I could not divorce him, for he was a pure man. Somewhere in this world, Raymond, there is a stern man who is my husband, and you must always remember that in any conversation with me, for he is not at all the kind of man whom one can forget. I have tried to, and so I know. He was very good-looking in a naval sort of way, which was just as well, as he was in the Navy, and his eyes had that bleary, bitten look which they tell you comes from being out on the high seas in all weathers. But you and I know that it comes from drinking gin and bitters at all hours, there being so little else to do on a battleship. Anyway, there he is, and here am I. Pride parted us once, and now the years part us, and God only knows what'll happen if indeed he is at all interested in such silly people. I fell in love. Fall is exactly the word in this context, and I did not rise quickly. That is called being a loose woman, Raymond. But you need not put this part into your story. I'm just explaining myself to you out of affection and because it's a May morning. My story is about how I fell in love with a stone image. For women are sometimes like seabirds. They sometimes worship stone images, men who are carved of the rocky stuff of life. All men and women are in a conspiracy to hide a secret, and the secret that lies in the hearts of all men and women is that they want to be loved. It sounds almost too pathetic, Raymond, but it is true. I fell in love with this young man, and I wanted to be loved by him. But he would not, Raymond. Do you understand? He would not love me. Those, of course, were not his exact words, but it came to that. Why is it always the wrong man who fall in love with one, Raymond? My lovely stone image told me that he didn't deserve being loved by me because... Oh, how the poor boy hesitated. He hadn't it in him to love anyone. He simply couldn't love, he said, and he felt such a brute. And then he tried to weigh his words carefully. He liked me, he said, as much as he could like anyone. But he didn't think he loved me. Mark the glorious, arrogant think, Raymond. And also tell me when I'm boring you. As he spoke, over luncheon it was, I watched the blue eyes which tried to look straight into mine, but couldn't because he was shy. He was trying to be honest with me, you see, and trying to be honest with women makes men shy. He felt such a brute, he kept on saying. Yes, he did love me in his way, he suddenly admitted. But his way simply couldn't be mine. He simply couldn't give himself wholly to anyone. And he so frightfully wanted to, he felt he was missing such lovely things. I was a fool, of course. To believe that he said about not loving me. Oh, what an utter fool I was to believe him. But all the same, I clung to my pathetic love affair with both hands, ever so tight. I did indeed, Raymond. It is extraordinary how unattainable a woman can make a man she isn't sure of. Maybe you have been unattainable to some woman, Raymond. Or maybe you will be. It'll be fun for you. If it hadn't been that my husband would not divorce me, I would have dragged the lovely stone image to the altar. It would have been better so. Our lives would have been quite different and perhaps quite beautiful. But what actually happened was also quite beautiful in an irregular kind of way. I had set out, you see, to make myself essential to him, mentally, physically, every way. If he couldn't love me as a man loves a woman, then he must love me as a tree loves the creepers that cling round it. Oh dear, how extraordinarily silly one gets. I was terribly serious, Raymond. I always am, which is perhaps what keeps me young. But do I look youngish? Quick, tell me. Oh, you are sweet, Raymond. But I hadn't much time in which to make myself necessary to him. That young man who said he couldn't give himself wholly to any woman, who sandwiched a woman between a dead salmon and a dead grouse. He was the eldest son of a great house, but in the meantime he was a soldier, and he had the frozen blue eyes which make a good soldier, as soldiers go. And he was going, Raymond, under special orders for East Africa, where he would have to stay several months. Just a few weeks I had then to make him feel that he couldn't bear life in Africa or anywhere else without me. And, my dear, the world didn't hold a more perfect dream than that in which he would come to me and offer to risk his career for me. That is what is called being a cad, Raymond, and women are rather good at it. I wanted him to offer me his ambition, and then I would consider whether or not I would give it back to him. But he didn't. I lost. And it seemed so like winning too. For 10 days before he was to sail, he had insisted on taking me away from London, saying that London was getting between us and that we must go away into the country, just to breathe and to love. That is not, of course, how he put it, Raymond, but that was his meaning, and very happy it made me. Imagine, 7 days we spent together in a funny sweet little inn under the shadows of those tall hills which are called mountains in Wales. But I will not tell you about those days, for they were very intimate. And even if I did, you could not put them into your story, for your editor would wonder if you were mad, saying that the British public will put up with much, but not with as much as that. But all the same, they were a wonderful 7 days, and as we sat silently facing each other on the train back to London, silent because there was too much to talk about, now I had won. There were 3 days left. In London, he dropped me at my house, and he was to return in the evening to take me out to dinner. But he was back within an hour, and when I went downstairs, I found him pacing impatiently up and down the drawing room. He told me that his orders had been changed. He had to go to Paris first and then take ship to Marseille. To Paris? I said, not understanding. Yes, tonight, in 2 hours, he said quickly, shyly. He was embarrassed at the idea of a possible scene. And, oh, those frozen blue eyes of proconsular men. He must go at once, he said. He shook both my hands, and he held them a little while in that pathetic attempt at tenderness which sometimes overtakes Englishmen when they are eager to go and do something else. He would write to me, he said. He mumbled something about my being a darling, but I simply hadn't a word. It was all just as though nothing had ever happened to us, as though we had never been to the little Welsh inn, or played and laughed and loved, as though he had never begged me to run my fingers through his hair because I had said his hair was a garden where golden flowers grew. Englishmen are very odd, Raymond. He was going away, but he would write to me, he said, and would be back in 12 months or so, and he almost forgot to kiss me. But what are kisses? Now, this is where, Raymond, in writing this story, your craftsmanship must come in. You must be very clever just here, Raymond. You must manage to convey that, though I was not a bad loser by nature, I was terribly wretched for a time, that I simply didn't exist. You must fill in the gap with some fine prose and acute observation, the horrible gap between the time he went away and the time when I again began to take notice of life. You can't both be loyal to me and true to life, Raymond, so you had better be romantic about it. You will find it quite easy to be romantic about other people's troubles. I didn't forget him. I've never forgotten him, that stone image which stood in my heart and then broke itself to pieces because of some law I do not understand. But there is a law I do understand, a cruel kind of law, and that is a law of reaction. He wrote me letters at long intervals, cold, honest bits of writing, strong and silent backbone of empire stuff, and rather pompous with their appreciations of me tacked on to descriptions of the desert and the natives. But I wrote to him only once, explaining myself, explaining him. Oh, it was a wonderful letter, the one wonderful letter of my life. I gave all I had to give in that letter, but it hadn't seemed to warm him at all, and I hadn't the heart or the energy to write again. He became a tender memory, and I fell in love again, Raymond, but not as with my stone image. Oh, no. This was a sort of man who didn't count except in that I loved him, or thought I did. He was really no more than the servant of my reaction against the stone image, and to serve me well he had to help me to demolish all the castles of sentiment I had built around him, and the stoutest and most beautiful castle of all I had built around that funny little Welsh inn. The memory of our days there haunted me. It made everything else seem not worthwhile, and so I told myself that something must be done about that, else it looked to be spoiling my whole life with regrets. Nothing in the world repeats itself except regret, and of course sardines. And so, Raymond, I set my horse to that last castle to crash into it recklessly, gallantly, and to stride and laugh about its halls with another man who is not a stone image, not so beautiful. We went, my reaction and I. In an exceedingly fast car we went, going ever so fast, so that when I tumbled out of it at that inn, I had no time to think. Now the sweetest thing in that little inn was its miniature drawing room, which was entirely composed of a large bow window and 3 little tables. And the largest thing about it was the view of the hills all round, and a brown stream which tumbled about at the bottom of the garden and made more noise than you could believe possible for so little a thing. My stone image and I had sat on the table by the bow window, and now my reaction and I sat there again. I dreamed. He ate. My back was to the door, and I sat facing a large mirror, the stream and the hills on my right. He sat facing the window, adoring me, the adventure, the hills, the food. I wasn't unhappy. Perhaps I was a little absent-minded, but I'm sure I wasn't unhappy. Until, in the mirror in front of me, I saw the great figure, the fair hair, the frozen blue eyes at the open door. Our eyes met in the mirror, the eyes of statues, wondering, waiting. Shall I tell you I was afraid or ashamed or intolerably miserable? I don't know what I felt. It's a dead moment. I don't know how long he stood there filling the doorway with his great figure, filling my life with his stern eyes. But it couldn't have been for long, perhaps a few seconds. and once he took his eyes off mine and looked at the man beside me, who hadn't seen him. I thought his lips twitched, but then something happened to my sight, and the mirror clouded over. When I could see again, the door was closed. The magic mirror was empty of all but my unbelieving eyes and the profile of the man beside me, who didn't know and was never to know that I had lived a century while he ate a potato. All that he did know was that the next morning I begged him to observe, but not please to comment on my movements, which were in the direction of a London train. I treated that man abominably, but he never had a chance. When I got home, I found a wire. I had given orders for nothing, not even wires to be sent on to me. This one had come an hour after I had left for Wales. It was from Southampton. Just arrived. I'm going straight up to their little place in Wales. Will arrive there dinner time. Shall we dine together by the window? Shelmardine was rather absent-minded as she finished her story. She forgot to smile. It was very careless of Shelmardine to forget to smile, for it made Raymond Paris feel shy. He fiddled with his pen. He coughed. "Well," said Shelmardine at last, "won't the story do for you, Raymond? Or is it not interesting enough? Not enough action?" "Of course it's frightfully interesting," Raymond Paris protested. "But, well, you see, editors are rather odd. It isn't a story at all. Really, don't you see? An episode, perhaps?" The young man started at a certain quality in her voice. Something seemed to have suddenly broken in Shelmardine's voice. Wondering, he stared at the lady who stood above him by the table, her fingers playing thoughtfully with the ancient pink shagreen cigarette case which had once been vanity box in chief to Marie Antoinette, so they said. And he followed her eyes out of the windows into the garden below, the garden brave with the gay tall tulips of many colors. A man was walking in the garden, not heeding the tulips, not heeding anything. The back of a great figure of a man with a golf bag swung across it, a lounging man with hands stuck very deep into +4s and a pipe screwed into the corner of his mouth, and the tall man's hair was extraordinarily fair in the sunlight. George Tallien was walking through the garden of tulips on his way to a morning round of golf. "Yes, an episode, that's all it is," said Shelmardine queerly, and still her face forgot to smile. That's how he would think of it now. He has had his lesson, you see, and many episodes. And so all the childishness has gone out of him. He can't be hurt by a face in a mirror now, Raymond. He would just laugh, and he has an 18th century kind of laugh. Poor lamb, all the childishness has been spilled out of him. And Shelmardine's eyes softly followed the figure among the tall tulips, while young Raymond Paris murmured, "You see, what editors want is a story with some sort of point." The end of Introducing a Lady of No Importance and a Gentleman of Even Less by Michael Allen.
Our Quiet Winter by F.S. Anthony. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Quiet Winter. The winter before last, Gus came over to my batch one day with one of his brilliant ideas. He said it was silly, he and I running two separate establishments all the winter. Why not club together and live in one show? We could share the tucker bill and it would make things easier all round. I wasn't keen on the idea at all. I like old Gus, so long as I don't see him too often, but I didn't have any say in it as it happened. Gus just decided it was a real brainy idea, and shifted his bedding across that night. He chose my batch for us to live in because I'd got my winter supply of firewood snigged home, whereas Gus had been too busy to waste time on a luxury like firewood. He started to find fault with things straight away. After tea, the first thing that took his eye was the dog licking out the frying pan. I can't see any harm in that myself, but Gus said it was sickening, and started to roll his eyes and try to remember if I'd washed it out before I fried the sausages. As I pointed out to him, there's generally a cat sleeping in his frying pan any time I drop in to see him. I knew how it was going to be. As soon as Gus got settled down in my shack, he was going to start picking things to pieces. He said a cat was a domesticated animal, it was allowed inside, but dogs were different. I always let my dog sit by the fire with me of an evening. He's good company, and another thing, if a man keeps his dog inside, he knows where he is. That didn't suit Gus at all. I had to keep the dog outside. Gus rolled his bedding out on the floor the first night. He promised himself a bush stretcher as soon as he had time to knock one together, but in the meantime the floor would do. He kept tossing and growling half the night and calling it dog fleas, just to make me feel uncomfortable. About 2 a.m. he let out a roar, and I nearly jumped out of my old shakedown with fright. I sat up and looked over at Gus's corner. He was swearing and wiping the heads off matches, so I lit a candle to see what was wrong. Gus swore that an animal as big as a sheepdog had stepped on his face. I told him he had eaten too many pork sausages. It was a nightmare he'd had. "No," said Gus. "It wasn't a nightmare because I haven't had a wink of sleep yet." Then I remembered that Gus's bed was placed close to the wall that had the rat hole in it. Every night 2 or 3 of them used to pay me a visit and clean up all the crumbs on the table. They didn't know about Gus, and I supposed one of them had hopped through the hole onto his face. Gus made as much fuss over it as if they were fancy trained rats and I'd done it on purpose. He stood in the middle of the room mumbling to himself and first running his palms down the calf of one leg and then doing the other as if he were wiping them down. This time he called it rat fleas and got hasty when I said it was imagination. After a while he dragged his bedding along the floor a bit and turned in again. About 5 a.m. I got disturbed once more. It was raining in torrents. I could hear it battering down on the roof by the bucketful, but that didn't seem sufficient reason for Gus to make such a rotten fuss. He was at it again with the matches too. I could see him painting streaks of phosphorus up and down the flooring, so I lit the candle once more. Then I knew what the trouble was. When Gus had shifted his bed during the night, he had dragged it under the hole in the roof. I'd been going to fix that leak for months, but Gus seemed to think I'd climbed up there while he was asleep and punched a hole in the roof iron just for his benefit. He kept on harping about how the place was so draughty and one thing and another that he hadn't slept a solitary wink all night. I had to point out in the finish that it was a mighty funny thing how his bed had got so soaked with water if he'd been lying there awake all the time. The first drop would have shifted me if I'd been under that leak, but Gus must have allowed the bed to soak up 2 or 3 gallons before he decided to stir. He went shivering out into the back porch for an old chaff bag and a cow cover I had there, and I lent him one of my blankets for the rest of the morning. At breakfast time, he stretched strings across all the kitchen and had his blankets hanging everywhere. Now, I don't mind having to bob and duck every time I wanted to get near the fire, but I drew the line at seeing a wet blanket dripping onto the butter and sugar while we were eating. Gus said I was a queer chap. He supposed I wanted him to lay the seeds of rheumatics and neuralgia by sleeping in wet blankets. Then I had to speak plainly. I said I didn't mind him living in the place, but why couldn't he act reasonable? He'd spoilt my night's rest for me, growling and grunting over little things all night long, and now he was trying to turn the show into a steam laundry. Then Gus got wild and tore all the blankets down and heaved them into a corner. After breakfast he went away to feed out hay to his cows, and I went off to look after mine. I got back first and stoked up the fire and hung all the bedding up again. It teemed down steadily all that day, and after Gus had built a sack stretcher to sleep on and had plugged up the rat hole in the wall, we sat about in a sour yellow-looking steam and kept ourselves amused shifting the blankets about as they dried. It rained without ceasing for 4 miserable days, and Gus and I put in the time squabbling over who'd fry the steak and who'd peel the spuds. Things got so bad the 5th day that we both sat in front of the fire waiting for one another to go out and chop some wood until it gave a last flicker and went out. Then Gus stood up and stretched himself. "Look here, Mark, I'm absolutely fed up with this," he said. "A man ought to have his head read anyhow for being here at all." He glanced disdainfully around my habitation, and I sat up and snapped, "Who asked you to be here anyhow?" "Don't get snaky," said Gus. "Let's get out and have a change." The idea appealed to me as soon as he mentioned it, so I said, "What about dropping along to the Treadwells and challenging the girls to a game of coon-can?" "Good enough," declared Gus. So we slipped into our oilskins and heavy boots and set off. Mary Treadwell was out in the rain chopping stovewood when we arrived, and Gus gallantly took the axe away from her and smacked up an armful. That's Gus all over. He couldn't miss a chance to impress a girl, but he could sit by my fire and watch it go out without wanting to chop any. We found old Mr. Treadwell sitting over a big backlog in the front room. He had another old chap named Mr. Ginger with him. Gus and I didn't get a chance to challenge the girls. They were all out in the kitchen with their mother, and as soon as Mr. Treadwell saw us, he exclaimed gleefully, "Aha! Just the two men we want. Sit up here and Mr. Ginger and I'll teach you how to play crib." I know how to play crib, only I don't like the game. The counting always makes me get spots before the eyes, but Gus jumped at the suggestion, so I had to take a hand. "The two good players will play against the two poor," decided old Treddy, "and that will show you two young fellows how experience tells in a game like cribbage." The first time around the board, the two old chaps took turns at stopping me every time I led a card and explaining why it was I had no business to play that particular one. Gus rather fancies himself at crib, so they left him alone and directed all their benevolent advice to me. Gus and I won the first game by 1 hole, and the old boys put their pipes down and started to play. They had a lot of cheery remarks to pass about beginner's luck and giving us the first game to hearten us up and that sort of talk, but I noticed I didn't get any more fatherly advice on how to play my hand. I started off in the second game by holding 2 lots of 18 each and 16 in crib. We won that game before they'd gone once round the board, and old Ginger commenced getting offensive. He said it was impossible to play crib against a man who violated every rule of the game the way I did. In the third game, Gus stopped old Treddy from taking Ginger's hand twice on the pegs, and after we'd won it, Treddy got up and stamped outside. We heard him loosing 3 hungry dogs, and after he'd dogged the pigs away from the veranda, he came in and started again. On the fourth game, the old chaps got a good lead on us, and about halfway through, Mrs. Treadwell came into the room with a tray full of cups of tea. "Take that stuff away," roared Mr. Treadwell. "Can't you see we're busy?" Then Gus and I began to peg, and the game ended with the old boys being left 1 to go out and Gus having first count and pegging out on them. They wouldn't believe it. They laid all the hands out as they were played and tried to find the place where Gus and I had cheated, but it was no go. Finally, old Treddy slammed the cards down and bellowed, "Where's that bloomin' tea?" And the door flew open and Mrs. Treadwell and Jessie came fluttering in with tea and cakes. I'd had enough cards by that time. I remembered I hadn't fed my dog and said I thought I'd better be getting back in case he was hungry. Of course Gus had to poke his oar in then. "Don't talk rot, Mark," said he. "You fed him yesterday. I saw you myself." The old chaps agreed it was a mistake to pamper a dog when he wasn't in regular work, so I had to sit down again. The next 3 games were a caution. I got that way at the finish. I felt ashamed to pick up my hands. Every one would be a 12 or 14 at least. Gus gloated openly. He's about the most tactless man I know that way. After the 7th game, Mr. Treadwell got up abruptly and kicked the girl's pet Persian cat from the front room clean out into the scullery. Then he stamped out after it, and we heard him out in the rain chopping wood. Old Ginger pulled his chair up to the fire and said, "Heh, easy seeing you two chaps have played crib together before today." After that, Gus and I got our oilskins on and set off for home. It was getting dark and we had 2 miles to plod with the wind and rain in our faces. Every now and again I could hear Gus chuckling, so finally I said, "What's the joke? I can't see anything funny." "I'm laughing at the way we beat those 2 old men," explained Gus. "Yes," said I, "but if you'd let them win 1 or 2 and kept them in a good humour, old Treddy would have asked us to stop to tea. Now, when we get home, we've got to scratch about in the dark, chopping wood and lighting our fire." That sobered Gus up when I put it that way. He said he'd never thought of that. Strikes me Gus never thinks of anything. A man ought to cut out going anywhere with him. When we got home, I cut some wood while Gus got kindling and laid the fire. We were just beginning to get personal to each other over whose turn it was to wash up when there came a rap at the door. I bellowed out, "Come in," and in came Mr. Treadwell and Ginger. "We've come for our revenge," they announced. I said I thought I had a touch of the flu coming on and felt I'd better turn in, but nobody would hear of that. Treddy said there was only one thing to do with influenza, and that was to beat it right from the start. If I gave in and lay down to it, the chances were I'd end up in hospital. I use an old packing case for a table at my house and benzene cases for chairs, and after the old chaps had tried all the furniture to see which were the least wobbly, old Ginger helped himself to a blanket off my bed to play on, and we made a start. We kept going until about 1 a.m, and every time the old chaps won a game they got unbearable. Every time they lost they developed cramp in the knees through sitting with their knees doubled up against the packing case, and then they'd get up and stamp about the room cursing my furniture. Finally, Gus put the lid on things by referring to the tally of games and saying in a complacent voice, "For you, 8 us." After letting us know that they weren't satisfied and giving us the impression that there was something fishy about us they didn't like, they departed. As soon as they were gone, I went to put my blanket back on the bed and discovered a hole burnt in it as big as a soup plate where old Ginger had spilled ashes out of his pipe. It was carefully covered over with a piece of newspaper. "So that's where the smell of smouldering socks came from," said Gus as soon as he saw it. "Never mind, Mark. Don't go so Scotty about it. We beat them, that's the main thing." It was fine next day, so Gus and I did some work, but we would just finished tea that night when in came the old 2 boys again. They weren't satisfied. Gus was delighted, but I put my foot down. I said I had to go down to the township on business and went and changed my clothes. They came in one at a time to try and persuade me to postpone the business, but it was important, and finally Gus nipped off and went for Artie Thompson. I drove about in the dark until a big shower came along and half drowned me, and then I headed back home. They hardly bothered to grunt at me when I got inside, so I turned in. They pounded the packing case with their fists and passed remarks about the dealer every time they didn't get a decent hand until about 1:30 a.m, and after that Gus came chuckling into the bedroom and I managed to get to sleep. Next night was the same, only Artie turned up with the other 2 and I sat about behind the packing case in the dark and cold until I was half frozen and then went to bed. Someone had commandeered my blanket again, and before I retired I caused a little excitement by going to the packing case and dragging it off. Gus said I was no sport at all if I allowed a small thing like that to upset me, but it was a cold, raw night and I was firm. I heard them mumbling and muttering as I was shaking my bed up, but finally they settled down to the game again. Instead of calling each other down every time their hands didn't suit as they'd done the night before, they expended all their superfluous breath in cursing the splinters in the packing case and wishing they'd known I was that sort of man. About 1:30 again I rapped on the wall with my fist in order to command attention, while I informed them that Gus had blankets on his bed if a blanket was really necessary. After a long silence I heard a voice grumble, "Thought he was asleep long ago." Then I heard the benzene cases being pushed back and the card party broke up. Next morning Gus broke the news to me. He and Artie had challenged Mr. Treadwell and Ginger to a crib tournament of 1,000 games. They were going to play every evening during the winter until one side had won over 500 and the losers were to forfeit 10 shillings each. I asked Gus where they intended to play. "Oh, here, of course," returned Gus airily. "Can't expect Mrs. Treadwell or any of the women to clean up after us every night." "And what about me?" I inquired mildly. "You?" exclaimed Gus in surprise. "It needn't affect you. You don't have to play. I've gone to the trouble of getting Artie because we saw you didn't care for crib." Nearly every night for about 3 weeks the card enthusiasts mustered at my house and helped themselves to a supper of tea and toast while they fought out the tournament. Gus was in his glory. The competition excited outside interest, and another quartet annexed the box I used as a dressing table and fought out a similar contest. As soon as the winners of the first 1,000 games were decided, the 2 losers were to take on the losers of the latter party, while the winners played the winners. Every night my little kitchen was filled with a blue atmosphere of tobacco smoke which used to drift in through the bedroom door and almost suffocate me. Every morning the floor would be a litter of dead matches and pipe dottles, but I didn't mind that so much. What I did object to was a habit old Ginger had of spitting at things lying about on the floor. I had to take my boots into the bedroom with me to finish up. And all the time they kept a roaring fire going of the wood I'd carted home to see me through the winter. It was nothing to see 8 of them leaning over a pack of cards at midnight, cutting to see who would go out to chop a fresh backlog. Sometimes I would feel like sitting up by the fire for a bit, before turning into bed, but if I did that I was in the way, because Gus's party had their box drawn across the fireplace so that they could keep warm while they played. If I went to bed, the opposition lot used to play their game up against the wall, about a foot from my head. Once or twice I hinted gently that cards could be played without quite so much noise, but I found that only hurt their feelings. I could see they regarded me as a bit of a nuisance. I opened the back door once to let out some of the thick air, and the sudden draught blew all the lights out. They told me about that. Then, the evening before the tournament finally broke up, old Ginger went to the locker for a fresh candle and found only empty packets. He got quite cool over it. "You must have known there were no more," he said to me. "What are we going to do now without lights?" "You're not doing anything, Mark," pointed out Mr. Treadwell. "Nip over to Wilson's and borrow a packet." It was getting near the deciding game. Gus and Artie were 485 games, and Treddy and Ginger had won 399. I began to work up a little interest in it myself. The next evening they started early, and I hung about to see the finish. I squeezed myself into a small corner behind Gus and followed the game. About 11:30 Gus and his partner were 499, and things began to get exciting. As soon as the issue was beyond all doubt, Mr. Treadwell jumped up in a huff and accused Gus and Artie of playing with secret signs. Then old Ginger pointed a finger at me, where I sat crouched up in the corner, and said, "Look at him too," in a nasty, sneery tone. The other lot of players stopped their game in order to hear the row. Gus and Artie could only sit and gape, so I said, "Look at me, what for?" "Ah, you needn't try and bluff it out," jeered Mr. Ginger. "I've been watching. I'm not as big a fool as you think. I suppose you and Tomlins think you're going to share the 10 shillings, but you ain't. We ain't that green." He and Mr. Treadwell made a dignified exit before Gus or I had thought out proper answers to him, and then I arose in my wrath and ordered the other party out of my house. Gus and I finished the row by ourselves, and then Gus bundled his clothes into a sack, slammed my back door, and shook the dust of the place off his feet that same night. The yarn got about that a party of hard affairs used to muster at my house all the winter, gambling for money, and that I was the ringleader. Girls I thought I was friendly with started to give me the go-by, and even the old parson hunted me up to remonstrate. He said it wasn't the harm I did myself, but think of the dreadful wrong I was committing in coaxing young and innocent youths into the paths of gambling and ruin. Something like that it went. I hadn't even the heart to try and justify myself, but I did promise him that it would never happen again, and it won't either. End of Our Quiet Winter.
The Philosopher's Stone by August W. Derleth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. A Short Tale of the Borgias. The Philosopher's Stone by August W. Derleth. The lackey at the window inclined his head toward Monsieur Orsini, who sat fidgeting nervously at the high oaken table near the center of the room. "The 3 come, Excellency." Monsieur the Duke of Ercola de Orsini turned and rose, walked swiftly to the window. The lackey pulled aside the heavy velvet hangings. 3 men were walking on the drawbridge of his castle. The Duke made a sign. The hangings dropped. "It is well. Admit them at once to this room." The lackey departed. Monsieur Orsini meditatively donned a mask, then seated himself to await the 3. He had not long to wait. The 3 came into the room, bowing servilely. "You have brought it?" came from the mask of Orsini. We have, monsieur. Let me see it. One of the three men drew a long glass phial from his doublet. At the bottom of the glass gleamed a jewel. Monsieur Orsini repressed an exclamation. The Philosopher's Stone, as you commanded, monsieur. Of what portent is the scroll above the stone? It is a formula of death, monsieur. The Duke de Orsini threw a pouch of gold upon the table. One of the three seized it. The Duke spoke again. There is to be no word of this in outer circles. It shall be as you say, monsieur. Our instructions were to warn you not to open the phial before the hour of midnight. 7 glasses of sand hence. They shall be obeyed, but carry back this warning. If the stone is not true, you die in company with your master. We are at your command, at your mercy, if the stone fails to perform its duties. The curtain swished behind the three. At once, Monsieur Orsini struck a gong. A lackey appeared. Seize and bind the 3 men who are leaving my abode. Cast them into the dungeons until further word from me is received. The lackey disappeared. As if summoned by magic, another came to take his place. Monsieur, a runner from Rome awaits your pleasure. From Rome? Yes, Excellency. Bring him to me. The lackey departed as silently as he had come. In a trice, the runner stood before the Duke de Orsini. He bowed low. With a quick motion, he opened an amulet about his neck, and drew from it a piece of folded paper, which he threw to the table before him. The Duke grasped it and read, Be armed. Prepare to attack the bull. Your cousin. At once the Duke struck his gong, and as before, a lackey appeared. Ring the alarm bell. The lackey vanished, and the Duke turned again to the messenger. You come from His Eminence? Yes, Excellency. You are acquainted with the content of this message? No, Excellency. I was told to read it only in the case of attack. You are from my cousin's household? Yes, Highness. It is well. You may go. Tonight you shall be housed with me. Tomorrow you join my army. A lackey conducted the runner from the room. From outside came the inconsistent pealing of an alarm bell and the clatter of arms, as the Duke's soldiers were assembling. Monsieur Orsini rose and moved across the room to the terrace. He stepped onto the balcony and addressed his men-at-arms. It is by command of His Eminence the Cardinal Orsini, coupled with that of His Eminence the Cardinal della Rovera, that you are to remain constantly in arms, in preparation for an attack upon the Borgia, who moves now through this country. An attempt will be made in Rome tonight to poison the Borgia usurper on the papal throne. The men of our allies, the Duke de Colonna, are in readiness. The Milanese Sforza have declared themselves neutral. As usual, the Doge of Venice remains neutral until such time as he sees who will win the victory. Then he will ally himself to the victorious standard. The Florentine de Medicis are willing to aid us, but not openly. All negotiations must be in secret. They are by no means in favor of our cause, but they live in constant fear of the Borgia bull. As one man, the soldiers inclined their heads. The Duke stepped back into the room and pulled the curtains across the window. Meditatively, he turned the hourglass. He sat down at his table and regarded the phial containing the Philosopher's Stone. For a long time he sat there. A lackey came and lit the candles in their sconces, and withdrew again, leaving the Duke alone. At length the Duke d'Orsini drew from a panel in the table a map of the surrounding country, and began to sketch the passage of Cesare Borgia's troops. He wondered how his cousin's envoy had managed to get through the Borgia's lines. He saw clearly that the envoy would have had to come through the enemy's lines to reach him. But abruptly he dismissed the question and turned his attention to the attack he would make on the morrow. The last grains of sand of the 11th hour dribbled into a heap as Monsieur Orsini rose from the table with the file in his hand. He moved quickly beneath a sconce of candles, the better to see the precious stone, upon which the light glittered and sparkled. Almost feverishly, he broke the end of the file. He drew out the scroll, then turned the file upside down to catch the jewel with the palm of his outstretched hand. But, though the jewel slid down the polished surface of the glass, it never reached the hand of the Duke Ercole d'Orsini, for suddenly came a sharp pop, as if a glass bubble had been broken, and immediately afterward a thin film of white dust rose like a vapor to the nostrils of the Duke. For a moment he stared in amazement at his dust-laden palm. Then he tore at the scroll madly, as if in a frenzy. He opened it and read it. His face twisted into an expression of horrible fear. He made as if to step forward. 2 steps he went, and then fell flat on his face, the open scroll beneath his palm. He twitched convulsively and lay still. The candles gleamed on the writing on the scroll, while from without came the sharp cries of a surprised army. The scroll read, "With the compliments of Cesare Borgia." The end of The Philosopher's Stone by August Derleth.
The Story of an Hour by Kate Chopin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Bischoff. The Story of an Hour. Knowing that Mrs. Mallard was afflicted with a heart trouble, great care was taken to break to her as gently as possible the news of her husband's death. It was her sister Josephine who told her, in broken sentences, veiled hints that revealed in half-concealing. Her husband's friend Richards was there, too, near her. It was he who had been in the newspaper office when intelligence of the railroad disaster was received, with Brentley Mallard's name leading the list of killed. He had only taken the time to assure himself of its truth by a second telegram, and had hastened to forestall any less careful, less tender friend in bearing the sad message. She did not hear the story, as many women have heard the same, with a paralyzed inability to accept its significance. She wept at once, with sudden, wild abandonment, in her sister's arms. When the storm of grief had spent itself, she went away to her room alone. She would have no one follow her. There stood, facing the open window, a comfortable, roomy armchair. Into this she sank, pressed down by a physical exhaustion that haunted her body and seemed to reach into her soul. She could see in the open square before her house the tops of trees that were all aquiver with new spring life. The delicious breath of rain was in the air. In the street below a peddler was crying his wares. The notes of a distant song which someone was singing reached her faintly, and countless sparrows were twittering in the eaves. There were patches of blue sky showing here and there through the clouds that had met and piled one above the other in the west facing her window. She sat with her head thrown back upon the cushion of the chair, quite motionless, except when a sob came up into her throat and shook her as a child who has cried itself to sleep continues to sob in its dreams. She was young, with a fair, calm face, whose lines bespoke repression and even a certain strength. But now there was a dull stare in her eyes, whose gaze was fixed away off yonder on one of those patches of blue sky. It was not a glance of reflection, but rather indicated a suspension of intelligent thought. There was something coming to her, and she was waiting for it fearfully. What was it? She did not know. It was too subtle and elusive to name. But she felt it, creeping out of the sky, reaching toward her through the sounds, the scents, the color that filled the air. Now her bosom rose and fell tumultuously. She was beginning to recognize this thing that was approaching to possess her, and she was striving to beat it back with her will, as powerless as her two white slender hands would have been. When she abandoned herself, a little whispered word escaped her slightly parted lips. She said it over and over under the breath. Free. Free. Free! The vacant stare and the look of terror that had followed it went from her eyes. They stayed keen and bright. Her pulses beat fast, and the coursing blood warmed and relaxed every inch of her body. She did not stop to ask if it were or were not a monstrous joy that held her. A clear and exalted perception enabled her to dismiss the suggestion as trivial. She knew that she would weep again when she saw the kind, tender hands folded in death, the face that had never looked save with love upon her, fixed and gray and dead. But she saw beyond that bitter moment a long procession of years to come that would belong to her absolutely, and she opened and spread her arms out to them in welcome. There would be no one to live for during these coming years. She would live for herself. There would be no powerful will bending hers in that blinding persistence with which men and women believe they have a right to impose a private will upon a fellow creature. A kind intention or a cruel intention made the act seem no less crime as she looked upon it in that brief moment of illumination. And yet she had loved him, sometimes. Often she had not. What did it matter? What could love, the unsolved mystery, count for in the face of this possession of self-assertion, which she suddenly recognized the strongest impulse of her being? Free! Body and soul, free! She kept whispering. Josephine was kneeling before the closed door with her lips to the keyhole, imploring for admission. Louise, open the door. I beg, open the door. You will make yourself ill. What are you doing, Louise? For heaven's sake, open the door. Go away. I am not making myself ill. No, she was drinking in a very elixir of life through that open window. Her fancy was running riot along those days ahead of her, spring days and summer days, and all sorts of days that would be her own. She breathed a quick prayer that life might be long. It was only yesterday she had thought with a shudder that life might be long. She arose at length and opened the door to her sister's importunities. There was a feverish triumph in her eyes, and she carried herself unwittingly like a goddess of victory. She clasped her sister's waist, and together they descended the stairs. Richard stood waiting for them at the bottom. Someone was opening the front door with a latch-key. It was Bentley Mallard who entered, a little travel-stained, composedly carrying his grip-sack and umbrella. He had been far from the scene of the accident, and did not even know there had been one. He stood amazed at Josephine's piercing cry, at Richard's quick motion to screen him from the view of his wife. When the doctors came, they said she had died of heart disease, of the joy that kills. End of The Story of an Hour.
The Third Generation by Marjorie L.C. Pickthall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. The Third Generation. No shanty fires shall cheer them, no comrades march beside, but the northern lights shall beckon, and the wandering winds shall guide. They shall cross the silent waters by a trail that is wild and far, to the place of the lonely lodges under a lonely star. La Longue Traverse. Bob, is this Lake Lemaire? Bob Lemaire, leaning against a wind-twisted tamarack on the ridge above the portage, looked long and very long at the desolate country spread out beneath them. Then he looked at a map, drawn on parchment in faded ink, which he had just unfolded from a waterproof case.
"I can't identify it," he confessed at last, "but I think—" "If you say another word," groaned Barrett, "about the reliability of your grandfather, I'll heave rocks at you."
Lemaire smiled slowly, and the smile transfigured his lean, serious face. He folded the map and replaced it in the little case.
"Well," he answered comfortingly, "we can't mistake Petite Babiche anyway, when we come to it. If the thing exists, I know your grandfather said he found it and stuck it on his map, but no one else has ever found it since." "No one else," said Lemaire quietly, "has been so far west from the Grande Babiche."
He looked again at the land, one of the most desolate in the world, across which they must go. Lake, rapid, river, rock, scrub, pine, and caribou moss. Here the world held only these things, repeated to infinity. But as Lemaire's grave eyes rested on them, those eyes showed nothing but stillness and a strange content. And Barrett, who had been watching his friend and not the new chain of lakes ahead, cried suddenly, "Bob, I believe you like it."
"Yes, I like it, if like is the word."
"Oh, gosh, and you never saw it till 5 years ago?"
"No."
"And your father never saw it at all?"
"No. He married young, you know, and had no money. He worked in an office all his life. My mother said he used to talk in his sleep of all this, which he had never seen, and when I saw it, it just seemed to come natural."
He smiled again.
"We've 3, 4 more portages," he went on, "before we camp."
"And it's along of having Forbes Lemaire for a grandfather," groaned Barrett, as he limped after Lemaire's light stride down the rocky slope to the little beach where they had left their canoe. They launched the canoe thigh-deep in the rush of the ice-clear water, and put out into yet another of that endless chain of unknown and uncharted lakes whose course they were following. Only one map in the world showed these lakes, those low iron hills, that swamp, the map made by Bob Lemaire's grandfather 50 years before. As far as was known, only one white man before themselves had ever tried the journey from the Grande Babiche due west to the Petite Babiche, that mythical river, and that had been Forbes Lemaire. As Barrett said, it was a tour personally conducted by the ghost of a grandfather. Another wet portage, tripping and sliding under a low cliff among fallen shale and willow bushes, another lake, as wide, as lonely as the former one. So for 3 hours, and then the afternoon shut down in drive on drive of damp gray mist, and they edged the canoe inshore and beached it at last upon a dun ridge of sand, the shadows of dwarfed bull-pines promising firing. Too tired to speak, they made their camp deftly as long practice had taught them. Tinned beef, flapjacks, and coffee had power, however, to change the very aspect of the weather, and Barrett, smoking the pipe of repletion under a wisp of tent, had time to admire the Japanese effect of the writhed pines in the fog, to hear a sort of wild music in the voices of rain and water, and to meditate on the chances of an œil naniche for the morning's meal. The shadows of the fog were changing to the shadows of night, and the silent Lemaire rose and flung wood on the fire. It sent out a warm glow, and, as if it had been a signal, a living shadow crept from the shadow of the rocks and very timidly approached the light. Both men rose with an exclamation, for they had not seen a human being for nearly a month. Barrett said, "An Indian," and sank back on his blanket, leaving Lemaire to ask questions. Lemaire went round the fire and stooped over the queer, huddled shadow on the ground. "Well?" Barrett called after him at last. "A Montagnais," Lemaire answered after a pause, some trouble in his voice.
"About the oldest old Indian I've ever seen. They aren't long-lived. He seems a bit wrong in the head. He doesn't seem to know his name or where he comes from, but he says he's going to a big encampment many days' journey west. He says he's been following us. He says he's a friend of mine." "Is he?" "I never saw him before. That's all I can get out of him. He's probably been cast off by his tribe. Why? Oh, too old to be useful. Cruel brutes." "Not so cruel as some white men," said Lemaire, half to himself. He had come back to the firelight and was rummaging among their stores, none too plentiful. He returned to the old Indian, carrying food, and presently Barrett heard snapping sounds as of a hungry dog feeding. Lemaire came again to his nook under the tent, and Barrett smoked out his pipe in silence. Then, as he knocked the ashes, fizzling, into a little pool of rain, he said gently, "Bob, what makes you so uncommonly good to the Indians?" Quiet Lemaire did not attempt to evade the direct question, but a rather shy flush rose to his dark, lean cheeks as he said diffidently, "I suppose, because I feel my family, any one of my name, owes 'em something." "The grandfather again, eh?" "Yes. Men had no souls in those days, Barrett. I think the tremendous loneliness, the newness, the lack of responsibility, something killed their souls. Wait." Leaning forward, he flung more wood on the fire, and the red light flickered on his strong and gentle face. He glanced at his friend and went on abruptly. "I've my grandfather's maps and journals, you know, what my father called the shameful records of his fame. He was absolutely explicit in 'em. I never saw them in father's lifetime, but he left them to me, saying I could read them or not as I liked. I was very proud of them. I read them, and upon my word, though from them I got the hints that may lead us to the rediscovery of the lost babiche, I'm almost sorry I did. It leaves a bad taste in the mind, if you know what I mean, to think that one's father's father was such a heroic scoundrel. A bad record, Bobby? Bad even for those days. Listen to me. While he was on this very expedition we're on now, he was taken sick. He was very sick, and going to be worse. He knew what it was. He was near the big summer camp of a tribe of Indians that had been very kind to him, coast Indians, come inland for the caribou hunting. He went to them. He was sick, and they took him in and nursed him. And all the time he knew what it was he had. It was the smallpox. You know what Lapicot is in the wilds. They've a song about it still, down along the Lamennais. For of all that tribe, only one family, they say, escaped. All the others died. They died as if the angel of destruction had come among them with his sword. They died like flies. They died in heaps. And over the bones of the dead the teepees stood for years, ragged, blowing in the winds. And then the skins rotted, and the bare poles stood gleaming white over the rotting bones that covered an acre of ground, they say. No one ever went to that place any more. It was cursed, because of my grandfather. Monsieur Forbes made his getaway? Yes, or I shouldn't be telling you about it." Lemaire summoned a smile, but his eyes were somber. "And so I guess that's one reason why. One among many." "You're a likable old freak," murmured Barrett affectionately, "but you ain't responsible, you know." "As I look at it, we're all responsible." "Well, anyway, I wouldn't give that old scarecrow too much of our grub stake, old man. We've none too much if that babiche doesn't turn up according to schedule. Probably we won't see any more of him. He'll be gone by the morning." He was gone with the morning, but as day followed weary day, and there was still no sign of the lakes narrowing to the long-sought river, Barrett was increasingly conscious that the old man was close upon their trail. Sometimes, in the brief radiance of the September dawns, he would see, far and far behind on the wrinkled silver water, a warped canoe paddling feebly. They always hauled away by miles from that decrepit canoe, but always, sometime in the dark hours, it crept up again. Sometimes he would see, in the sunset, a wavering thread of smoke arising from the site of their last camp but one. It irritated him at last. The thought of that ragged, cranky canoe, paddled by the ragged, dirty old imbecile, forever following them, creeping, under the great gaunt stars, creeping, under the flying dawns, the stormy moons. When he found Lemaire leaving little scraps of precious tobacco, a pinch of flour and a screw of paper, or a fresh-caught fish beside the trodden ashes of their cooking place, he exploded. "I can't help it," Lemaire apologized. "I know I'm all kinds of a fool, Barrett, but the poor old wretch is nearly blind. From long ago smallpox, I should think. He can't catch things for himself much." Barrett, aware that wisdom was on his side, yet felt sorry for his explosion. He said nothing more. Soon he forgot the matter, having much else to think about. For the lost babiche, the once discovered river, did not turn up according to schedule. The chain of lakes they had been following turned due south. They left them, and, after a terrible portage, launched the canoe in a stream that ran west. Here their progress was very slow, for there were rapids and consequent portages every mile or so. This stream, instead of feeding another lake, died out in impassable quaking mosses. They saw a range of low hills some 4 or 5 miles ahead. So again they left the canoe and struck out for them on foot, half wading, half walking. It was exhausting work. At last they climbed the barren spurs and saw beyond, under a flaring yellow sunset, a world of interlacing waterways, unvisited and unknown, that seemed then as if they smoked under the vast clouds, and spirals of wildfowl settling homeward to the reeds. The two men watched that wonderful sight in silence. At last, "They're gathering to go south," said Lemaire briefly, and Barrett answered, "Do you know what date it is? It's the day on which we said we'd turn back if we hadn't found the lost babiche. It's the 15th of September." "Well, are we going back?" "Not till we found our river," cried Barrett, with half a laugh and half a curse. They gripped hands, smiling rather grimly. They made a miserable, fireless camp, and went back the next day, carrying canoe and supplies in 4 toilsome trips across the hills, repacking and relaunching the second day on a new lake where in all probability no white man, but one, had ever before dipped paddle. They had been in the wilderness so long that they had fallen into the habit of carrying on conversations as if the lapse of 2 or 3 days had been as many minutes. Barrett knew to what Lemaire referred when he said abruptly, "After all, it isn't as if you were ignorant of the risks." "I guess I know just as much about them as you," said Barrett cheerily. "We're taking chances on the grub, aren't we? If we find the lost babiche before the game moves, we'll be all right, though our own supplies won't take us there. Once there, Bob, we're pretty sure to find friendly Indians when we link up with the Silver Fork, which we do 70 miles down the Petite Babiche, if your grandpa's map's correct. Well, there are a good many ifs in the program, but don't you worry. We'll get through or out somehow. There's always fish. I've a feeling that this country can't go back on a Lemaire." They went on to a pleasant camp that night on a sandy islet overgrown with dwarf willow and a wild duck supper. The current of these new lakes went west with such increasing strength that Lemaire thought they were feeling the pull of some big river into which the system drained. And if so, it could be no river but the lost babiche. They slept, all a-tingle with the fever of discovery, and remade maps in their dreams. Behind them, many miles, a wandering smoke arose from the ashes of their last camp. The old Indian, about whom they had almost forgotten, had gained on them while they packed their supplies over the hills. Now he was close upon them again. The life of that old savage seemed thin and wavering as the smoke of the fire he made. All night he sat in the ashes, motionless as a stone. Only once, just before the fierce dawn, he rose to his feet with an inarticulate cry, stirred to some instinctive excitement. For in a moment the vast, chill dusk was filled with a musical thrill, a tremendous clamor and rush of life, as thousand by thousand after their kinds, teal and widgeon, mallard and sheldrake, lifted from the reeds and fled before the coming cold. As the old man dimly watched, two delicate things fell and touched his face. One was a feather, the second was a flake of snow. In those few delicate flakes, Lemaire and Barrett seemed to feel for the first time the ever-present hostility of nature. With such a brief, exquisite touch, they were first made aware of the powers against which they strove. The new waterways seemed to stretch interminably. Each time they cleared one of the deep-cut channels which linked lake with lake as regularly as a thread links beads, they looked ahead with the same question. Each time they saw the same expanse of gray water, low islets, barren shores. The country past them changing and unchanging as a dream. They seemed to be moving in a dream, conscious of nothing but the pressure of the current on their paddles. Then came the mist. It shut them into a circle 10 feet wide, a pearl-white prison. Outside the circle were shadows, wandering voices, trees as men walking. For 2 days they felt their way westward through this fog. 2 nights they shivered over a damp wood fire, hearing nothing but water beading and dripping everywhere with the sound of grief. It strangely broke Lemaire's steel nerve. On the second night he said restlessly, "We must turn back tomorrow." "Bob!" He flung out a tanned hand passionately. "I know. But can't you feel it? Things have turned against us. These things." He pointed at the veiled sky, the milky water. "I daren't go on. If we don't find the river tomorrow, we'll go back. And then the land will have done for me what it never did for my grandfather." "What, Bob, old fellow?" "Beaten me," said Lemaire, and rolled into his blankets without another word. He woke next morning with the touch of clear sunlight on his eyelids. He leaped to his feet silently, without waking Barrett, and as he did so, ice broke and tinkled like glass where the edge of the blankets had lain in a little pool of moisture. The last of the fog was draining in golden smoke from the low, dark hills. He strode to the edge of the water and stopped, shaking suddenly as if he were cold. Then he went to Barrett and stooped over him. "Hello, Bob. Is it morning?" Then, as he saw Lemaire's face, "My God, what is it?" Twice Lemaire tried to speak. Then he pointed eastward to 3 high rocky islands which lay across the water, exactly spaced, like the ruined spans of a great bridge which once had stretched from shore to shore. "Barrett," he said huskily, "we entered the Lost Babiche yesterday in the fog and never knew. Those islands are 10 miles down the river on Forbes Lemaire's map." They faced each other in silence, too much moved to speak. Their hands met in a long grip. Then Barrett said suddenly, "Anything else?" "Yes, it's freezing hard." "But we've won, Bob, we've won." "Not yet," said the man whose fathers had been bred in the wilderness and wed to it. "Not yet. It's still against us." But there was no talk now of turning back. The Lost Babiche, lost no more, was a noble river, a gray and ice-clear stream winding in generous curves between high cliffs of slate-colored rock. These cliffs were much cut into ravines and gullies, where grew timber of fine size for that country. But as their tense excitement lessened a little, they were struck by the absence of all life. Even in the deep rock shadows they saw no fish. Of human life there was not a sign, though in Forbes Lemaire's days the country had supported many Indians. And now, "Not a soul but ourselves," said Barrett in an awed voice. "Not a living soul." Yes, one soul yet living. Far behind them, in the staggering old canoe, the old Indian paddled valiantly on their trail. But he had forgotten them now, as they had long forgotten him. He stopped no more for the offal of their camps. A stronger instinct even than that of hunger was drawing him on the way they also went, down the lost Babiche. Had they looked, they would not have seen him, and soon, between him and them, the clouds which had been gathering all day dropped a curtain of fine snow. The first sting of the tiny bald flakes on his knuckles was to Lemaire like the thunder of guns, the opening of a battle. He had no need to speak to Barrett. They bent over the paddles, and the canoe surged forward. It was a race between the early winter and themselves. If the cold weather set in so soon, if they found no Indians on the little-known Silver Fork, there were a dozen ifs in their minds as, mile after mile, they fled down the Petite Babiche. Even as they fled from the winter, so that other white man long ago had fled from the sickness, seen those stark bluffs unrolling, viewed perhaps those very trees. They made a record distance that day. "We're winning, Bob, we're winning," said Barrett over the fire that night. Lemaire had not the heart to contradict him, but Lemaire's instincts, inherited from generations, told him that the wilderness was still mysteriously their enemy. He sat smoking, silent, hearing nothing but the faint, innumerable hiss of the snowflakes falling into the flames. The snow was thickening in the morning, and by noon a bitter wind arose, blowing in their faces and against the stream. Soon the canoe was smacking on the waves, and the snow was driving almost level. The continual pressure of wind and snow drugged their senses. They never heard the voice of the rapids until, rounding an abrupt bend, the ravelled water seemed to leap at them from under the very bow of the canoe. There was only one thing to be done, and "Let her go!" yelled Lemaire, crouching tense as a spring above the steering paddle. Now for the trained eye, the strong hand, the eye to see the momentary chance, the hand to obey without a falter. Now for the sleeping instincts of a brain inherited from far generations of wanderers and voyageurs. Flash on flash of leaping water, the drive of spray and snow, the canoe staggering and checking like a thing hurt, but always recovering. Barrett, in the bows, paddled blindly. His life lay in Bob Lemaire's hands, and he was content to leave it there during those roaring moments. But those hands failed by an inch. They were in smooth water. Barrett would have paused to take breath, but Lemaire's voice barked at him from the stern. He obeyed. The canoe drove forward again, forward in great leaps towards the point of a small island ahead, dimly seen through the snow. Something wrong, though, thought Barrett, grunting. He could get no beef on the thing. It dragged. You'd have thought Bob was paddling against him. Then, suddenly, he understood. He called up the last of his strength, drove the paddle in, once, twice, again, heard a shout, flung himself overside into water waist deep, and just as the canoe was sinking under them, he and Lemaire caught it and ran it ashore. Then, dripping, they looked each other in the face, and each seemed to see the face of disaster. "It was a rock," said Lemaire at last, very quietly, "a few inches below the surface. It has almost cut the canoe in two. What's to be done?" Find shelter, I suppose."
They were very quiet about it. There was no shelter on their islet, but a few rocks and a dead spruce in the middle. Here they set up their tent as a windbreak. It was bitterly cold. The island was sheathed with white ice, for the spray from the rough water froze now as it fell. Everything in the canoe was wet. They were wet to their waists. They tried to induce the dead tree to burn, but the wood was so rotted with wet it only smoldered and went out. They had a little cooking lamp and a few squares of compressed fuel for it. They lighted this, and Lemaire made tea with numbed hands. It renewed the life in them, but could not dry them. They huddled against the little lamp in silence, waiting. After some time, Lemaire heard a curious sound from Barrett. His teeth were chattering. Lemaire saw that his face had taken a waxy white hue. He spoke to him, and Barrett looked up, but his eyes were dim and glazed.
"It'll be all right," he said thickly. "We'll get through somehow. I've a feeling that this country can't go back on a Lemaire."
They were the first symptoms of collapse. Lemaire groaned. He got to his feet and staggered across the slippery rocks. He shook his fist in the implacable face of the desolation. He shouted, foolish rage and defiance, caught back at his sanity, shouted again. This time he thought he heard a faint cry in the snow. It whipped him back to self-control. He splashed out into the curdling shallows, shouting desperately. Out of the gray drive of snow loomed the ghost of a canoe, paddled, as it seemed, by a ghost. It was the old Indian whom Lemaire had long forgotten. The weather had not hindered him, the rapids had not wrecked him. At Lemaire's cry he raised his head, and the canoe put inshore waveringly. Lemaire splashed to meet it, met the incurious gaze of the half-blind old eyes under the scarred lids, and read into the wrinkled, foul old face a sort of animal kindness. 5 minutes later he was desperately trying to rouse Barrett. Barrett looked at him at last, and Lemaire saw that the brief delirium was past.
"What is it, Bob?"
he asked weakly, and Lemaire broke into a torrent of words.
The old Indian you said was a hoodoo, don't you remember? He's here. He has caught us up, God knows how. He says his canoe will hold 3. He says that a very little way on there's a big camp, and that he'll take us there in a very little while. He says this tribe is always kind to strangers, to white men. I can't make out all he says, he's queer in his head. But he's dead sure of the encampment. He says it's always there."
Still talking eagerly, Lemaire snatched together a few things, got an arm around Barrett, lifted him up to his feet, got him reeling to the canoe, laid him in the bottom, and helped the old Indian push off. There was no second paddle. There was no need of it. The current took them at once. The cold was increasing as the wind died and the snow thinned. Lemaire ceased to be conscious of the passing of time, but within himself the stubborn life burned. He was strongly curious to know the end, to discover what it was the wilderness had in store for him after 5 years, to read the riddle of that relationship with himself which had called him from the cities to this. He was aware at last of a vast golden light. The clouds were parting behind the snow, and the sunset was gleaming through. It turned the snow into a mist of rose and molten gold. The old Indian feebly turned the canoe. It crept toward the shore.
"The lodges of my people,"
muttered the old Indian. He stood erect and pointed with his bleached paddle.
"They are very many. A very strong tribe."
Lemaire also looked and saw. Silently the canoe took the half-frozen sand. Silently, very slowly, Lemaire stepped out. The old Indian waited for him. It seemed that the whole world was waiting for him. He, like a man in a dream,
moved slowly into the midst of a level stretch of sand, and stood there. All about him, covering the whole level, were the ridge-poles of wigwams, but the coverings had long fallen away and rotted, and the sunset glowed through the gaunt poles. Lemaire stretched out his hand and touched the nearest. They fell into dust and rot. Under his feet he crushed the bones of the dead who had died 50 years before, and had waited for him here ever since, under the blown sand and the ground willows. They've a song about it down along the Lamennais, for of all that tribe only one family, they say, escaped. All the others died. They died like flies. They died in heaps. And over the bones of the dead the teepees stood for years. No one ever went to that place any more. It was cursed, because of my grandfather. He went back to the canoe. Whining like an old animal, the old Indian was busied above Barrett. "The lodges of my people," he muttered. "A very strong tribe, and kind to the white men." Very gently, Lemaire put aside the blind old hands that touched Barrett's unconscious face. "Don't wake him," he said. End of the 3rd generation.
Three Questions by Leo Tolstoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Three Questions. It once occurred to a certain king that if he always knew the right time to begin everything, if he knew who were the right people to listen to and whom to avoid, and above all, if he always knew what was the most important thing to do, he would never fail in anything he might undertake. And this thought having occurred to him, he had it proclaimed throughout his kingdom that he would give a great reward to anyone who would teach him what was the right time for every action, and who were the most necessary people, and how he might know what was the most important thing to do. And learned men came to the king, but they all answered his questions differently. In reply to the first question, some said that to know the right time for every action, one must draw up in advance a table of days, months, and years, and must live strictly according to it. Only thus, said they, could everything be done at its proper time. Others declared that it was impossible to decide beforehand the right time for every action, but that, not letting oneself be absorbed in idle pastimes, one should always attend to all that was going on, and then do what was most needful. Others again said that however attentive the king might be to what was going on, it was impossible for one man to decide correctly the right time for every action, but that he should have a council of wise men who would help him to fix the proper time for everything. But then again, others said there were some things which could not wait to be laid before a council, but about which one had at once to decide whether to undertake them or not. But in order to decide that, one must know beforehand what was going to happen. It is only magicians who know that, and therefore, in order to know the right time for every action, one must consult magicians. Equally various were the answers to the second question. Some said the people the king most needed were his counselors, others the priests, others the doctors, while some said the warriors were the most necessary. To the third question, as to what was the most important occupation, some replied that the most important thing in the world was science. Others said it was skill in warfare, and others again that it was religious worship. All the answers being different, the king agreed with none of them and gave the reward to none. But still wishing to find the right answers to his questions, he decided to consult a hermit, widely renowned for his wisdom. The hermit lived in a wood which he never quitted, and he received none but common folk. So the king put on simple clothes, and before reaching the hermit's cell, dismounted from his horse, and leaving his bodyguard behind, went on alone. When the king approached, the hermit was digging the ground in front of his hut. Seeing the king, he greeted him and went on digging. The hermit was frail and weak, and each time he stuck his spade into the ground and turned a little earth, he breathed heavily. The king went up to him and said, "I have come to you, wise hermit, to ask you to answer 3 questions. How can I learn to do the right thing at the right time? Who are the people I most need, and to whom should I, therefore, pay more attention than to the rest? And what affairs are the most important and need my first attention?" The hermit listened to the king, but answered nothing. He just spat on his hand and recommenced digging. "You are tired," said the king. "Let me take the spade and work a while for you." "Thanks," said the hermit, and giving the spade to the king, he sat down on the ground. When he had dug 2 beds, the king stopped and repeated his questions. The hermit again gave no answer, but rose, stretched out his hand for the spade, and said, "Now rest a while and let me work a bit." But the king did not give him the spade and continued to dig. 1 hour passed, and another. The sun began to sink behind the trees, and the king at last stuck the spade into the ground and said, "I came to you, wise man, for an answer to my questions. If you can give me none, tell me so, and I will return home." "Here comes someone running," said the hermit. "Let us see who it is." The king turned round and saw a bearded man come running out of the wood. The man held his hands pressed against his stomach, and blood was flowing from under them. When he reached the king, he fell fainting on the ground, moaning feebly. The king and the hermit unfastened the man's clothing. There was a large wound in his stomach. The king washed it as best he could and bandaged it with his handkerchief and with a towel the hermit had. But the blood would not stop flowing, and the king again and again removed the bandage soaked with warm blood and washed and rebandaged the wound. When at last the blood ceased flowing, the man revived and asked for something to drink. The king brought fresh water and gave it to him. Meanwhile, the sun had set, and it had become cool. So the king, with the hermit's help, carried the wounded man into the hut and laid him on the bed. Lying on the bed, the man closed his eyes and was quiet. But the king was so tired with his walk and with the work he had done that he crouched down on the threshold and also fell asleep, so soundly that he slept all through the short summer night. When he awoke in the morning, it was long before he could remember where he was or who was the strange bearded man lying on the bed and gazing intently at him with shining eyes. "Forgive me," said the bearded man in a weak voice, when he saw that the king was awake and was looking at him. "I do not know you, and have nothing to forgive you for," said the king. "You do not know me, but I know you. I am that enemy of yours who swore to revenge himself on you, because you executed his brother and seized his property. I knew you had gone alone to see the hermit, and I resolved to kill you on your way back. But the day passed, and you did not return. So I came out from my ambush to find you, and I came upon your bodyguard, and they recognized me and wounded me. I escaped from them, but should have bled to death had you not dressed my wound. I wished to kill you, and you have saved my life. Now, if I live, and if you wish it, I will serve you as your most faithful slave, and will bid my sons do the same. Forgive me." The king was very glad to have made peace with his enemy so easily, and to have gained him for a friend. And he not only forgave him, but said he would send his servants and his own physician to attend him, and promised to restore his property. Having taken leave of the wounded man, the king went out into the porch and looked around for the hermit. Before going away, he wished once more to beg an answer to the questions he had put. The hermit was outside, on his knees, sowing seeds in the beds that had been dug the day before. The king approached him and said, "For the last time, I pray you to answer my questions, wise man." "You've already been answered," said the hermit, still crouching on his thin legs and looking up at the king, who stood before him. "How answered? What do you mean?" asked the king. "Do you not see?" replied the hermit. "If you had not pitied my weakness yesterday, and had not dug those beds for me, but had gone your way, that man would have attacked you, and you would have repented of not having stayed with me. So the most important time was when you were digging the beds, and I was the most important man, and to do me good was your most important business. Afterwards, when that man ran to us, the most important time was when you were attending to him. For if you had not bound up his wounds, he would have died without having made peace with you. So he was the most important man, and what you did for him was your most important business. Remember then, there is only one time that is important, now. It is the most important time because it is the only time when we have any power. The most necessary man is he with whom you are, for no man knows whether he will ever have dealings with anyone else, and the most important affair is to do him good, because for that purpose alone was man sent into this life. End of 3 questions.
Through the Smoke by F. Lovell Combs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Through the Smoke, A Tale of the Wireless by F. Lovell Combs. Since Scott Deaton had become a wireless enthusiast, it had not been unusual for him to return from school in more or less of a hurry. On that memorable October afternoon, however, he returned at a run, raced around to the back of the house, and only halted before the woodshed. Wireless station SDZ, a sign on the door proclaimed it, to see that the wires of the aerial overhead had withstood the morning's heavy wind. He was still gazing aloft when the front gate clicked, there came the sound of hurried steps, and with some surprise Scott turned to face a stranger. "I am a reporter of the Daily Press," explained the caller. You are the boy who owns this wireless plant, are you?" "Yes, sir," replied Scott, wondering. "And can you do real work with it? Send and receive messages?" "Yes, sir, though not so very fast yet." "Can you work as far as River Falls?" "I talk nearly every evening with a boy up there, Jack Snyder, son of the school principal. I was just going to call him up to ask about the forest fire. There was a rumor downtown that it was spreading." "It is. That is just what brought me," said the reporter. "Both the telegraph and telephone wires were interrupted half an hour ago. I came up to see if you could get us any news by wireless. If you can, we will make it worth your while." Promptly, Scott threw open the door, revealing a small room in the end of the shed. "I'll try," he said. "Come in. I'm not sure I can get Jack before 6 o'clock. Sometimes he is busy, but I'll try." "You have a business-like little outfit," observed the reporter, taking in the details of the room, the instruments grouped on the table, the neatly made switchboard above, a small incandescent lamp, and a framed wireless code on the wall. "I understand you made everything yourself?" "I didn't make this headphone," Scott replied, placing the receiver over his head and adjusting the earpieces snugly. "Nor the telegraph key. The rest I made, though," and he indicated the spiral helix and spark coil for sending, and the drum-like tuner, condenser, and detector for catching the air-sent messages. Throwing a switch on the switchboard, the young operator pressed the key below. From the spark coil burst a crackling sputter that caused the reporter to start back. Then, keenly interested, he watched the dancing electric flame that leaped between the points on the spark gap as Scott rapidly worked the key, repeating the letters JS, 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 SDZ, JS, JS, SDZ. Several times Scott repeated the call, then snapping the switch back, sat silent, listening. Drawing another chair to the table, the reporter dropped down beside him, watching the lad's face expectantly. "No answer?" he asked presently. Scott shook his head. A moment after, his face lighted, then it clouded in a frown. "It's that idiot Cass Johnson, over on the hill," he said. "He has a fine portable outfit that his uncle gave him, and is too lazy to learn to read. That is the hardest part, you know. But every once in a while he breaks in trying to send, and kills Jack Snyder's sending. Their instruments are tuned to the same pitch. I can scarcely ever tune him out," Scott added, moving the tuning slider farther up the rod. "There, I don't hear him now, but I couldn't hear Jack either if he answered." The reporter started to his feet. "They have a phone, haven't they?" he asked. "Yes, 238 Hill." "I'll run down to the corner store and phone him to get off the air, or out of the air, whatever the proper expression is." Within a few moments of the reporter's disappearance, footsteps again sounded about the house. Scott, breaking the sending circuit after a further spell of calling, glanced over his shoulder. "You're not back already," he began, and broke off with an exclamation on recognizing, not the reporter, but the local station agent. "Hello, Mr. Baker, come in." "Are you busy, Scott?" the station master asked. "I'm trying to raise Jack Snyder at the falls. Your wires haven't failed too, have they?" "Yes, and we are holding up all the trains until we can learn something. I ran over to see if you couldn't find out something for us through the air." "I'll do all I can for you, certainly," said Scott readily. "I have been trying to get some news of the fire for the press. Another boy over on the hill has been interrupting, and the press reporter, who was here, just went out to get him cut off. When he stops, I think I'll soon have Jack if he's in the house." "There, Cass has stopped at last. Now I'll call Jack again." As Scott threw the spark coil switch to resume his calling, the door again darkened. This time it was one of the station baggage men. He addressed the station master. Mr. Baker, the dispatcher has ordered 46 to go on. There is a Pullman party aboard, and they have guaranteed to get through to Chicago tonight, and you are to go on with her as far as Timberton Junction to look after the patching of the wires that are down over there." "All right. You stay here and take back to the station any word the lad gets by wireless." At the door, the station agent paused. He turned about. "My boy, is there anyone else in town who can work the wireless?" he questioned. "My sister can read almost as well as I can. We learned by practicing together." "Look here, then. Couldn't you come along with me, bringing the sending part of your set? You could send in word from anywhere along the line, no matter if the wires were broken." "Why, yes, I could go, but these instruments would be rather clumsy to carry, and they wouldn't be any good without the aerials, the overhead wires," Scott responded. He thought a moment. "I tell you what I could do. There is a boy at Timberton Junction who has a wireless receiving outfit, with aerials, of course, but no sending instruments. I could borrow Cass Johnson's portable set, take that along, and connect it with the Junction boys' aerials, and so send word back from there." "Then suppose you do that," said the agent. Molly Deaton, called from the front veranda, some fancy work in her hands, readily agreed to her part in the arrangement. "Shall I sit in now?" she asked. "Yes, in case Jack Snyder should answer," said Scott. As he adjusted the receiving phone to his sister's head, he added, "When the reporter comes back, you explain to him, and tell him anything you hear about the fire." "Very well, but don't you send too fast when you get to the junction," Molly admonished. "I'll not." Only taking time to find and inform his mother, Scott was off with the station agent for the Johnson home. 20 minutes later they were at the station with the borrowed portable wireless set and 2 powerful storage cells. The train was waiting, and as soon as they were aboard, it pulled from the depot. The forest fires, which had now become threatening, had been burning in the northern part of the state for several days, although, because of the direction of the wind, the smoke had not yet reached Bealton. It first became perceptible to those on the train some 10 miles north of Scott's hometown. 5 miles farther, the flitting landscape had taken on a light blue haze, and the pungent odor of burning leaves began to invade the rear coach, where Scott, the station agent, and the conductor sat in adjoining seats. "This doesn't look very good," observed the station master, nodding toward the window. "If the smoke gets denser, things will be blind blue at the junction. You don't think you are taking chances in running at this speed?" he asked of the conductor. "No, it's a straight track, and Smith is a careful driver," was the reply. "He has orders to make time to the junction. We are 4 hours behind, you know, but if the smoke gets too thick, he will slow down a bit." On the train rushed, and soon the haze of smoke almost concealed the trees 100 yards from the track. The car itself was faintly blue, although the ventilators had been closed. With his face close to the window, the station agent began watching the telegraph poles as they swept by for signs of a break in their number or trailing wires. "If the fire has reached the tracks and burned some of the poles down, it's probably near the junction," the conductor remarked. "The smoke would be heavier here if the fire was much nearer." "That would depend on the wind," said the station master anxiously. "It appears to be blowing from the northeast, and in that case—" "Here it is now," cried Scott from the window, "and there's a pole down." The next instant brakes were thrown on with a suddenness that shot all 3 from their seats to the floor. Before they had regained their feet, the train had screeched and ground to a stop. The conductor sprang hastily for the door. Scott and the station master followed. As they stepped out upon the platform, a wave of heat smote them. They dropped to the ground and peered ahead through the fog of smoke. On the right-hand side of the track, the woods were on fire, and as far as they could see ahead lay a line of prostrate telegraph poles still burning. A crash and a shouting from the head of the train sent them forward on the run. Stumbling about the baggage car, they pulled up with a cry. The great engine lay on its side in a ditch. Evidently it had just toppled from the embankment. Burning ties explained the accident. 2 smoke-enveloped figures emerged from the ditch. "Is anyone hurt?" Scott asked, running forward. "No," replied the engineer grimly. "But we all stand a good chance of being smothered," added his companion, the fireman. "Engine gone, track gone, wires gone." Here the conductor appeared, with one of the brakemen. "Stop that kind of talk, boys," he said sharply. "You'll have the passengers in a panic. There is a young wireless operator on the train with a set of instruments, and he—" "I'm right here, sir," Scott interrupted. "How far is it to the junction? It was from there I had planned to send back word, you know. I need aerials." "Then I'm afraid you won't be much help to us. It's 8 or 10 miles, with woods half the way, and probably burning. Couldn't you rig up some sort of aerial?" Scott debated a moment. "All right, I'll try. I'm afraid iron telegraph wire won't work very well. Proper aerials are made of aluminum or copper, but we can try it. I'll get the instruments, and we'll take them down the track to a standing pole." Followed by the agent, conductor, and train men, Scott passed hurriedly back along the stalled train. Already, excited passengers were dropping from the cars, and as the little party passed, demanded what had happened, and what was being done. To all, the conductor explained in a word, and added, "There is a young wireless operator here who is going to send word to Bealton immediately for another engine to pull us back. Keep to the cars, and you will be in no danger whatever." Instead of returning to the cars, however, the majority of the passengers fell in behind the trainmen, followed them to the rear coach, and there waited while Scott and the station master scrambled aboard, to reappear quickly with the cells and the set of instruments. These were passed down to willing hands, and all hurriedly continued on up the track until 2 standing poles were found. "Put the instruments and cells here in the middle of the track, please," Scott requested. "Now, has anyone a file?" "Here's a small one in a jackknife," proffered a young farmer. "That'll do, thanks." Placing it in his pocket, Scott made for the nearest pole and proceeded to climb it until he reached the cross trees. "Here's luck," he called down a moment later. "There are 4 copper telephone wires on the top cross piece. They will make first-class aerials." The crowd below heard the lad filing briskly. For a few minutes, a dim figure in the haze, they watched him rapidly twisting wire ends, in the making of, to them, mysterious splices. Then, with a warning, "Look out!" he came sliding down. A similar trip was made up the second pole. 2 wire ends were thrust deep into the muddy bed of a nearby spring, for ground connections, Scott explained to a question, and he announced everything was ready for connecting up the instruments. By this time, the crowd of anxious and curious passengers had been doubled. When the young operator, seated on the ground in the middle of the track, had at length completed the connections at the instruments, a large number of passengers and trainmen were gathered closely about him. Without loss of time, Scott adjusted the receivers on his head. "Will everyone please keep very quiet?" he requested. "The sounds I'll get will probably be pretty weak." At once a profound silence fell. The lad snapped a switch and pressed the key. From the spark coil broke a sputter. With a low exclamation of satisfaction, Scott made a slight adjustment, and the sputter increased to a crackling buzz that caused the circle about him to widen. Then slowly and steadily, in the straining quiet, While the bank of people about him watched breathlessly, he began calling, "SDZ, SDZ, SDZ." 3 times he repeated his home station call, then, slowly moving the tuning slider, he listened. Twice he moved the slider from the base to the end of the rod and listened in vain for the faint zzz, zzz of a response. With a frown of disappointment, he reached again toward the key. Then suddenly he paused, listened sharply, again moved the tuning slide a fraction, and distinct in his ear sounded a tiny whisper, zzz, 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 zzz. Molly's answer. The shout which echoed Scott's instinctive cry of success for a moment drowned the crackling of the spark cap as, at the dictation of the conductor, he began sending the message describing their predicament and calling for an engine to pull the train back to Bealton. And when, on concluding the message, Scott read aloud Molly's "OK" and the word that someone was already on the way to the station, the crowd gave vent to a shout of relief and then to cheers for the young operator that lasted for several seconds. The appreciation did not end there. On receiving Molly's "OK," Scott, true to his promise to the reporter, began sending a brief story of the accident to the daily press. As he ended, a jovial drummer handed him a $2 bill. "Send a message by wire from Bealton," he directed, "to Mrs. J.B. Boughton, Anston, Illinois. Won't be home tonight. Engine got tired and laid down in the smoke belt. Your own smoked herring, John." There was a shout of laughter, then instantly a general scramble on the part of the other passengers to send messages out to their friends at the same figure. Scott demurred at the price, as being too high, but the passengers insisted, and when, half an hour later, a prolonged whistle announced the coming of the relief engine, the drummer thrust into Scott's coat pocket a bundle of bills of the size of a baseball. "You can use it to buy a portable wireless set for yourself," suggested the station agent, as, with the throng of thankful travelers, they returned to the coaches. "I will," said Scott, "with half of it, that is. One half goes to Molly, of course." End of Through the Smoke by F. Lovell Combs.
"3 Hours with a Porter" by A. Sagittarials. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James K. White, Chula Vista. 3 Hours with a Porter. He is the best-known standard equipment of a Pullman car. Indispensable and absorbent for all the ills that are heir to his surroundings, a prey to harder usages, he has worn better than any other equipment. The denial to him of adequate material benefits for his labor has, in part, been compensated by the development of a sturdy manhood. Within the confines of a drastic school, his nature has been embellished with patience and endurance, tact and courtesy, as well as diplomatic powers that would shine even in the environment of a world court. His spirit has passed through the fire, and the test has left him graded in a group ready for their next higher step in collective expression, dominated by the spirit of that group. The concrete result is generally such movements as the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and Maids. There was a time, not so long ago, when he was not credited with natural human requirements by his employers, as little or no provision was accorded him for sleeping, even on the longest runs. Penalties, if caught indulging in that luxury, were amply and definitely established, and their inflictions were many, often and severe. It took the United States government looking through the keen eyes of Messrs. W.G. McAdoo and Director Hines to detect his near-human proclivities in this respect. When the value of manpower was at its height in the famous During the War, it was decreed that this peculiar piece of equipment could not give adequate service without sleep. Thereafter, he was allowed a minimum of 3 hours per night on runs extending over one night. It is interesting to note that since the return of the Pullman Company to its original management, the at least 3 hours, the minimum, has become the maximum rest period. In his off watch, he may be found either in upper berths 1 or 2, or on the sofa in the smoking room. Any one of these locations brings him in close proximity to much used utilities: the bell, the water cooler, the linen locker, the smoking room, the platform, and the toilet. Singly, each constitute an element of disturbance. Combined, they present a formidable array that could not be overcome by sleep, except when backed by severe physical exhaustion. Since he is often sound asleep, it is obvious that that condition is not a rarity. The rest periods are from 12 p.m. to 3 a.m. or 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. It was 11:50 p.m. when I found him leaning against the steel guard of a window in the passage near the men's toilet. His attitude was one of weariness, dejection, and disgust. Something was decidedly wrong, and his gallant attempt of a cheery greeting to me did great credit to his self-control. After a few desultory remarks, I presumed on our long acquaintance to inquire into the cause of his disquietude. He first looked at his watch before replying, then said, "I have had a hard day. The car is crowded with a restless summer crowd, and my prospects of going to bed is getting worse every minute." A conversation was being carried on in the smoking room, in loud tones, intermingled with loud laughter. After a minute, he continued, pointing over his shoulder, "2 Oklahomans and a Georgian. Listen to that. I ought to be paid $500 a month to have my ears assaulted and my feelings wrecked with that brand of Americanism, or there ought to be a federal law to muzzle them." The first part of the tale that caused this outburst was lost to me. It was the usual classic of that type, the Negroes. This especial one had escaped a posse that was hunting him for some trivial offense and entered a house. The armed leaders of the posse, Christian citizens of a highly developed democracy, had followed, and the terrified and unarmed man, in trying to escape through a too small window, got stuck and was riddled through by the bullets from the guns of his gallant pursuers. The picture of the body balancing on the window was too much for the imagination and perverted humor of these products of our modern civilization, and they joined in a chorus of undisguised and fiendish glee. It was the narrative of as finished a piece of brutality as I ever heard. Words were futile then, and I laid my hand on his shoulder. After a minute or two, I suggested that he should explain to them the necessity of his going to bed, while they could continue their diversion in the club car. He voiced 2 objections. They were these: the company did not allow him to make the request, nor did passengers of that type look with any favor on a club car. They are not as popular there as here. The audience is not always appreciative. The last expression gave me an idea. I stepped in the smoking room and seated myself on the short seat. There was little doubt that I was unpopular from the start. Conversation and mirth ceased, except that the Georgian claimed that those niggers on State Street in Chicago were trying more and more every day to act like white men, and he would like to have them down where he came from for a few days. A few minutes more of uneasy sitting elapsed, when they took themselves off to bed. He came in, looking somewhat brighter, and started cleaning up for the night. The two large spittoons seemed to have been avoided with scrupulous care. On the other hand, the floor, window sills, leather seats, and even the wash basins came in for ashes and tobacco juice that was scattered liberally and with skill bred of years of intensive practice. It was 12:40 when the last finishing touch was placed on the basins and the curtain concealed his couch. He took off his shoes, coat, and collar, but did not otherwise undress. He assured me that I would in no way disturb him, and could remain as long as I wanted. It was my wish to remain. The lights were turned down except one over the door to the toilet. For a while, comparative quiet reigned, only broken by the discordant notes of the nasal orchestra that persisted to play in keys widely dissimilar throughout the car. Suddenly, the bell broke the stillness. It was a hot night. The windows were all up and screened, and the sound evidently did not reach the relieving porter. At any rate, as the ring died away for the third time, my friend got up and answered the summons. He was back almost immediately with the remark, "Lady in lower 12 wants to know what river we just crossed." It was 1:15 a.m. We were coming into a city, and a belated passenger wanted a berth. Having no ticket, the train and Pullman conductors came in the smoking room to make collections, and no attempt was made at being quiet, despite the legend of the "quiet" sign, very much in evidence, hanging about. The linen locker, water cooler, smoker, platform, and toilet all came in play, and if ever an odor could be called rascally, that which exuded from that passenger's pipe should have the unique privilege. Its coalition with the smell of moonshine freely indulged in by the late occupants of the room was truly unpleasant. Scarcely had I settled back and closed my eyes when a youth in pajamas entered with a newspaper and cigarette, and requested the loan of a match. He next perched himself on a wash basin, lit a cigarette, turned on the light, and started glancing through his paper without giving the porter the slightest consideration. He may not have been there at all. It was then 1:45, and the porter was not asleep. Finishing his smoke, the youth threw the paper on the floor, yawned, stretched, and sauntered off to bed, leaving the lights on. I had just turned them out when the Georgian entered, glanced at me, and passed into the toilet without closing the door. Queer character. He did none of the things that ordinary decency demanded, but retracted his steps, leaving toilet unflushed, door open, and a stream of water that sought the aisle, then back, and just missing my toes, dived under the porter's shoes, doubling back to join the main stream. The door kept banging with the motion of the train, and the additional and noxious effluvia did nothing to produce a more favorable condition. After a few minutes, I did what I knew the porter would have done, save mopping the floor. But I removed his shoes to a safer level. 2:10 arrived without further disturbances, and I had just mentally congratulated the porter when again the bell rasped out. At its fourth ring, and just when my long-suffering friend stuck his head out, the relieving porter passed. The stepladder was needed. It was now 2:15, and surely the 45 remaining minutes would be peaceful. By this time I was thoroughly sleepy and heartily disgusted, but determined to keep vigil until 3 a.m. I wondered about the mental state of the porter, and speculated on how he would get through his work and meet the demands of an exacting public next morning. My reverie was not long unbroken, as I was again joined by a passenger carrying his grip. He detrained at 2:45, and would need the next half hour to get ready. All the popular utilities came into play, and unlike the Georgian, this man believed in closing a door. It was not necessary to see the act. The impact could be heard at an unreasonable distance. During the next 45 minutes, the bell rang 3 separate times. Many passengers made demands on the popular utilities, but the Christian injunction, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you," was not in evidence. Was it selfishness, or was it merely thoughtlessness? I wonder. At 2:35, when the passenger was being brushed off by the relieving porter, my friend was still awake. He said it was useless to try to sleep now. We chatted until 3 a.m., when he came on his watch smiling. I expected him to be irritated, as I was, but he took all as a matter of course, saying, "It is not always as bad as this." Surely he liberally demonstrated the quotation, "There is no rest for the weary." He had gone to bed tired, spent 3 sleepless hours, and got up smiling. Was he human? Can you blame the Pullman Company if they failed to detect it? Conditions of that sort are likely to produce supermen. Beware of the black peril. End of 3 Hours with a Porter.
Wood Splitting with Gus by F.S. Anthony. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wood Splitting with Gus. The year of the great butter slump, when all the cow farmers were doing a starve, Gus Tomlins came to me one day with a brilliant suggestion. His idea was that he and I should get the firewood rights on a 1,000-acre section up under the mountain reserve. He said we could hop in that winter while the cows were dry and knock up anything up to $5 a day each. It sounded pretty good to me, and even allowing for a bit of exaggeration on Gus's part, he is inclined that way, I could see myself doing pretty well at it, say £2 to £2.10 a day. Of course, as I pointed out to Gus, what did he know about firewood splitting anyhow? But he seemed to think I would be the drawback. Gus says that all you have to do splitting wood is to keep your eye on the grain and not get your wedges stuck in any knots. It's the simplest game out, according to Gus. Plenty of muscle and grit, and a man can knock up a cord to 2 cord a day if he strikes decent timber. We bustled round that winter and got permission to cut wood on the section, the owner charging us 2 shillings a cord royalty, and then we collected a crosscut saw, 5 or 6 wedges, an axe, and a sledgehammer and settled to our work. We sold our wood for 15 shillings a cord at the stump, and that gave us 13 bob a cord for ourselves after paying the royalty. It didn't seem such a wonderful snip to me, after I'd worked it all out on paper. Even supposing we knocked up 2 cord a day each, which I was inclined to doubt, it only gave us 26 bob for a day's graft, and when a man has listened to Gus talking fivers for weeks, 26 bob doesn't seem much. I don't mind admitting that times were hard, or Gus would never have lured me into any such foolishness. That's the real reason I never got married long ago. Just to think of the amount of firewood the average woman wants chopped every day gives me a sad, sick feeling. All I have to do now is pull a batten off a fence, and that boils my kettle 3 times. When a man has such decided ideas on wood splitting as that, you can easily imagine how hard up I was to tackle knocking up cordwood. The first day we started on the job, we had a lot of trouble with the saw. We could get it to saw down about 6 inches, and then it used to jam. Gus knew what was wrong, though. He said it was want of set, and asked me to pass him the sledgehammer and a wedge. Gus said that it was a funny thing, he'd often noticed it, how some men went through life year after year and never learnt a single useful thing. Take setting a saw, for instance. He said he didn't suppose I could set a saw even if I had a saw set to do it with, and the best thing I could do now was watch him in case I ever had to do it myself. Then he laid the saw along the log, slipped the wedge under every other tooth, and tapped each one with the sledgehammer. He broke off 3, but that didn't matter. It helped the saw to clear itself, he reckoned. Then we started again and made a gash in the log about 1/2 an inch wide. We had no more bother with the saw jamming, but after we got down about a foot it seemed to want to turn round and saw its way up again. Gus said it was running a shade, but that was nothing. We could counteract that by changing the saw end for end every now and then. We changed the saw like that about 4 times in a 4-foot log, and when we finally got through, we could have used the block for a step ladder. There were 2 old chaps over the fence from us who were splitting wood as well, and Gus and I decided it would be interesting to see how much more we split every day than they did. We didn't try to break any records the first day. For one thing, we lost nearly 10 minutes while Gus set the saw, and I always reckon myself that if you're out to get a big day in, the start is the most important part. I sawed off the next block myself while Gus swung the sledgehammer. About every 3rd blow the head would fly off it, and just because it was my hammer, Gus got sarcastic about it. He said he went to the trouble of supplying the gang with a decent saw and setting it, and I couldn't even be trusted to bring along a sledgehammer that a man could use. I pointed out that I'd seen that old saw stopping up a gap in his barberry hedge for about 3 years, and how long it was there before that, goodness only knows. It's no use arguing with Gus when he feels put out. It only makes him worse. He said the saw was in the gap to get seasoned. Any fool should know that much. We lost a good bit of time thrashing the matter out, and the sun seemed to set on us before we really knew the day had started. The miserable little heap of wood we'd split wasn't worth sacking up, and we made up our minds to do considerably better next day. The first day on these sort of jobs is always heartbreaking. Gus and I both agreed to that, but, of course, after we'd got used to the tools and our muscles set to the work, we would begin to make things fly. Next morning we arrived on the scene bright and early. "We'll dig in like diggers, Bark, and show these old 2 jokers over the fence how to smack up wood," remarked old Gus. He had dug up an old running singlet from somewhere, one of these chain net affairs without any sleeves, and was standing at the heap of wood, doubling his arms and admiring his muscle. I got filled with enthusiasm myself just looking at him, and tore off my shirt and flannel so that I would not be behind him in hardiness. Next minute we were at it like a pair of frenzied lunatics. Every time I wanted a spell on the saw, I used to double round and grab the sledgehammer from Gus, and he would nip back and do some sawing. When there was no more wood to split, both of us would saw. We gobbled our lunch down in 10 minutes, didn't wait for a smoke even, and buckled into it again. Once, as I straightened my arching back for a moment, I glanced over the fence and noticed the 2 old chaps over there. They were both sitting on their log, looking our way and puffing up clouds of tobacco smoke. It gave me new life only to see them wasting the precious moments like that. By 5 o'clock we were dead beat, but we had a pile of wood that filled us with pride. Gus estimated it to be between 3 and 4 cord, and tired as we were, we decided to stack it up before going home. We'd slung it on top of the wood split the first day, and when we got the lot stacked, we got a slight surprise, because measure as carefully as we could, it wouldn't pan out to more than 1 1/4 cords. Well, I did some mental arithmetic going home and told Gus to count me out of his wood-splitting gang because I had an idea I was sickening for lumbago. I was so stiff and sore for the next 3 days that I couldn't have worked on the job even if I hadn't retired, and I knew Gus was feeling the same. What hurt most of all was the fact that these 2 old chaps over the fence had knocked up over 2 cord that day, and I know myself they had an hour off for lunchtime and 3/4 of an hour smokos. Gus didn't seem too keen on wood-splitting himself for over a week, and then he dropped in on me one evening and started to upbraid me for being a quitter. I can be pretty firm when I like, and I told him straight out that I'd done with wood-splitting, and it was no use, he might just as well talk to himself as talk wood to me. He kept on arguing that way, and finally he came to light with a suggestion which sounded a good deal more sensible than anything he'd thought of previously. He said, "Look here, Mark, if I get old Harry Pope, the wood-splitter, to join us, will you make one then?" We chewed that over for some time. Old Harry's an old chap, about 80, who's done nothing but split wood all his life. Everybody in the district knows him, and he has a great reputation. One of these cord-a-day men, or any timber or weathers. Gus's idea was that we gave Harry 2 bob an hour for himself and tools. He admitted our tools weren't up to much, and anything old Harry made over his wages every day would be ours. That appealed to me. I always did like making money that way, and so I came into the gang again. Old Harry was a little old chap with watery eyes and white whisker all round his face. He used to chew a 2-ounce plug of tobacco up every day and didn't seem to care much where he spat. We got back on the job again on a frosty Monday morning, and Harry upset us a good deal by taking 2 hours to sharpen his saw. While he was doing that, Gus formulated some rules for the gang. Harry and I were to saw, and as he was the only man in the gang who knew how to swing a sledgehammer, that's what he said, he would do all the splitting. As soon as the old chap had fixed up the saw, we tried it out on a big rata log, about 5 foot through. Gus sat alongside, explaining to me why I would never be any good at the game. According to him, I did everything wrong. He said no wonder he and I couldn't make the game pay if that's how I stood and pulled in my end. He could see, watching me, that it wasn't his good saw that was to blame after all, and if he'd only noticed what a rotten sawer I was before he'd engaged old Harry, he could have done without him and saved 16 bob a day. He didn't bother to get the other old relic and start on another log, although I pointed out that, as he was so good, that would be the way to show us, but said he expected he would have enough to do before the day was out splitting for the two of us. I don't like wearing a hat while I'm working, but I found out it was just as well to have it on when sawing wood with old Harry. He's been splitting and sawing firewood on his own for so many years that he's got into the habit of just tilting his head and squirting his back of juice over the log he is working at. It saves him turning his neck, I suppose. I didn't have a hat on the first time it happened, and I walked round the log to see him about it. Gus said I was a darn poor sport. Any fool could see it was an accident, and anyhow, why should I cut up rough over a little thing like that? If I was going to be so contrary and quarrelsome, he could see us not making a pound a day even. I went back to my end of the saw as soon as I knew old Harry hadn't done it on purpose, and we sawed away in savage silence until we had a length off. Then Gus got the hammer and wedges and started off to keep us busy. Harry caught me in the ear with his second chew almost as soon as we'd started the next log, and I nearly broke up the partnership. After that I took to wearing my hat and keeping a handkerchief tied round my neck. I never really got used to it, but learned to saw away and suffer in silence. That day we did some good cross-cut work, and we certainly kept Gus going. By 3 in the afternoon we had 4 cuts off the log, and Gus was still banging and swearing over the first. Then he slung his hammer down and started to go off about people who come into a partnership and picked out all the easiest work. I left the saw and went and had a look. He had all our 6 wedges hammered into a twisty, stringy piece of wood, and it hadn't started to split even. I asked him why he hadn't followed the grain instead of fooling about in that silly fashion, and he replied so earnestly that his voice cracked, and it made old Harry swallow his chew. Then the 2 old chaps over the fence came running across, under the impression one of us had got hurt, and they had a look at things. They said it was a Black Mountain rata, and about the worst kind of rata there is to split. They wouldn't dream of tackling one themselves, and why hadn't we tried the first cut before we sawed the whole tree up? Personally, they wouldn't split these blocks up for pounds. We didn't split them up either. As soon as they'd gone, I went and put my coat on, and when I got back I found Gus trying to explain to old Harry that he was sacked, and telling him he could have the wedges in the log if he liked to get them out. We left old Harry collecting tools and mumbling to himself, and Gus and I each took a different track back home. I never found out who got the money for the 1/4 we'd split. Gus and I never, anyhow. We forked out 8 bob each to old Harry, and as far as I'm concerned, I reckon I had a cheap let-off. No more wood splitting for me. Give me a good, honest old milking stool and a shed full of cows. Every time I think of Gus and I tearing into that wood and knocking up a 1/4 in 2 hectic days, I get a faint, sick feeling. End of Wood Splitting with Gus.